Hey, this is the first ever definitive course on the stack method for buyers, wholesalers, and transactional funders to be used as an objective resource to help you close more deals no matter which role you play in that process. Personally, I've now worked on hundreds of stack method deals totaling over 7 figures in personal profit, and I also teach over 10,000 people how to execute on this strategy using the information and tactics that I will discuss in this free course. This is more or less what I do all day. And once you understand what I'm about to show you in this course, it's no small stretch to say that you'll be able to not only make more money using the stack method, regardless of where you're at right now, but actually close these deals safely and correctly while focusing on long-term risk, not just the short-term gains that people love to talk about. You'll hear and understand things in this course that you may not have ever heard before, none of which come from my own personal opinion, but only from the facts and experiences of the people who are actively doing these deals right now. The focus here, it's not on being an expert, so you don't need to have a real estate background to be able to execute on what I'm going to be teaching you. I'm going to start slow and then build on concepts naturally and gradually so that everyone here is on that same page. So no fluff, no pre-recorded Zooms or anything like that. Here's what you guys are going to be learning in this free course. First of all, let's talk about who this training is for. Like I mentioned earlier, wholesalers and buyers, I will be breaking down every single detail that you need to know to go from the beginning of a transaction all the way to the end. But there's a lot of other ways to make money on these deals. And so you may be watching this as a real estate agent, a transaction coordinator, a loan broker, a lender, a transactional funder. Whoever you are, I will break down step by step how every single person within these transactions can make money so that you can take the parts that apply to you and run with them. So we're going to start in part 1 with what the stack method actually is, other names that it goes by, and how it actually works correctly. Then we'll move on to how you can find these deals and talk about underwriting them in a way that actually keeps you safe, helps you make money, and doesn't miss out on the things that may make you feel good at the beginning, but then come to bite you when you actually try to close a transaction. We'll talk about how to structure these deals with the 2 main ways that people are structuring them right now, both of which come with their positives, their negatives, and some trigger points that we need to cover in detail. Then we'll talk about sitting down and negotiating with the seller, and the part a lot of people miss, actually making sure that you and the seller are on the same page and using this as an option, not as their only reality. We'll talk about sending and signing letters of intent or LOIs to get these transactions moving. We'll talk about building your team because a stack method deal, unlike a lot of other strategies in real estate, requires an army of people in order to be successful, all of which we will cover in this training. We'll talk about shopping for your DSCR lender, which is the lender that you will be using to actually acquire, hopefully not just one of these properties, but many, or work on them depending on what your role is. We'll talk about the down payment money and how you can get into these deals, not only with no money out of pocket, but actually get paid to buy them. We'll talk about getting you ready as the borrower because there's a lot of things that we have determined over hundreds of deals that differentiate successful buyers and borrowers and wholesalers, whoever's on the acquisition side, from people who fail and don't actually get these deals closed. Then we'll talk about working on the deal once it's live. What's happening? What are the faults? What's going to go on? And how can we get it to the finish line? We'll talk about the clear to close window, which is the most crucial part of the deal. It's where the vast majority fall apart if you don't follow all of the other steps we've talked about before. We'll talk about closing day, which will include the flow of capital, what contracts need to be signed, the timing, and the parties involved. And then, of course, we'll talk about after it closes, when it comes to exit strategies, how to manage these deals, things that you need to pay attention to beforehand and afterward. Then we will do a detailed deep dive on the mistakes that absolutely wreck people, the mistakes that cause these deals to go bad either at the beginning or the end, all in detail with examples so that you know how to avoid them. We'll talk about walking through a real deal from start to finish so that you can get a feel for the process and you can jump into that section if you're doing a deal right now and figure out what you don't know so that you can have a better chance at success. We'll talk about how everybody gets paid and why none of it has to come from the buyers or wholesalers, but it also is very important to understand where it is coming from and what kind of capital it is, another thing that people don't actually talk about. And then finally, we'll close with talking about how you can use this and how different parties use this to grow their business, myself and many other people involved, and how every single person can make more money when you're doing this correctly if you pay attention to the entire training. And then we'll talk about where to go from here with some clear action steps. I'm going to include a ton of free resources for you guys to use no matter which role you play in order to succeed. And my promise to you is that you will get more free resources and information in this training guaranteed than anything on the market that exists that you could pay for or that you can't get access to right now. It's all going to live right inside of this training. Let's jump right in. All right, so in section 1, we're going to answer the question, what actually is the stack method? And I actually expect this section to answer a lot of questions that you've probably had, regardless of if you have experience with this method or if you're looking to just get started and learn it. I recommend that you pay attention to this section as it will build the entire foundation and starting point for this entire course to make sure that we're all on the same page. So, what is the stack method? Let's start by understanding what different names does this method go by, okay? Because a lot of you guys have probably heard different things, and when you hear those things, I want you to be able to take whatever it is and draw it back to the same understanding that we're covering. So, as you've heard me say, I call this the stack method, and the reason I call it that will be very abundantly clear here in just a minute as we talk about what it actually is. But what are some other names that you might have heard? One of them is seller carryback, okay? Another one is the Morby method. Another is called an equity carry. And you may have heard other names as well. But to make sure we're on the same page, I want to start there so that you understand that whatever those names you're hearing, they're all referring to the exact same fundamental process. There is no tweaks or anything that these people are saying by using one of those names. It just depends on where they heard it, okay? So with that in mind, let's talk about what this actually is. And you guys are going to get to experience over the next couple of hours a lot of incredible art from me, so consider yourself blessed. So right here, we've got our seller. And one of the biggest mistakes you can make when you are kicking off learning about the stack method is trying to think of this as a super creative strategy instead of just understanding the fundamentals of real estate. A lot of you guys watching this video are probably coming from a creative real estate background, and you think so tainted to that side that you forget about how regular real estate works before creative real estate was super popular and how it still works today. And so we're going to start with exactly that. So this right here is our good friend, the seller, okay? And they're happy because they're about to sell their property. And the seller is selling their property to a buyer. Now, a lot of examples that we give in this training that go between a seller and a buyer, just keep in mind that if you're a wholesaler or if a wholesaler is involved, they just become the middleman in between those two, okay? And so this seller has agreed to sell their property to this buyer for $500,000. Now, when a buyer goes to purchase a property, traditionally, they're going to go out and get a loan. And so the first step, step 1 of our stack method process is going out and getting a loan. Now, there's a lot of different types of loan, but something incredibly important to understand is that a stack method deal is an investor deal, okay? We're going to go over an entire checklist of the things that you can and can't do on a stack method deal. One of those is it can't be an owner-occupied property. You cannot use this strategy on an owner-occupied property. You have to be getting a new investor loan. Now, the primary case for that is going to be getting what's called a DSCR loan, which stands for debt service coverage ratio. And a DSCR loan, what's important to understand is that it does not look at you as a person. It looks at the performance of the property, right? It removes the personal aspects and goes to performance. Now, it is still going to look at a couple things like your credit score. Okay, it's also going to look at, again, the performance of the property. Specifically, it's going to look at the rent that's projected to come in versus the debt or the payments that you're going to have to make on that property, okay? And so fundamentally, the first thing that happens here is that you're going to go out and get a DSCR loan to buy this property. And these loans, on average, and we're going to start with single family in this training, but we'll cover a lot of different things. The general expectation here is that this will probably have a 70 to 80% LTV, okay? Now, let's go ahead and define a couple terms here. First of all, our LTV. This stands for loan to value. And one of the big questions that will come up a lot, that will kill a lot of these deals is, well, what's the value of this property? Is the value of this property $500,000? Nope. That's what we've agreed to sell it on. But what is it actually valued at? Well, the way that we determine that value is by what's called an appraisal. And an appraisal is an independent third party. It's a third party valuation. So every one of these deals that you're getting a new loan on, it is going to be a requirement to go out and get this appraisal, okay? And this appraisal is going to determine the value of the property, which may be $500,000, may be more than $500,000, might be, unfortunately, less than $500,000. But that value that's being determined by this appraisal is what determines this 70 to 80% loan to value, okay? So for our example of a $500,000 purchase price, let's assume that our appraisal came back perfect. Magic. Probably not going to happen. But let's assume it did. If that's the case, then our DSCR loan at, let's say, an 80% loan to value, simply for easy math. Again, it's going to average 70 to 80%. I would expect it to be on the low side. Each lender is different. There's going to be a lot of characteristics that go into that. We'll talk about that more in the lender section. But if it is an 80% DSCR loan, then that means that we are getting $400,000 for this loan. So, backing up, we're selling the property for $500,000. The first step of this process is just getting a traditional loan, which we said was going to be $400,000 for this investor loan. What's the second step of any regular purchase? It's your down payment. So in this case, we have a purchase of $500,000. We have a loan, which is a DSCR loan, of $400,000. And what we need to determine is, how much does that mean I or you as the buyer are going to be bringing to the table on a traditional sale? Well, we're just going to take these two numbers and we're going to subtract to get our initial down payment, okay? So that means that our down payment will equal $100,000. However, that does not tell the entire story. Why? Because there's this other category. We need a new color here. The yellow is going to be too bright, isn't it? We'll go with red. There's going to be another category called closing costs. Whoops. Closing costs. And this is kind of a catch-all on any real estate purchase that can include things like agent fees, title fees, assignment fees. It's going to include all of those different things, okay? And so on these deals, and by the way, one of the resources that you'll have access to as a part of this training is a detailed calculator for underwriting, which we will cover a ton more in the underwriting section. But for these, we can estimate that our closing cost is going to be between 5 to 10% of the purchase price. This is being nice and safe, which is what you want to do when you're underwriting a property, right? And so the reason why I'm telling you this, the reason why it's important is because 10%, let's just go with the easy math here, 10% of this number up here, this $500,000 number, is going to equal $50,000. And so our down payment is now going to equal our $100,000, which is the rest after the loan, right? And then plus our $50,000 in closing costs. I'll use CC for closing costs, which means our total there is going to be $150,000, okay? Now, everything you see on the screen is just for a traditional purchase, which is the foundation of the stack method. Now, where do things change? Well, the whole premise of the stack method is that you don't have to bring your own money to purchase a property. In fact, you either get it for $0 down, or ideally you're actually getting paid some portion to actually acquire the property. All right. So in this example, so far, we are not, right? We are bringing $150,000 to the table. So where do things take a turn? Let's define another term, and that term is equity. All right. Now, a seller is going to be able to determine their equity based on how much money they're going to make when a property is sold. Now, the way that they'll determine that is that they'll figure out, first of all, what was their sale price, right? Which in this case is $500,000. But then we need to subtract from that any debts that your seller has, okay? They probably owe money on some form of a mortgage, and they may also have other debts on the property. Those are called liens. They may owe money to other people, maybe contractors, HOA, who knows? But they may have other debts. Let's say for this example that they have a $100,000 mortgage on the property, and that's the only debt that they have, which means that what is their equity going to be when they sell this property? Well, their total equity is going to be that they profit $400,000. And again, the simple way to look at equity is literally, when all is said and done, how much cash is landing in that seller's pocket, okay? Now, this is crucial to understand because these deals don't work if a seller does not have equity, all right? So that's our starting point. In this example, our seller does have equity. So what's the next step that actually makes this a stack method deal? Well, this is the part where it becomes the stack method because we have our DSCR loan, okay? That's number one, DSCR loan. And now number two, we're going to have what's called a seller carryback. Now, if you come from the creative space and understand this, you can simplify this by saying it's literally just seller finance. However, the difference is that the seller finance is happening with a loan, aka they're being stacked on top of each other, okay? So we've already determined here that our original loan, our DSCR loan, is going to be $400,000. We've also determined that our seller is going to be making $400,000 in profit when they sell this property. Now, what happens on the stack method, here's our nice friendly seller down here. They'll seem even friendlier in just a second. Because this nice smiley seller that is currently making $400K when they sell this property has been negotiated with, which we will talk about in our negotiation section, and said, hey, seller, I know that you were planning on getting $400,000 to buy this property. However, what if instead we gave you $200,000 now, and then we gave you $200,000 in payments later on? Why would a seller accept this? There's a lot of reasons, which again, we will talk about later. But for now, this is the agreement that has been agreed on, right? The seller says, I'll take $200,000 of this $400,000 right now to get paid, but then I'll give you the other $200,000 now, and you can make payments to that over time. A really simple analogy you can use for this is just think about it like if you were to go get a private money lender, okay? This seller, because remember, we have to come up with $150,000, right? This seller is just becoming your private money lender, okay? That's the simplest way you can think about this. If you're in creative real estate, if you're using other people's money, you want to go out and raise this capital. Instead of raising this capital, you say, what if I just use the capital that's already in the deal and keep this simple? That is literally what the stack method is, okay? So we're going to get $200,000 in payments. What does this mean? Well, originally, we were going to have to bring a down payment of $150,000. Remember, that included the down payment plus the closing costs. We now are getting a seller carryback, or a seller carry for short, of what? $200,000. Okay? So, we're making $200,000 from this seller carryback. We only owe $150,000, which means that you will profit, in theory, with general numbers here, the buyer profit will be $50,000 at the end of this transaction. Okay? That right there is what makes this a stack method deal. The seller carry right here is going to be covering the down payment for the deal. However, there's a catch, which is that this money, the seller carryback money, is coming from the sale of the property, right? We said that they're going to get equity when they sell the property. They're going to make $400,000. Now, if you were to go get a private money lender on a deal, they would be able to give you that money before you purchase the property. However, on a stack method deal, when does the seller make this $400,000? When is that happening? When are they making that money? Is it before the property closes or after the property closes? Well, our answer in this case is that it's after the property closes. But when is this $150,000 down payment needed? When is that money needed? Is it needed before or after? Well, it's needed before, right? It's needed to close that deal. And so the complexity of these deals is that you do get paid this $50,000 in this example to buy the property, but you still have to come up with $150,000 in cash in order to get it closed. And you have to pass a rigorous amount of different validations and requirements from the lenders in order to actually get that money in and get the deal closed. And so what happens, very similar to on what's called a double close, if you know what that is that this $150,000 right there comes from another smiling person called a transactional funder. Now, alternatives to that transactional funder could be bringing in a capital partner that has the money themselves, or using your own money if you have that much money liquid, ready to go to put into this deal. Some people do those things, but the vast majority of these deals utilize a transactional funder to get them done. That's who's bringing that capital. And so when we are talking about a stack method deal, fundamentally, what do we need to understand? First of all, to recap, we need to understand when it doesn't work. I want all of you guys to be able to take this away as we kick things off here. When do these deals not work? Number one is when the deal is owner occupied. Okay? If you or someone you know is buying a property for themselves, can it be a stack method deal? Yes or no? No, it cannot be a stack method deal. Number two, when there is no new loan. Okay? So can you do one of these deals on a sub 2 property? Never. It's not physically possible. Can you do this on a straight seller finance deal? No, it's not possible. Okay? The only way to do these deals is with a new DSCR loan. That's it. So if there's not a new loan, or if it's owner occupied, which I couldn't spell right, owner occupied, then these deals won't work. So what is then our required checklist? And this is something you can keep with you for the rest of this course as we go through things. And anytime you're looking at a deal, it has to pass these requirements. Number one on our required checklist is a new investor loan. Now, the vast majority, let me clean that up. The vast majority of the time, this is going to be a DSCR loan. However, there are a few other loans that are possible that we'll talk about later. Okay. So number one, there has to be a DSCR loan. Number two, there has to be a seller carryback. Right? The seller has to be carrying back the down payment plus closing costs if you want to do these deals successfully, and it has to be behind that investor loan. Okay. Now, number three, crucial. The seller equity has to be greater than that carryback, right? So when we were up here and we were looking at how much money this seller was making, we determined that in order to get into this deal $0 out of pocket and or get paid, the seller is going to have to give us at least $150,000. If the seller equity was less than $150,000, is it possible for them to give us enough money to cover this transaction? No. right? And so that's our third requirement, is that the equity covers that entire carryback. And so if you want one of these deals to work, you need to know that there has to be a new loan with a seller carryback behind it. You cannot do this on sub 2 deals. You cannot do this on seller finance deals. You can't do this on any deals that aren't going out and getting a new loan. And your seller has to have enough equity. Everything else on these deals is going to be negotiable, so to speak, as you work through them, because there's a lot of different structures and variations and parties that you can use to get these deals done. But what I want you to leave this section understanding is exactly what a stack method transaction is and isn't. And you can build through these things the confidence to speak about this with other people. And as we go through this training and this course, the confidence to pitch this to sellers or play a role in these transactions. And that is what the stack method actually is. Now, the fourth and final thing that we do need to cross off for this required checklist, which by the way, we will go in extreme depth for later in this training, is right here. And it is that we are required to do these deals in 2 separate transactions. You will learn that this is one of the biggest deal killers for people that are new or title companies that are new that don't understand how these deals work. But essentially, everything that we've talked about up here now comes into play from an execution standpoint, right? So if we're looking at the seller and we've got our DSCR loan and then our seller carryback. Remember, we've already talked about the fact that when does the seller receive the money? It's after the deal closes, right? And so can the seller give you this $200,000 for payments before they have the money? No, right? And so our requirement here on our checklist, as we'll draw it out, is that we have number 1, we've got our title company close. And this is going to be your normal transaction, right? You go get your loan, you buy the property, and for the down payment, you're using that transactional funder or some sort of money partner to bring those funds, right? Now, when this transaction closes, then our happy little seller over here, what's going to happen? Well, in the scenario that we've drawn out, we said that they're going to make $400,000, right? So we're going to say, all right, Mr. Seller, you're going to profit your $400K off of this transaction, right? Because they've now sold their house. Once they have that money, then we can move to transaction number 2, which is the seller carryback. Now, this is typically done in one of 2 places. Personally, our company does these with an attorney, but you could also do this with a title company. The important thing to understand is that if you do this with a title company, these transactions, in order to not be fraud, in order to be incredibly transparent, as of course we are being on these deals, need to be completely separate. So one transaction needs to close, then the other transaction needs to happen. This can be kind of similar to a double close if you've ever done one of those. There's a lot of title companies that handle those very sketchily, but the reality is money cannot be given to somebody until it exists. And so one of our requirements is that this is being done in 2 separate transactions. Again, this is not a me requirement. This is an execution, a legal execution of these deals requirement. So whether it's being done at a title company and then with an attorney like we do, or a title company, and then that same title company for the second transaction, it's going to be 2 separate things. There's going to be 2 separate HUD statements that list out where all of the funds and money are going, and we will break all of that down in extreme depth when we get into the actual checklist for deal structuring and the final kind of clear to close push that we're going to have. But these right here that you see, that's your 4 requirements. Real quick, we spent months developing Deals HQ as a companion to this entire masterclass, 100% free. It has everything from a live deal marketplace to a deal underwriting calculator and even an AI bot that you can ask questions to about this training. It's the first link in the description. Make sure that you sign up for that for free and use it throughout this entire masterclass. Next up, let's talk about finding stack method deals. Not just the basics of go on Zillow and scroll through it and find a house, but what specifically are we looking for these stack method deals? What's going to allow them to qualify for the correct DSCR loans, and what are the characteristics of the sellers that we need in order to actually get these deals done? You can use this section as a baseline to go out and start actually generating these leads, no matter if you're a wholesaler, a buyer, or anything in between. So first of all, let's talk about the 3 places that these deals come from. Opportunity number 1 is direct sourcing. That means that you are going out, or somebody on your team is going out and directly negotiating with sellers and agents. Number 2 they come from wholesalers. So somebody else is going out and doing the direct sourcing. You are sourcing those wholesalers. They bring you the leads. Essentially, it's like an extension of paying somebody on your team to do this. Or third, you have networking and referrals, which bring those leads to you. We're going to break down each of these individually with the important pieces that you need to know in order to actually execute on this information. So first of all, source number one is direct sourcing, okay? And we want to break down on-market versus off-market properties because this is the first kind of catch-22 or fork in the road that you're going to find with these stack method deals. So first of all, on-market, that's going to be your bread and butter, all right? There's a lot of people who argue against on-market, especially for something like wholesaling, because you have to deal with more parties. There's a lot more red tape that you have to get through. But let me show you guys the differences on these deals specifically. So an on-market deal means that it's a listed deal on one of the many deal listing sites, right? But more importantly, it means that they are most likely rent-ready properties. Not everything on Zillow is rent-ready, but you are looking for rent-ready properties. Why? Because it needs to be good enough, clean enough, and valid enough to get that new DSCR loan that we talked about in section 1, right? So this is where most deals live. The other option is off-market. That means that you're going directly to the seller. However, oftentimes that's going to mean the property is distressed, needs work, and kill a DSCR loan. Does not mean every time, but oftentimes that's going to be the case early on, okay? So most stack deals are going to be on market. Now, where to look on market? This is your basic stuff, right? You can go on Zillow, any listing platform, Realtor.com, Redfin, MLS, it doesn't matter, but you're usually going to be dealing with an agent for the upfront negotiations. And if you are coming from the creative finance world, you know that dealing with an agent and explaining a strategy that does not make sense to them is A, going to be really difficult, and B, can be misleading to the seller, which is why we will have an entire section dedicated to deal negotiation with both sellers and agents. Now, source number 2 for finding these deals is going to be wholesalers. Now, the people that I know that are scaling, that are big buyers, they are going to do a lot of sourcing through wholesalers. There's pluses and minuses to this. The plus being somebody else is doing the work. The minus being somebody else is probably negotiating terrible terms because a lot of wholesalers, when they're getting started, don't have a great idea of what exactly they're doing. Now, this entire course is meant to help you wholesalers that are looking to get into this strategy to learn that, because I know wholesalers that average over $50,000 per assignment fee on these deals. Great business if you do it right. So the wholesaler is going out and getting the deal. You're paying them a fee essentially as a member of your team to bring it to you. And if you are not a buyer or wholesaler watching this video, so if you're a transaction coordinator, a loan broker, a transactional funder, any of those things, you specifically, the way that you are monetizing these deals is not by going out and sourcing these properties necessarily, but by working directly with the people who are, right? You are technically sourcing people who are actively buying, and that's how you can get into these deals. So whichever realm you fall into there, that's how you can be making money. The final way to get these deals is networking and referrals. The network effect is frankly the goated way of bringing in any business income in any industry, essentially, because the deals come to you. People know what you do. They bring you deals. Win-win. Usually it's somebody that's going to profit off of it as well, and that works even better. So it could be other investors, real estate agents, past sellers, a killer one that we'll talk about in a second. Your inner circle, anybody that knows what you're doing. And if you do a few of these deals and you talk about it and you build that brand up, then people are going to start sending these deals to you. They're going to treat you as somebody that can be trusted, especially if you can execute on these deals, because a lot of people can talk. Not many people can execute, but if you can, people will bring these deals to you. So let's talk about confirming the eligibility of these deals. Where are we finding these deals? How are we confirming it's a stack method deal? Before you actually get excited, that's the question we have to answer. So number one, is this a rent-ready property? We are going out and getting a new loan on these deals, which means that they have to be rentable as soon as you get them under contract. They have to be rental. They have to be ready. They can't require a massive cleanup. Now, it could require a paint job, some basic stuff. Sure, that's all houses. But in general, it needs to be rent-ready. Number two, is it DSCR eligible? Those really tie hand in hand. Does the seller have enough equity? Again, remember we spoke in section 1 about the fact that the seller has to have enough equity to cover your down payment and then some. And is the seller carry stacked behind the DSCR or new investor loan in order to get the deal done? Those things need to be true in order to even consider moving forward, okay? Now, here's our rules of thumb for DSCR loans. If you don't have experience with these, you will learn about them as we go through this course, and then you'll experience it and get even more knowledge and benefit as you go along, okay? So the basics on the property itself is that typical DSCR loans are looking for a 1.0 to 1.25x DSCR ratio. That's the rental income versus the payment owed on the property to that DSCR loan, okay? So if you have a property that is renting for $5,000 and you only owe $4,000, that's a 1.25x DSCR ratio. Some DSCR loans will allow a lower ratio than that in certain circumstances, so nothing that I'm showing you here on the screen right now is definitive. It all just depends on who you're working with. The next thing we need to look at is population. If you find one of these properties that is in a very rural area, there's going to be two issues that you run into. One of the main ones is that it's going to be really hard to get an accurate appraisal because single family properties, unlike a lot of other ones, single family are based on the surrounding comparable properties. And if there aren't any, that's going to be an issue. The other thing is that DSCR lenders, because of those appraisals or because of the performance of rent and things like that, may just not lend in certain states or areas anyway, especially due to the population. So that's the second thing. And then the third is that your traditional DSCR loans are going to be on residential real estate, which is 1 to 4 units. If you go above that, you are looking at commercial loans, which is going to have a different set of rules for closing these deals. Now, for you as the borrower, and if you're watching this and you're not looking to buy, then these are the expectations of the person that's buying, okay? Number one, credit score. It has to be at least 600, if not 620 plus. That is a minimum. 700 plus is where you're really going to get the decent rates on these things. And so if people come in without that, you are not going to be able to qualify for this loan on your own. You're either not going to be able to buy the property or you're going to need to bring in a credit sponsor, which we will talk about the pluses and minuses of later. Another requirement that may come up is cash reserves for the property. 3 to 6 months reserves, not required by all, but required by some. All of these things that you see on the screen, again, are not necessarily true of all lenders. I just wanted to give you these as a guideline so that you understand what exactly it is you might be looking for. Now, we got to size up the deal. And in the next section, we're going to talk about underwriting specifically, but we want to ask the question, is it a good deal? And we want to look through 4 lenses, basically deciding, again, this is like our quick screening, right? Our 60-second screen, if you will, on will this deal pass as a stack method deal? Number 1, is it in a good rental market that's not super rural? Number 2, is it in that rent-ready condition? Number 3, does the seller have equity and can they afford to wait, meaning they don't need all of that money right this second? And then number 4, why are they selling? What's their story? What's their pain points? If you don't solve problems, you're not going to be able to execute on this strategy, just like any other creative strategy in real estate. So lenses 1 through 2 are literally asking, does this property work? And then lenses 3 to 4 are, does the deal work with that property? So why would a seller ever go for this? Later in the seller negotiation phase, we will talk about individually, step by step, how to go through these negotiations. But in general, number 1, they can get at or above their asking price because essentially they're deferring money and it's a give and take, right? It's a negotiation. They get a higher purchase price. You get to pay them later on. That's the argument, okay? Number 2, their property's been sitting on the market. They're not selling it and all of a sudden they have an offer to sell it. That can be a big win. Number 3, helps them spread out and offset their taxes. They're not making all of this money at once. They and you, if you are ever in this position, should be consulting a tax professional for these things. But in general, they are offsetting some of their income. And the full version of this, again, will be in the negotiation section, but that gives you a starting point. Now, here's some disqualifiers that will make sure that this is not a good stack method deal. Number 1, a foreclosure deal. That is not something that can be done on the stack method right away. You got to get it out of foreclosure. Typically, that's going to end up being a cash kind of fire sale type deal. Number 2, divorces. It's going to be virtually impossible to do this because you're asking somebody to essentially partner with you for the next 10, 20, 30 years. And if there's a divorce, they're not going to want to defer that money most likely. I've seen a lot of those deals. Extraneous and extra liens on the property might kill the deal. Partner disputes. So a lot of times there'll be partner disputes. Unfortunately, welcome to the world where somebody's looking to sell an investment property. Same thing really as the divorce. It's kind of just a different version of that. They're not going to want to carry that paper together. And then distressed sellers, somebody that has a crappy house or that is trying to sell quick, sell cash. These are things that are all going to kill stack method deals because if it has to be cash or creative, it is not a stack method deal because what? We need a new investor loan plus a seller carryback in order for the deal to qualify. Now, here's your green lights, the things that let you know you're in a great spot and it is, in fact, a deal, or it can be a deal, right? Number 1, seller's got a lot of equity. That means you can move forward. Number 2, property's been sitting a while. This is usually going to be the case on deals like this that you get under contract. Number 3, the seller does not need the money right away, so they're not planning to 1031 exchange, which means make a bunch of money and then take that money and put it into another project. And also the seller just isn't in any rush to get all of the capital. Number 4, it's in good condition, right? So that all exits are open. You can refinance, sell it, hold it, all of those things. And the real golden green light here that I have seen now multiple times with this strategy is that somebody sells you a property, it goes well, and then they want to sell you all of their properties using that strategy because in certain circumstances of the benefits that can happen for both you and for them. Again, I've seen it multiple times. Works out really, really well. Here's an example. Somebody bought an Airbnb on the stack method. This was a couple years ago. The seller was so impressed with the strategy, they ended up selling their entire portfolio individually one by one to this person, and with all the money they made from selling the properties, they became a private money lender for that person. Again, incredible strategy if it's done correctly. So that's our recap of finding deals. Okay, there's 3 sources. You can either have somebody on your team or you go directly to the sellers and agents. Number 2, you confirm that the deal actually fits. Is it going to fit in with the DSCR guidelines? Is everything going to make sense for the deal? You want to avoid the creative and distressed properties that don't actually qualify as a stack deal. And you want to pay attention to the green lights that say, hey, let's go spend our time over there instead of wasting time on things that aren't actually going to benefit us much. Now, when you're looking to find these deals, just like any other business model, especially, can't key in on this enough, you'll hear me say this a lot in this course, especially on deals where you might get paid to buy the property, it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard to find these properties. One of the fastest ways that you can find them early on is either working with wholesalers who already have deal flow for these, or just joining other creative real estate groups on Facebook and Skool that have this deal flow being posted. That way you can jump right in, you can learn, and then bring it in-house. An interesting example of this is that most people, when they are looking to get into something like creating content, are going to hire an agency to teach them how to create it, learn everything, and then hire their own people in-house to take over what that agency was doing. I've seen that model very similarly done on the stack method. So people will bring in wholesalers as the agency to bring them deals, right? They'll bring in these wholesalers, they'll work with them to get these deals flowing. That way they can focus more on the back end, the exit strategies, the loans, all of that stuff. And then as they begin to build a process and they begin to want to buy more of these properties, then they can bring that acquisition in-house. That way they have more control over the terms and the negotiation and everything else like that that's going on. So that is how and where to find deals. Don't overcomplicate this. Keep it simple. You can find them on Facebook and Skool. You can have other people go find them for you, or you can go direct to seller and use our negotiation section that's coming up here very soon to actually negotiate those deals. But while we are looking to negotiate these deals, one of the most incredibly important and passed over things is underwriting the deals correctly. And so that's the section that we're going to cover next. All right, for part 3, we are talking about underwriting stack method deals. This is, again, a full analysis and breakdown of every single step. And I want to start off by saying that underwriting, first of all, a lot of people think, oh, I do it this way, I do it another way. No. There's 3 stages to underwriting, and we're going to break down each one individually so that you know exactly what it is that you're trying to accomplish. And the important thing about underwriting is just getting close enough, right? Understanding all of the numbers, not having some crazy thing jump out at you, because the reality is your numbers are never going to be perfect in underwriting. There's too many variables involved. And so what we need to understand is, how do we get a rough picture of, first of all, what's going to be required up front, then whether or not this deal is even going to work, and then the specifics of the cash flow numbers, which will lead us into the next section on deal structuring. So of our 3 stages, let's break them down one by one. Our first stage of underwriting, something that very few people ever actually bring up, but that is stage 1, so it's literally happening first, and that is upfront fees. Now you might be saying, well, Ryan, stack method deals, so we're supposed to be able to get into these things for $0 down, $0 out of pocket. You're right, but there is going to be upfront fees that somebody has to come up with, either you or a partner involved, and I want to be incredibly clear. With an upfront fee, they are non-refundable. Now, hopefully this training will help a lot with this sentiment that I hear all the time, which is a fear from people that they're going to get scammed by paying an upfront fee. I'm not really sure where that comes from, but I think it's a misunderstanding of what an upfront fee actually is. Okay, so let's talk about the 2 things that you're going to be paying for in upfront fees. Number 1 is an appraisal. Okay, we talked about this earlier. Everything rides on the appraisal actually coming in at whatever number it is you were hoping for, because that's what your loan is going to be based off of. All right, and so you have to pay somebody, you have to pay a service to go out, a third party, and appraise the property. Okay. Now, these appraisals typically cost somewhere between $500 to $800, give or take, depending on where you are, what you're doing. And that appraisal, you can't get scammed when you're paying for that unless they don't appraise the property, okay? So why is there an upfront fee? Because they're going out and providing a service. Can you push this to the end and pay it at closing? No. Why? Because the service is being done up front. So that's your first one. Your second upfront fee is going to be transaction coordination. Now again, this is another one where people are like, I don't want to pay an upfront fee for this. I don't want to get scammed. You can't get scammed when somebody's doing work for you. So first of all, what can you expect for an upfront fee on this? I would say in general, you can expect anywhere from $1,000 to $2,500, let's say on the high end, for an upfront fee for transaction coordination. What's being included with this? This is going to be contract drafting. It can be LLC filing. It could be security docs. And whatever else is needed to get this deal open and running, right? We'll talk more about, of course, all of that stuff later. But for upfront fee purposes in the underwriting realm, these two are going to be your two main fees that you're paying upfront. So on average, I would say the expectation, an easy number to underwrite here, is to expect an average of $2,000 to be needed upfront per deal. Now, some people go out and they'll buy like a portfolio, let's say of 5 deals. If you buy a portfolio of 5 deals, can you just combine all this together and pay one fee? No. Why? Because it's 5 appraisals. It's 5 contracts being drafted. It's 5 different sets of things that are being done. This is literally paying for service, just like if you paid a plumber to fix something or you paid a car mechanic to fix your car. And this is the first thing that you have to understand with underwriting. So if you even want to get into these deals, you're going to have some upfront fees. There's going to be some upfront charges in getting into them. And if you're thinking to yourself, well, what if the deal falls through? How am I supposed to get that money back? You won't, because you paid for a service. That's part of real estate. Sometimes you pay for things that don't end up panning out. It's part of the game, okay? So that, my friends, is the first stage, okay? Let me circle that up here. Stage 1. That is stage 1 of the underwriting process. Now, that's a very brief, simple stage, okay? Now let's move to stage 2. And stage 2 of the underwriting process, remember, first we had upfront fee. Now we're doing a deal analysis, okay? This is where we really get into the nitty-gritty. So a deal analysis is not going to determine how much a property is going to cash flow for you, okay? That is a very detailed underwriting, and that is stage 3. However, you can't even, there's no point in wasting your time on stage 3 if what? If the deal's not even going to work. And so in our deal analysis, we're literally determining, is this deal even going to work? And so here's the information that you need in order to do your deal analysis. First of all, you need your purchase price. Next up, you're going to need your loan LTV percentage. All right. Now, how do you get that? You would get that from a lender, or for general underwriting, you can just choose a safe number, which I will be using 70% as an average number here. You can choose whatever you want. If you have a bunch of lenders that are doing 75%, then maybe you decide to choose that. But that's kind of the average, I would say, that we'll be choosing there. So that's our loan LTV percentage. We're going to need to figure out a seller carryback amount. Now remember, this is underwriting, so we're probably going to play around with things a little bit, figure out what's going on, and then we're going to need to determine our closing costs. Now the goal of our stage 2 analysis is simple, and that is to determine if we will be at $0 out of pocket to close the deal. Okay? That's the entire goal of our stage 2 deal analysis, is literally just making that determination. Now, I'm going to click over here to our deal calculator. You guys all have access to this. It's in the free resources, first link in the description. And in the deal calculator, we're going to go ahead and test out our different stages. So you can see here 2 stages, deal analysis and cash flow analysis. So first up, we've got our deal analysis. Let's go ahead and just pick a random property here. And here's our 4 inputs that I just brought up, right? We've got our purchase price, we've got our LTV, our seller carry amount, and then our equity. Okay, we'll talk about that. And then we've got our fees, which will pop up in just a second. So let's say that for simple math here, we're going to buy a property at $500,000 as a purchase price. In San Diego, that would be like a shoebox, but we'll go with it. All right, so $500,000 price, and our LTV, I said we're going to use a rough estimate of 70% for our LTV. You can just use these numbers, by the way. Purchase price, obviously, you'd probably be pulling whatever it's listed as on Zillow and stuff like that. Okay? Now, seller carry amount. You can hover over these. They'll tell you a little bit more about them. But how the heck do we determine our seller carry amount? Well, the first thing, as we've discussed, is that your seller carry amount has to be less than or equal to the amount of equity that a seller has in the property. And so a good thing, it's optional, but a good thing for this section is to be able to know how much equity does the seller have. So let's say in this case, the seller owes no money on the property, so they have $500,000 in equity. That's important because there'll be a big red flashing thing that pops up if you try to do a seller carry that's more than the equity. All right. So now we're moving to the seller carry amount. And this, if you haven't already made an agreement with the seller, is where you just play around with things. Now, I'll help you out with some quick math here. If you're going to get a 70% LTV, then you're going to need a seller carry of at least what? 30%, right? Plus your closing costs. So let's just say, I'm just going to pick a number here. I'm going to say that the seller agrees to carry $200,000. They have $500,000 in equity. Okay. So that means they're going to get $300,000 now, $200,000 later. So that's their seller carry amount. Now, we've got our estimated fees. You can open up the advanced here, and it's going to have a couple things that you're going to need to input for this first section based on the deal. Again, you can use estimates. So for closing costs, it starts you off at 3% if you're adding other fees like real estate agent fees and assignment fees. A safer bet would be to just go ahead and have this set at 5%. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and do 5% for this. Real estate agent fees, let's say that you've negotiated a 2.5% total real estate agent fee for all agents involved. Maybe they're only representing, the seller, okay? Assignment fees, let's say that you're buying this from a wholesaler, so there's a $10,000 assignment fee, and then your transaction coordination fee is going to be $2,500, okay? Now, it's going to do an analysis and say, okay, are you going to make money or are you going to lose money? And it says with this specific example, we're going to need to bring $5,000 to the table in order to close this deal. Obviously, that's not the goal of a stack method deal, but we have a breakdown of the numbers right here, right? So here's our loan, here's our down payment, closing costs, agent fees, assignment fees, TC fee, and then a transactional funding fee for the transactional funds, which would have covered this down payment right here, right? So now we need to come back and we need to say, okay, what do we need to change? Well, if you've already used the proper estimates in the fees, then you can't really change that. So the main thing that we would be changing here would either be the purchase price or the seller carryback amount. Now, typically, people are just going to flex that seller carryback. So let's say that you flex that to $250,000, which still works because they have plenty of equity. Now you're going to be getting paid $45,000 at closing, approximately. Okay, and you can see, again, a breakdown of that right here. Now, you might be thinking, well, Ryan, we're getting a 70% loan and then a 50% seller carry. That's an extremely over-leveraged property, and you would be correct. And that's why in the deal structuring section, we will talk all about actually structuring these deals, leverage, safety, all of that good stuff. But for now, we're just doing underwriting, right? Now, the goal of this rough underwrite is to figure out what can I actually offer this seller, right? What negotiations do we need to make? And then you can actually save the underwriting by clicking right here to come back to this later. If, for example, the seller says, well, I'm only willing to do 220, and you have to come back to the drawing board and say, okay, are we still going to come out profitable? Is this going to work? All right. So stage 2 of our deal analysis is all about focusing on those numbers right there. All right. Goal, remember, is determining, can we get into this thing for $0 out of pocket? And these are the items that you're going to have to collect in order to do a stage 2 underwrite. Now, the more you practice this, the more you probably can just do this in your head. Okay. It's not too hard once you get used to it. And so you'll just need a basic purchase price, your loan LTV, which again doesn't fluctuate much. 70% is a nice safe bet. You need to look at what the seller carryback amount is going to be, which is kind of your big pillar that you can move around, and then your total closing costs. And it is incredibly important to estimate those closing costs accurately. So I want to talk a little bit more about that. If we pop up the advanced here, again, you'll see 5% was the estimate for closing costs. I like to use 5%. I think that it's a nice safe number, but I thought that you guys would appreciate actually going through a HUD statement from one of these deals. And so if I go in right here. So this is a actual HUD statement from a deal. Let's see, it was a $600,000 purchase price deal. If you've never seen a HUD statement before, they look kind of scary. They're not that bad. It's basically just a line-by-line breakdown of everywhere that money goes on a transaction, okay? So if we scroll down, you'll start to see where all of the money is going. Now, a lot of these top numbers are kind of confusing and don't really matter for closing cost purposes. The first thing that we'll see here is county property taxes, $2,090. All right, cool. Let's keep scrolling down here. All right, so loan origination fee. Sometimes you may have loan fees, okay? That's something that you need to account for. On this one, it was about 2%. Came out to 12 grand, give or take, with a couple of these things added up. Attorney doc prep fees. Again, you'll go through these HUDs and be like, what are all these fees? Yeah, we all feel the same way, but they're still going to be there. So you got your fees. You got some old mortgage interest on this one. Insurance premiums for the entire year. So that gets paid into escrow, right? And then gets pulled from throughout the year. But that may be a closing cost that comes up front. Settlement or closing fee, $975, $16. Recording service fee. Title insurance, $4,200. Some other random miscellaneous fees there. And then finally, these fees that you see down here are assignment fees. Okay, so there was a $21,000 assignment fee here. This is a little confusing. This is actually the transactional funding getting paid back, and then somebody got a little bit of extra assignment fee there with a different entity as well. So again, this is a real HUD statement from a deal that I funded. So for transparency, this guy right here, that was me, that was funding the deal and getting paid back the proceeds. But that's just a breakdown of what those fees might actually look like. And so when you're in this calculator, again, for rough math, it is totally fair to do 5%, but just know that closing costs are going to have a decent bit of variance. And the biggest variance, which we purposefully have split out from here, is your assignment fee and your real estate agent fee. Okay? Those are going to be the big variance. Because if this is 6% for an agent fee and then there's a big assignment fee, that's not really going to be included at all in the closing costs, okay? And so 5% is actually a little bit high. I even have here maybe 2 to 4% if you're breaking out these other things. But again, we want to know what leverage we have. And so breaking down those closing costs is going to be crucial. You'll get better at that as time goes on. And you can also check directly with people, the title company, the attorney, your transaction coordinator, for their help or input on what those things might look like as well. And then you just play with the numbers, right? So another thing, what if I find a lender that's willing to do 75% loan to value? Well, if I do that, then I'm not going to be making $40,000 when the deal closes instead of $15,000, right? So pretty significant difference there. And so all of that is going to come into play for your stage 2 underwriting, doing the deal analysis. Again, simple question, is this deal even going to be worth pursuing? All right, is this deal even possible? Can I play with the numbers? Is it going to make sense? Can the DSCR loan work? All of that is what you need to do for stage 2 underwriting. So at this point, any of you watching this should be able to go to that free resource, go through this calculator, super duper simple, right? You can even click load example and just get a nice little tester in there if you want to. And you should be able to figure out, does this deal make sense at all? And that is your starting point for stage 2. Now, finally, let's move to stage 3. And this is where we get a little more in depth because this is our cash flow analysis. A little hint, especially if you're newer to the strategy and trying to learn how all this stuff works, this is the part a lot of people mess up, okay? Or don't pay enough attention to. So our cash flow analysis, this is literally going to be looking at, is this deal going to be making money? And major key here, not just right now, but let's look down the line in the future. What's the cash flow going to look like in the future? What are the payments going to look like? Because remember, these stack method deals have 2 different loans, right? We've got our original loan, our DSCR loan right here, and then we've got our seller carry loan, all right? So on the deal calculator, we're going to click over now to this cash flow analysis tab. It's got all the information that we just put in on that other page, and now we're going to get into the nitty gritty. Now, typically speaking, you're going to be doing a cash flow analysis once these deals have already started for more in-depth, but you can still use general numbers to get this started, right? So DSCR loan interest rate. You could literally just Google. The one I did was in California. So let's say average California DSCR loan interest rate. And you could just do a little test here, go to any of these websites and figure out what the basic rate might look like right now, right? You can see this one says 6.85. highly doubt that for a DSCR loan. So let's go ahead and just say that it's going to be a 7% interest rate. That's about what you were getting quoted, and it's a 30-year term on that loan. Okay, cool. Remember, 2 loans for our cash flow analysis. So that's loan number 1. Loan number 2 is our seller carry. Now this one's creative, which is where the Wild West comes in, and we haven't even gotten to deal structuring. Okay, so we will get to deal structuring where we can really nail down these terms even more. Right now, I just want to introduce you, give you a little taste of the old underwriting. And so for seller carry terms, we've got our interest rate on that second loan and amortization. If you don't know what that is, you can hover over this right now. It's basically the amount of years that those payments are broken down to. Okay, and then a balloon. All right, a balloon is when all of the money you borrowed is due back. So we said in this case we were doing a $220,000 seller carry. If we say that there's a 5-year balloon, then that means after 5 years, we have to pay back that entire $220,000 to the seller, okay, on top of the interest that we've been paying them. So that's a balloon. Do you have to have a balloon? No, you don't have to have a balloon. And then the other thing that's custom in here is deferred payments. Okay, so a lot of times people will buy a property and they'll negotiate to do a deferred payment on that property, meaning that you're not going to be paying the seller. You're still going to be paying that DSCR loan. No deferments there. But you may not be paying the seller for a certain period of time. So maybe the seller says, hey, I know that this property needs some work and you're going to need to furnish it and get it up and running. So we're going to defer our payments for 12 months, meaning that you don't end up paying them for the first 12 months at all on that loan. The important thing to understand in your analysis is that you still are going to have to pay that eventually. So you can't just be like, oh, I'll just worry about the now and focus on later. That's how bad things happen. Okay. The other thing is for your seller carry, there's an option in the calculator for flat payments. So if instead of doing interest rate and stuff, you just have the seller agree that you're going to pay them $1,000 a month on a deferred 12 months deferred, and then $1,000 a month after that with no balloon, great. You can do that too. Okay, so let's say that we do that. We got a really chill seller. They're like, yeah, no problem. You can also put in custom terms here if you need, like doing an interest only or something like that. You can do that with the custom or with the flat rate as well. So pretty basic stuff here that we're filling out for both of these terms. Again, this isn't perfect. This is playing around. That's what underwriting is. It's like child's play, but for real estate. All right, because you're just trying stuff out. So the next thing that we're going to do is our rental income and expenses. Now on this deal, what do we say? 1234 Oliver Avenue in San Diego. So you can go to a place like Rentcast and you can find rental property rates. I'll even log into this thing real quick, or let's see what happens here. Where did we say this was? San Diego. Cool. And then we can determine what type of property it is. Let's say it has 3 beds, 2 bathrooms, and it's 2,000 square feet. Cool. And then we can get a rent for that property, okay? Now, this is just an estimate, a basic estimate for the property. You may also have different exit strategies, which we'll talk about all the exit strategies later. And so yours may be way higher or way lower than this. It could be Section 8. It could be co-living. It could be Airbnb. But I'm just using a basic number for you to get started. So our rent estimate for that property is $53.10. And so we're going to go ahead and put that number into our cash flow analysis right there. Now, we then have property taxes and monthly insurance. I have built a custom formula for this. And so all you have to do is click this button. Boom. And it gives it to you. So that's California averages. Now, if you have the exact numbers, or if you want to get the exact numbers for the property, you'll have to get quotes. You'll have to go more in depth. These are rough numbers that are just being calculated so that you have a starting point. Okay. So about $500 a month in additional fees there. And then a property management fee. Are you managing this yourself? Are you not? If you're not, then what's your fee going to be? You can see right here, % of rent paid, right? So let's say that you're self-managing. Okay. So we'll just say 0%. That means that our cash flow analysis is $1,440 a month, after the deferment. See how it shows that first? What does that mean? That means after month 12, our cash flow will be $1,440. Before month 12, you can see right here during the deferment, it's only going to be, or it's going to be even higher, $2,440, right? Because we're not paying that extra $1,000 to the seller. But the ongoing is going to be right here. And so we can see a visual breakdown here. And the real mistake people make on stage 3 underwriting is forgetting that there's 2 loans, 2 separate payments. Now, this stuff can get really confusing if you throw spreadsheets together. That's why after doing hundreds of these deals, I've built this free calculator for you so you can use that. But everybody likes to customize this a little bit. So if you don't want to use this, just use the principles, okay? And you can underwrite it yourself. But here's our monthly income that we projected from Rentcast, $53.10. Here's our monthly expenses. And the determined number here, $38.70, is broken down like this, okay? So we've got our loan payment, we've got our seller carry payment, we've got our property taxes, and we've got our insurance. Now, you can also add in your property management. So let's say that that's 3%. That's obviously going to change those numbers. So that's an additional $159 a month for property management. And then you should also be saving money for things like operating expenses and repairs and all of that good stuff. And so you'll probably want to add that into your cash flow analysis as well. But as a basic number, here you go. We've got our break-even rent here. We also have our DSCR ratio. Remember earlier we talked about usually 1.0 to 1.25 is the minimum. So you can see we've got a nice green mark here because it's 1.85x. Again, what does that mean? That means that the rent is less than the amount of money we're going to be making, or really the ratio of money we're making to rent we're paying is 1.85, okay? AKA we're cash flowing. That's like the basic way of saying it, okay? So this is our in-depth cash flow analysis for the property. And again, it's really easy to type these numbers in. That's not a skill. Underwriting this well is a skill because you're going to be able to need to determine these properly. You're going to be able to figure out what should the rent actually be. What's the expectation? And as always, the key here is to be conservative, okay? If you think you can get $6,000 in rent, you probably should still put below that because if a property is going to work on a worst case scenario, it'll work really well on a best case scenario, right? You've got your property taxes, you've got your insurance, you've got your property management, you've got your seller carryback terms that you may or may not have negotiated, and you've got your DSCR loan terms. And a lot of people have different opinions, again, on how to underwrite these deals, but the reality is no matter what numbers you're putting in here, what you need to do is make the deal work. And the whole point of creative real estate in general is that you have that flexibility to structure these deals and figure out what's actually going to make sense. And so right here, as we're going through this, that's what we're looking at. Can we make this thing cash flow? And can we make it so that this deal is actually going to put money in our pocket at closing? That's your double whammy, so to speak, that you want to be able to nail down. Now, once you've done that, you can come right down here and you can generate an automated LOI, which we will talk more about, how to send that, how to negotiate it, how to get it done. But in this section, underwriting was the key. So to recap, we've got our 3 stages. Stage number 1 is our upfront fees. That is not something that is negotiable on most of these deals. You are going to have to pay some form of upfront fee for an appraisal. And you are most likely going to have to pay a fee for some form of transaction coordination. Now, I know that you know everything about these deals, even though you may not have ever done one before. But welcome to the real world. You need people that are experts to do your paperwork. That's where transaction coordination comes in. I don't make any money, by the way, by saying that. I'm not an affiliate for somebody. I'm just telling you that's how it works. Okay, I've seen hundreds of these deals. We'll talk more about your teams later. But those are your upfront fees. Stage 2 is going to be your deal analysis, almost like back of the napkin underwriting is what a lot of people might call this. Literally, is this going to make enough money? Is it going to make sense so that I can get the deal done? And also, it's going to help you start to understand what's going to happen when you start negotiating with the seller. Because if you have a positive amount here, then you can move to your cash flow analysis, try and get a positive amount there. Then you can start negotiating with the seller based on actual information that you have and determine with them whether or not this thing is actually going to work, right? So that's stage 2, goal, determine if we can get into this thing, $0 out of pocket. And then finally, we've got our cash flow analysis. Cash is king. Cash flow is incredibly important. And when we are analyzing that, we want to make sure that we're not only looking at the money right now, but we're looking at the money later, whether there's a deferment, whether there's a balloon. It does not matter what happens in the first couple months. The skill in real estate is maintaining a property long term. So there's going to be a lot of different variables that you put into that. You can mess with that with the deal underwriting calculator. And as always, underwriting is going to be difficult to nail down. But we just want to get good enough at it that your numbers that you are estimating are coming close to the actual numbers so that whether you're watching this as a wholesaler, as a buyer, a TC, a transactional funder, whatever it might be, you are able to give somebody good estimates that help them get more properties under contract. That's the whole point of underwriting, is nailing this stuff down ahead of time and not getting absolutely mind blown and shocked when a deal closes and it's not what you expected it to be. So I hope that you can use this section as a baseline, a foundation for underwriting these deals. All right, for part 4, we are talking about deal structuring for stack method deals. This, just like basically everything I'm going to talk about in this entire course, does not exist anywhere on the internet, but it is one of the most important things to understand if you are going to be doing these deals in any capacity, because every deal comes down to its structure. It's going to control whether or not you can negotiate the deal. It's going to control whether or not the lender can actually help you close on the deal. And all of that, of course, is going to determine whether or not you can make money on the deal. And so in this section, we're going to talk about the 2 primary strategies, which you can see on the screen: the second lien strategy and the preferred equity strategy. Now, just like everything in this course, I am not giving opinions. I am just sharing the facts. So I'm not going to tell you which one is better or worse or anything like that. We're just going to talk about pros and cons and how to execute on both of them. And before we even get into it, I want to ensure that I bring up the fact that understanding your lender requirements, by and large, is going to be the number 1 reason why you do or don't close these deals. And right behind it at number 2 is your seller understanding what you're talking about. So as we go through this, you have to understand both now and in the future, where we will have an entire section on seller negotiation and an entire section on lenders, that is going to be the key. So there's 2 ways to structure the seller carry. Now remember, we talked about this at the beginning. A stack method deal means that you're getting an investor loan, typically a DSCR loan, right? And then right behind that, you're going to be getting your second one, which is a seller carryback, okay? That's the 2 things that are happening here. And so what we want to figure out is, how are we actually structuring these deals? And once the DSCR loan is in place, that's the next step, right? Is understanding what we're actually going to do. So we've got our second lien. Now, if you don't know what a lien is, let's do some definitions here. A lien is something that is recorded against an asset that has to be paid back in order for it to be released, okay? So first lien positions are typically held by a primary lender. Let's say, for example, that you have a property and you go out and get a loan on that property from a bank. That bank is going to, almost 100% of the time, require themselves to be in the first position. Now, what that means is that if for any reason the property got foreclosed on or got sold or whatever, they would be the first ones to get paid back. Now, of course, they don't lend the entire amount of a property, so more people could get paid back too. If, for example, they lent at 75% LTV, then there should be a cushion of extra money after the bank gets paid back, even if there hasn't been any pay down of that equity, right? So that's our first position lien. Now, you may have people behind that in second position. So for example, maybe you owe a contractor for a fix and flip and you never paid them off. And so they decide to file a lien against the property saying, hey, if and when this property is ever sold, before that seller can take any money out, they owe me money too. Now, the thing about a second lien position like that is that you can only get that money if it exists, right? And so if there was a down market or the property wasn't completed or something like that, then the lien could mean absolutely nothing because it doesn't actually have any money in it. We'll talk more about that. That's your second lien. The other version is preferred equity. This is where a seller holds a position in an LLC and they are getting paid. This is really important to understand. The structure of them getting paid is what changes, but them getting paid for their equity is really the same thing. So if you were going to pay a seller $5,000 a month with a lien, you could pay them $5,000 a month with preferred equity. It's not changing necessarily the amount that they get. You can change that, but it shouldn't change based on structure. It's literally just changing the legalese, the words that are being used in order to actually put those things together. Hey, real quick, I just wanted to jump in here and say there is a third type of deal structuring that more and more people have been talking about, which is not doing a second lien position, not doing preferred equity, but putting the seller's protection inside of a trust. Now, to be clear, this is very similar to the preferred equity structure. The difference is the costs involved and also the protection to the seller. This is not something that can be done everywhere. It will depend on state regulations. It is not a catch-all, solve-all situation, but I do want to make sure that it's covered in this course. And I want to remind you that you can also go inside of Deals HQ and ask questions there that will answer more information about this specific strategy. But in general, if you are putting something into a trust, it is going to cost more money because you're going to have to pay for the creation of a trust. It's going to take some time to get the attorneys and lawyers and whoever to set all of that up. But once it's set up, Just like everything else that we've talked about here, it really all comes down to seller protection, number one, and number two, it comes down to lender approval, right? So setting up a trust, similar to preferred equity, is going to avoid issues with lenders. We have talked about, and we'll talk more about the fact that there's also some lenders that won't allow preferred equity. It is very hard to have an issue with a trust because a trust is something that is controlled and set up completely differently. So this could be a solution if neither of the other two options work, okay? If you are going to set up a trust, the seller's protection, again, similar to preferred equity, would be that they would receive the trust that owns the property if there was some sort of an agreed upon default or issue or whatever it might be. And so as we go through the rest, just know that you can compare this pretty similarly to preferred equity, but more importantly, just have your actual transaction coordinator set this stuff up. Have a conversation with them about it, because no matter how many things I record in this training, things are always going to change, especially with creative strategies like this one. So make sure that you are up to date. You are using that right strategy and not using this to try and avoid anything, but rather to try and improve the situation for both the seller and yourself or whoever is the buyer on the deal. So just make sure that you understand that information as we go through the rest of the training. You can compare it pretty similar to the preferred equity, but the difference is you'll want to check in on with your transaction coordinator. So first position, of course, comes first. The DSCR loan sets the table because that is what is going to determine what or isn't possible. All right. Then we have our seller carry behind that. And some lenders, I would actually argue here, I want to be as objective as possible, but a large majority of lenders do not allow second lien positions when you close on a property, okay? Now, again, we are going to cover this so much in this course, but if somebody does not allow something and you do it anyway, then you are going to be breaking the rules and you are not going to be doing these deals correctly. That's why a lot of people are convinced that this kind of deal structure is fraud, when in fact, the people that are committing fraud, but that doesn't mean that it can't be done correctly. And so second lien is going to be a more rare case thing to do with a lender. However, there are 100% lenders that allow it, but it's more rare. Some other people might use second lien positions and just not tell their lenders. And yeah, that's not how this should be working either, right? So that's very important to understand. So we're going to break down the structures one at a time, then we'll compare the two. And when we're finished with this section, you should be ready to start negotiating with sellers if you are a buyer or a wholesaler, or getting the process started if you're an agent or a TC or whoever else for the deal structure specifically. Okay, you should be leaving this section incredibly confident on all of the options, because the worst thing that I think people can do in business when you're learning something is just learn one way and think it's that way or the highway, and it's just not true. There's multiple ways to do this. So second lien, how it works, how it's structured. First of all, the seller holds a recorded lien against the property. We just talked about that, okay? So there's the DSCR loan first, then the seller comes right behind it, meaning that the seller is protected by the asset itself, right? We've got our lender, then we've got our seller. And so a second lien is a security interest, so that's what that's called, recorded on the property itself, okay? What is protecting their money? The asset. It's literally called asset protected lending. So they are literally lending money with an asset. Again, very similar to if you were to go find a private money lender somewhere else. It's just this time you don't have to find one because they're already attached to the entire acquisition, right? So the seller becomes a lien holder with a legal claim to that money behind the DSCR loan, okay? Now, every single note is different, and there's tons of different variables that are going to be negotiated. And again, these are the same things that can be negotiated on a preferred equity deal, okay? So the first thing is payment type. When you are negotiating, when you are structuring a deal, what you need to understand, as we covered in the underwriting section, is what needs to be true in order for your deal to cash flow. And because you can't control much about a DSCR loan, you can try and get a higher LTV, you can try to get a lower interest rate, but you have very minimal control. The control comes in the creative portion, which is going to be this second note, right? This seller carry. And so the first thing that we're determining is, are you making principal only or interest only payments, principal only payments, or regular amortized, it's hard to say that word, amortized payments, which means like a normal payment, which is principal and interest, right? So you can see that right here, that's your payment type. We don't have to stick to really anything because it's creative. You could say, I'm going to pay them $1,000 a month. You could pay them $10 a month for the next 1,000 years. You can really do whatever you want. The question is, how can you negotiate it to cash flow and get an agreement, right? So that's the first thing, is your payment type. The second thing is your balloon. Okay, now I put on here minimum 5-year balloon, But really, most people operate at a minimum of 7 to 10 years. And here's a key. I found this out. When a lot of people are learning real estate, they learn about balloons and they start throwing balloons in there. You should not be throwing balloons in there unless somebody brings it up. Okay? So when you are negotiating, which we'll talk about in the next part, if you're negotiating, don't bring up balloons naturally. Try to avoid them, because if you have a balloon, you are putting a time clock on yourself. And a lot of things, there's a lot of stories at the time of me recording this of deals blowing up because people put too short balloons, didn't think about the future, and just assumed that real estate would always go up perfectly every year. And of course, that's just not the case. Okay? So you don't need a balloon, but a balloon term can be one of the variables. Next up is your interest rate. All right. Now, again, you can change this a lot. You could pay them a 0% interest rate the first year, a 1% the second year, a 2% the third year. It's creative. You can do whatever the heck you want. But again, try and keep it simple. The best thing is to have a 0% interest rate and try and tack on the money that you maybe pay them down the road. But they'll probably argue for an interest rate. You can negotiate it. And then you're also going to want to have some form of contingencies. Okay. Now, this is specifically for balloons. So if you have a balloon, you want to avoid it first. But assuming they want you to have a balloon, you're going to want to add a contingency in there that doesn't force you to pay off the property if it hasn't appreciated a certain amount in value. Now, you can get the specifics on the contract language when you work with a transaction coordinator for something like that. But in general, the idea is that the seller is not in a better position if there's a balloon and you can't afford to pay them, because then they're not going to get their money back. So you're both in a bad position. So it's kind of like a mutual agreement of like, hey, let's make sure that this actually works out, right? So the final thing is leverage, right? And there's a lot of different ways that we can talk about leverage on stack method deals. So what I put on here is don't over leverage, which means that in general, you want to make sure that you are crafting these things to give yourself some form of an advantage, okay? So the first form of advantage would be in the form of having equity in a property. On stack method deals, you're not going to have equity in these properties, especially using a second lien position if you are getting paid or coming in $0 out of pocket. And so the trade-off, if you're going to do that, is that you need to be cash flowing, right? You need to have income because, gosh, I mean, the dumbest thing you could possibly do is be over leveraged and not making money. And so this is why underwriting and deal structuring are going to become incredibly important to your success on these deals. You have to be able to at least have one or the other. It'd be great if you had both, but on stack method deals, again, by definition, you are over leveraging yourself. And so you have to find the different gaps in that process to be able to still survive, right? And be able to pay things off and use this to an advantage. I mean, gosh, don't buy real estate if it's going to make things worse off than it was when you started, right? So that's a couple of the variables with the negotiations. Now, the thing about second liens and lender rules is that not every lender allows this. Okay, I want to bring this up again. When you are working with a DSCR lender, this is super simple. When I was getting started in real estate, I always thought like, yeah, I hear people say stuff, but how do you execute on it? Really simple. Any lender you connect with, you literally just ask them for their lender covenants. And it will say all of the things. And guess what? We now have AI. Okay, so you can literally be lazy and get your answers. And you can put that document into AI and you can just say, hey, what do they prohibit? What do they not allow? You can also ask the lender. It's great to kind of just do both. Look at the covenants and ask, hey, do you guys allow second lien positions? Okay. The clarity of your intentions. A lot of people think, well, I don't want to give too much away because then the deal's going to blow up. And guess what? The deal still blows up, but it blows up down the line after you've spent money on upfront fees, after you've put in all of your time, after you've roped everybody else in, after you've already tried to structure everything. Then the deal blows up. So you might as well get it done on the front end and figure out, does the lender allow this? Now, in our lender section, we'll talk all about all of the different things that go on with lenders. But this is the point I want to make here when we're talking about structures, because determining which structure you're going to use is almost like 95% of it is just determined by your lender. Okay. So some prohibit it. Some allow it in certain windows, which is a little interesting. So for example, you can see here on the screen, there's a 90-day window where a lender might allow you to not record the lien, but have the lien. A little bit fishy there, but it does happen. I've seen it. And so again, know the lender's guidelines. It's going to make your life a lot better. And guess what? If they don't allow it, move on to a different one. Get the work done now. It'll pay off later. So next, let's talk about defaults on liens. All right. On a deal like this, if there's a default, which means that the buyer stops paying for whatever reason, whether they are dead, hopefully not that, the property's not working out, they're a scammer, whatever it might be. If they stop making the payments, then what happens? The first thing on a second lien would be that there would have to be some form of foreclosure or auction. And again, if we're looking at numbers, let's say it's a $500,000 property and $400,000 is owed to the DSCR lender and $150,000 is owed to the seller, and it forecloses and sells for $450,000, does the first position, the DSCR lender, get all of their money back? Yes. Does the second position, the seller, get all of their money back? No, they don't. Why? Because they were owed $150,000, but after everything was sold, there was only $50,000 left. But one of the downsides of the lien structure is that it's an over-leveraged property. So if there is a default early on, they are not in a good position at all with this strategy. Okay, so you can see again they collect the remainder. Okay, and if somebody's defaulting really quickly, then you could probably assume there's not going to be a great remainder. So the lien is the seller's protection. However, it's placed against the asset. It is a real protection if all of your paperwork informs it incorrectly. But collecting on it means a foreclosure process. There's going to be fees involved, and there's no guarantee of getting the money back. It also hits the buyer's balance sheet as a equity depletion, right? Because there's another lien. So when you look at the word equity, as we talked about at the beginning, it's going to be how much you owe on a property versus how much it's worth. Now, on a second lien, you owe on two different liens, right? You owe on the DSCR lien, and then you owe on that seller carry. And so with the second lien, it's going to be recorded as another liability, which some people that I've interviewed and worked with say that's another downside to the second lien, is that you now are showing negative equity versus the other structure that we're about to talk about where you wouldn't be showing that. So that's a downside because without it, your equity stays intact. So in the example I just gave, $500,000 property, $400,000 loan, if your $150,000 seller carry was not done as a lien, then you would technically have $100,000 in equity. Okay? That can be helpful for other processes, it could be helpful for a refinance. There's all sorts of different circumstances where that might be helpful. So if the buyer's doing multiple deals, that stuff's going to add up a lot, right? Either having equity or not having equity. And so that's kind of your upsides and your downsides on that. Again, we're going to compare both of these at the end, but that's your second lien structure. So hopefully that all makes sense from a high level standpoint. You can go on AI and be like, ask more questions about what a lien is or whatever. But it's actually pretty straightforward. I used to get so confused when I was getting started in real estate with this stuff, but it's pretty basic. You got your first lien, DSCR, second lien is the seller. What's our second structure? It's called preferred equity. Now, preferred income or preferred equity in general, the way that I learned this is with multifamily, not to get too off topic here. But in multifamily, let's say you have a bunch of investors. Some of those investors may have preferred equity, or another one in the business world would be preferred stock, which would essentially mean that if you get a big pile of cash, Lord willing, that pile of cash is going to first go to the people who have preferred whatever it is, equity, preferred ownership, before it goes to everybody else, meaning that they are guaranteed to get their money as long as there's any money to be had. All right. So here's how it actually works. Let's break it down. The seller, instead of holding a lien, is now going to hold an equity position in the LLC that owns the property. So every deal on a stack method deal, you're going to be going and getting a new LLC, right? That's just how people are going to be buying this stuff. You got to get a new DSCR loan, all that stuff. So you're going to go get your new LLC. And when you get it, there's going to be what's called an operating agreement, which we'll talk about more in a second. And on that operating agreement, it's going to list out the owners of that LLC. It could be other LLCs. It could be somebody's personal name, whatever it might be. But the seller is going to be one of the people on there. And we'll talk about that structure because essentially you're going to have the buyer with a majority interest. They're going to have control, all of those normal things. And by the way, same thing if you have a partner or multiple partners or whatever, just consider those the buyer, okay? And then you're going to have your seller who's going to have a minority interest. Typically, it's going to be structured at about 5% ownership, okay? Now, with that, there's going to be other things added in as well. Like, for example, they won't have voting rights or control of the LLC. Why? Because they're not actually owning and operating the property, right? So that's a little bit about the structure, that's the ownership between those two people in the LLC. Now, again, the seller is typically going to hold 5% equity. I'll just do my disclaimer now. I'll probably say it again later. If you are structuring any of these things, liens or preferred equity, you should be getting these contracts structured by a transaction coordinator, another very misused word, So let me be very clear. A transaction coordinator who has done these deals before at volume, meaning they know what they're doing, they've learned from mistakes, and they have bulletproof contracts and systems in place. This is becoming a very popular strategy. Everybody likes talking about it, which means that they're going to be like, oh yeah, sure, yeah, I can do those kinds of deals. I have that happen all the time with TCs. I love all of you guys. But if you're new, hopefully this training will teach you how to do this. But then you got to get some experience. You got to work with somebody who has it. And those people should be the ones working on the contracts. All right. So 5% is going to be seller equity. They are typically going to have to stay under 20%. That's a rough rule that you will see in the lender covenants. Again, what determines our structure, what determines if this is going to work, a lot of it is based on your lender. And so the lender covenants are typically going to say that you need to be under 20%. And if you cross that threshold, then it may violate some form of their regulations of ownership in the property and having that much ownership as the buyer when they were also the seller, if that makes sense. So there's two documents that define the relationship. Number one is a K1. I wish I didn't know what all of these were, but welcome to real estate and business. So K1 is a tax filing document, and the seller is going to get a K1 as a part of the LLC. It's going to report their income through the LLC on their annual tax filings. All right, that's the first document they'll get. The second one is your operating agreement, which is exactly what it sounds like. It is an agreement that breaks down how the LLC is being operated. So it's going to list that 5% ownership for the seller and the 95% and the voting rights and all of that stuff going to everybody else. Your operating agreement is also going to list out all of the different variables that we talked about on the second lien position. The exact same ones can exist. So on the operating agreement, it can say this seller gets preferred equity in the form of $2,000 a month payments at 5% interest with a 10-year balloon, whatever it might be, okay? All of that stuff can be discussed. Also, deferred payments can be discussed on a second lien or on these. A deferred payment means that you don't make any payments to the seller for X amount of time, which a lot of sellers might agree to so that you can stabilize a property. Again, a seller forcing you to make payments that you can't afford isn't helping anybody, right? So that's going to be the second thing that's going on this operating agreement. And the flow of capital is that if you agree in the operating agreement to pay $2,000 a month to the seller and you make $4,000 a month in rent, then legally by that agreement, when the $4,000 hits the account, $2,000 of it needs to be sent to the seller before anything else is getting done. Before anything else, before any distributions, before any of the movements of capital, they have to be getting their money because they are the preferred equity holder. That's what the agreement will state, okay? So all of these files and documents, again, are going to be drafted by experienced transaction coordinators. And after that, the seller is going to be getting paid before any profit like we discussed, right? So we've got our distributions. Then the buyer can take any cash flow and profit on top of it. They have no voters' rights in the LLC. They've got no economic interest in the LLC, and they have no control in the LLC. Now let's talk about buyer default. It looks very different with this structure. So what happens if the buyer defaults? Well, the normal one, a buyer operates the LLC and the seller receives their distributions, right? Like we've talked about. If there's a default, then the default triggers some form of a cure window, which is basically like, hey, was that an accident that you stopped paying, or, you know, what's the deal, right? You need to pay this in the next X amount of days. That terminology and those words, verbiage, is all going to be laid out as well. But the important thing to understand here is that if there's a default on preferred equity, instead of being not in the best position as the seller where they don't have a lot of equity, and so they might get some of their money back but are virtually guaranteed not to get all of it, on a preferred equity deal, instead of getting any money back, the seller has control of the LLC. Now, what difference does that make? Well, it means that the seller can step in, take over the property, right the ship, in theory, and then potentially rescue all of their capital without having to go through a foreclosure. So it's a lot faster, and it gives them the potential to make back more of their money. No guarantee, and that's why there is not a right way to do this. I'm explaining both directions. But if the seller was only going to get $50,000 of their $150,000, maybe they can just take over the property, not be an idiot, figure out how to operate it, give it 5 years, and it'll appreciate enough that now their money is protected, right? That's the difference there. The default does not mean instant takeover, okay? It's all determined by the contracts and the paperwork itself. So if a default occurs, then we have our cure window or whatever period. Now, again, to be clear, it's all in terminology. So it could say the moment within 30 seconds of a payment not being made, then all full ownership of this LLC goes to the seller. It could say that. Never seen that. That would be insane. But it could say that. But regularly, you're going to have some form of a cure window, and then we're going to have two outcomes. Either it gets resolved or it goes unresolved, and the seller takes over full control of the LLC, assuming that that is what is written into the contracts. So that cure window, that's kind of the negotiation term that is getting pushed around and is going to vary a lot. Different people usually have different strategies or opinions on these things. It's great to not default, but it's also really good to understand what's going to happen if you do. Because guess what? Life happens. People always think that when there's problems in real estate, it's because somebody's a terrible person, and that's rarely the case. It's usually that they didn't know what they were doing. They watched some stupid YouTube video that told them they could do stuff that was probably a terrible idea for them to do. Their life circumstances changed. There's a family emergency. The market crashed, right? Whatever it might be, there's all these different things that you can't control. So you got to plan for them. And that's why this is so important. So when we are talking about deal structuring and you are choosing between these two things, let's talk about what actually kills these deals. Keeping in mind, again, there's no right way. There's just two primary options. So the first deal killer is that the seller doesn't understand what they're agreeing to. Now, this is what this entire course is meant to be about. In the next section, we're going to talk about our seller negotiations because it's so important for two parties to understand what's going on. Number one is your lender. Number two is your seller. Okay? If you convince the seller to just sign some contract and they have no idea what's going on, you're going to be all happy and maybe you'll have a potential wholesale fee or whatever it might be, but you're not going to get the dang thing to the finish line because the seller at the end is going to have to understand what's happening. They're going to be signing a bunch of contracts. They're probably going to bring in an attorney, which they do all the time, okay? And so there needs to be clarity there. If they get surprised at the closing table, then guess what? You're going to be surprised too, and you're going to be bummed out. So if you educate them early, then you will make everybody more comfortable up front, and it might take longer. Instead of getting it signed on day one, it might take 2 weeks. Shoot. But if it takes 2 weeks and then you actually get the deal closed, which was the end goal, pretty sure you'll be happier, right? So with the second lien, they're subordinate to the bank with limited recourse. They can only get that money back, X, Y, and Z. You want them to understand all of those processes. With preferred equity, they're an LLC member. They might have a chance at more of their money, but they're also going to be forced to take over control of the property, which might be terrible for them, right? Every situation is different. Transparency up front is what keeps that deal alive. Now, let's talk about deal killer number two. Structuring that violates lender guidelines. Happens all the time. I see it all the time because people just want to get a deal done and there's no training out there. That's what this is for. So with our second lien, it says some lenders prohibit them outright. Really, it's most. A lot. Okay, a lot of lenders prohibit this. You have to seek out specific ones that don't prohibit it. If you don't seek them out specifically, you can assume that they probably prohibit it. Okay. Others may have a recording window or some sort of other thing that they're going to require from you. For preferred equity, I want to be incredibly clear. Please hear me when I say this. Preferred equity gets around the lender requirements for second liens. However, there are plenty of lenders who also have terminology that say that they will not allow preferred equity. Now, it may not be in those exact words. It may mean that the seller can have no involvement in the property after it's sold, or that there's no additional ownership interests by any parties. So the terminology may look different, which is why you need a professional to look over this with you. But not all lenders allow preferred equity either. Okay, so none of these is a guaranteed solution. Anybody that's like, oh yeah, just don't do second lien and just do preferred equity. It's not quite that simple, okay? Always check those guidelines first, not after. It will help you choose your lender, which will then save you time, money, fees, all of that good stuff in the long run. Now let's do a side-by-side comparison, okay? We've got our second lien, we've got our preferred equity. I want to compare them across the lines here so that you can come back to this later if and when you are negotiating these deals and feel a little bit of clarity, okay? So with lender risk, second liens are more likely to violate lender guidelines. Preferred equity is less likely, but still can 100% do it, which is why you have to check regardless for both of those things. Next, seller ownership. Okay, in a second lien, the seller has no ownership. They just have a security against the property. In a preferred equity deal, they have 5% ownership, typically, approximately. Okay, they can have more than that, but that's what I have seen. Okay, payment priority. On a second lien, it's going to be per the note terms. Okay, there's going to be no preference. With the preferred equity, they are going to be getting paid before the buyer takes profit due to the agreements in place. Second lien for a balance sheet is recorded as a liability, which means there's no equity. Preferred equity is not being recorded against the balance sheet, so the property maintains its equity. Protections in default, one of them is going to have to go to foreclosure, and then they're going to get whatever money is left over. One of them, you can take over control very quickly or instantly, depending on how it's written into the contract, but you're not getting any money back because It's not being foreclosed on. It's not being sold, right? And then we've got our documentation. For second lien, it's going to be a promissory note and a recorded lien against the property, both of which are going to be completely separate from the primary contract. For preferred equity, it's going to be your K1 and your signed operating agreement, along with maybe some additional things for the actual closing themselves. And then the complexity of the deals. For second lien, it's a little bit more clear. It varies a little bit. Some have prohibited transactions for these things. Both of these, by the way, are going to be getting done in two separate transactions, right? First one at a title company, second one either at another title company, the same title company, or an attorney's office, but in a second transaction. For the preferred equity, it's going to be cleaner because it's being done outside of a lien. Liens are kind of the most scoped in thing, I would say, for a real estate transaction, because when somebody closes on a property, they have to understand where all the money goes, and liens are what are going to dictate that. The reality is both structures work. I've seen both structures done many times, and the determinations for which is going to work is going to be based on essentially three things, okay? The first one is going to be on lender requirements. That's the top of the pyramid. The second one is going to be typically based on your preferences on how you are going to be negotiating these things, what you're comfortable with, what you understand, all of that. And then the third, and arguably just as, if not more important than the others, is the seller preferences. Because guess what? These sellers are going to bring in attorneys that are going to be looking through this stuff with you, and so you have to be willing to negotiate. Maybe you choose one structure and then you have to pivot. Or you get the structure right, but you have to change the terms. That's all a part of negotiations, which naturally is going to be the thing that we talk about in the next section. So we've got our second lien, we've got our preferred equity. If you can educate the seller and you can check the lender, then you can get these deals to the finish line at a much higher success rate. And that's the goal for all of us, right? So that's deal structuring 101. We've got two options. And if you don't understand in depth what those options are, then I can guarantee you the people you're talking to are not going to understand. And that's not going to be a win for anybody. So review this section, learn how it works, and then we'll break down how to negotiate with sellers in the next section. Part 5, we're talking about seller negotiation. And by the end of this section, you should be able to take everything we've learned so far, meaning that you can underwrite the property, you can structure the deal, and now be able to actually take all of that knowledge and discuss it in real time. Ooh, very scary. With an actual seller and probably their attorney, and get this deal moving towards actually being under contract and moving forward. That is the goal of this section. Now, seller negotiation is an art form. This is sales. And I come from an engineering background. I don't know what specifically you are doing in real estate right now, but what I can say is that you're about to get the sales sauce, which I did not understand when I was getting started. You think of real estate as real estate. It's not. It's sales and marketing. And this is going to break down exactly how anybody can practice this stuff and become an incredibly effective salesman with the stack method. So here's our starting point. First, make sure that the property actually qualifies, all right? Before you go to a seller and start pitching stuff, which by the way, a lot of people in here come from creative finance backgrounds or newer in real estate backgrounds. And the worst thing that you can do, taking action, great. But the worst thing you can do is just go out and start spouting stuff that you have no idea what you're talking about, because it makes you look dumb. It kills the deal. And it's not going to move the ball forward to you actually making money and getting things done, okay? So the first thing you want to do is actually make sure the property qualifies. We've already talked about this. How does it qualify? Well, the main thing is that the seller needs to have enough equity in order to be able to actually get you at $0 or in the green at closing. And you can do that with the stage 1 underwriting that we discussed in the underwriting section, right? Just determine, do they have equity? So first of all, do they have equity? Then we negotiate, right? That's the order. Now, the objective is to get the seller to say yes, right? And the important thing here is that we need them to say yes without being surprised later on, right? So if you told a seller, oh, I'll pay you $10 million for your property that's worth $100,000, you can get them to say yes, but the deal's never going to close. You're never going to get anywhere. That's the art form. That's the negotiation. So here's a quote for you from somebody that I interviewed specifically that has done many, many of these exact deals, that is an expert negotiator. They said, if the seller finds out how this deal works at the closing table, the deal is dead. What does that mean? It means that this section right here is going to break down exactly what you need to be saying to these sellers, exactly how you should be explaining it, so that when they get to the end, they are ready to sign the dotted line and move on, and they don't freak out, which, guess what? I've seen both of those cases happen many, many times on these deals. So the first thing you want to do is lead with transparency. This is like the MO of my real estate career. I hope that everybody watching this that knows me can attribute to the fact that that is true. And the people that I've interviewed and worked with on these deals, this is what we value. leading with transparency every single time, because the two facts that make sellers most uncomfortable are the two facts that have to come up first. Number one, they are going to be in a subordinate position. Okay, I've already had to explain this to you guys. I explain this to people all the time. A general seller, guys, is somebody that, like, especially right now, they're usually people that bought these properties a long time ago, probably when it was a lot cheaper to buy them, right? And they may have no idea what's going on. And so when you explain this to them, you got to explain it. You got to teach it. You got to become good at this stuff. That's how you negotiate it. And so they're going to be sitting behind a bank in second position, either with a second position lien or with the preferred equity, which we'll get to. But either way, they are not going to be in first place. And so they need to understand that their money is not as protected as they may think it is. And they have to be okay with that. Number two, they have to understand that this is going to be approximately 100% financed. Typically, if you want to come into the green, it's going to be over 100% financed. They also have to be okay with that. And you can explain, hey, look, this is how real estate appreciates over time. This will lead into our actual structuring and negotiating with the terms that we're going to be putting together on these deals, because they need to understand these two things. Those come up first. Hey, if you're going to choose this strategy, here's what's going to be true. All right, that's our standing point. Now, the first thing that we want to do is present the options. Again, this is your sales sauce, okay? What most people do with stack method deals, with real estate in general, anytime that they're talking to somebody else trying to get something out of them, is they start from what they want. Now, what I've learned in sales is that the way you win is that you start with what the other person wants. It's not about what you want. It's about what they want, right? And so I can give you so many examples. I'm going to go through a lot of them as we're talking about the structuring and negotiating process here. But really, all it is you're presenting somebody options so that you can give them the full picture, okay? Because sellers say yes when they get to choose, not when they're being sold into something. I cannot say this clear enough, you should never be convincing a seller to choose this option over another option. You should be giving them the real options. This is if you're a wholesaler or a buyer or anybody involved. The seller should be given the options and then making a decision on what's best for themselves. And when they've made that decision, anytime that you run into a roadblock, you say, hey, look, you chose this option. Do you want to look at the other ones? And that's going to be way different than just continuing to push them and pressure them and whatever else might be going on, okay? Quote here from somebody that I spoke to, you can't convince somebody into it. You have to give them the option. Just like I said, let's jump into it. So what are we doing? We're showing them what everything else gets them when we present them options. So as the example here, seller's got a property listed on Zillow for $500,000, okay? Number one, we make a traditional cash offer. Now, if you don't know, cash offers, cash is king, right? When you go buy gas, which one's cheaper, cash or credit? It's cash, right? Cash is always going to be less money because people are going to use that as a leverage point. Because guess what? People that go and get a loan have to pass all of the loan process, right? It takes months. There's a lot of things that can fall through. Cash is cash. You wire that stuff right out of the bank, which means you're going to get a lowball offer. So people make cash offers at like 50, 60% of what a property is actually worth. So it's going to be a fast close, but they're going to get a low purchase price, but they're going to get a walk away nice and clean, just with less money, right? Then maybe you bring in a seller financing thing, depending on how much equity they have. Let's say that they don't owe anything on the property. You could say, hey, here's a seller financing option that we could do. And frankly, seller financing is sick. And that's why I love presenting these options. Now, what's going to make a seller say no to that option? Well, that means that they're going to be carrying a lot more of the money later on. And so usually what happens here is that a seller finance gets shut down. First of all, they have to have equity. But after that, it gets shut down because the seller needs the money now, or they need more money now, right? A lot of people, when they're selling their house, just like anytime you're going to make money, you start thinking about how you're going to spend it real fast, right? So if they're selling this thing for $500K, they may already be planning to put $250,000 towards college funds or a different house or a vacation, whatever. Vacation. I hope it won't be that expensive, but you get the point. And so if they need more money now, then that might be a reason they say no, but you present the offer. And then you can present something like the stack method and say, hey, look, the cash offer, you're going to get below your asking price. Are you cool with that? No? Okay. Another option that I have is this seller finance option. You wouldn't get a lot of money now, maybe 5-10% down, and then you get payments over time. That just won't work because I need the money for X, Y, and Z. Okay, cool. The other option I can give you is what's called the stack method. And on the stack method, we'll make payments to you on some of the money, but you'll get a big chunk of it up front. And you'll get your asking price or maybe even above your asking price if we do that method. It sounds very appealing, right? That's the sales aspect. Then you have to draw them down to the potential drawbacks, right? Because every single thing that you see on the screen right now has a positive and a negative to it, right? So we want to disqualify. We want to say cash offer, that price is too low. Seller finance, it's not enough money up front. Then we land on the stack method and say, okay, this seems to be the best option. Would you agree? Again, pushing it back to them, okay? This is your negotiating 101. You can say, if I come in at your purchase price, okay, I'm not going to lowball you. I'll give you your purchase price. And I bring you a large down payment, not like what we would have done on the seller finance, but I bring you a large down payment. Where's that money coming from? DSCR lending, right? Would you be willing to do seller financing in a subordinate position? Okay? So there's always going to be a give and take. It's always going to be a little tango, all right? You can't get everything. And then you're going to run into a ton of stubborn people, most of whom you probably won't end up closing deals with, where you have to say, hey, look, I get that this is what you want, but we can't all have everything, all right? We got to negotiate. We got to come to an agreement here. So if you get all of that, would it be fair if we got this? Okay, cool, right? That's how you come to your agreement. Now, explaining the deal is what gets you past this point successfully and gets you to the closing table without additional issues, right? Because they have to understand, again, what is our two killers of stack method deals? Violating lender guidelines or not making them aware, and not properly explaining it to the seller, okay? So interest is the starting line, not the finish line. The seller is interested. They're like, yeah, you know, that option seems better than the other ones. Let's talk a little bit more about it. So then we're going to walk them through the details, because agreeing to the structure is like, it's a very soft commitment. Because if they agree to the structure and you're like, okay, cool, we're going to pay you $1 a month for the next 8 trillion years, then they're going to be like, that's not going to work, right? So it's just the beginning line. This is where most deals get killed, by the impatience. So you can't rush this stuff. There has to be a detailed explanation, okay? And you have to work with them on this. Hey, you know, we're ready to get this thing moving, but we got to have these discussions. Make sure they understand it. And then you want to show them how they get paid. So first of all, we got the purchase price, right? Just like the stuff that I've drawn for you guys in this course, we want to be laying this out to sellers, whether it's on the phone or whatever. We've got your purchase price. We've got your DSCR down payment, right? And then we've got the seller carry. And literally the way you can explain this is, hey, would you agree? Or you can literally just break down for them, hey, when you sold this property, you were going to make $500,000. Would you agree? Yes? Okay, cool. Look, here's how it breaks down. You got the closing costs. Maybe there's an agent fee involved. You were going to make $500,000, okay? Now, with this structure, you're only going to get to keep X amount when the deal closes. Let's say $250,000. And the other $250,000 you're not going to get right now. And then I want to negotiate with you on how we're going to make those payments to you. And as we'll talk about here in a second, the key to sales is that you want to frame everything as a positive or find the benefits for them, okay? So we've got the payments beginning, we've got the payment period, we've got the balloon, all of the negotiables are getting brought up here, right? What are the terms that are going to be done on this deal? Because we've got the general structure, we've got the general idea. Now we got to get into the nitty-gritty, the specifics, which is why you should be underwriting these things, which is why you should understand the structuring, so that when we get here, you can come in with confidence instead of just throwing spaghetti at the wall, because that's not going to do anything. All right? Now, everybody has different ways that they're going to negotiate these things. I'm here to teach you all of the options so that you can learn and develop them for yourself. You can also speak to people who have done these deals before and get their 2 cents on how it works. So we've got our deal structure, right, which was our second lien versus preferred equity. Now, the vast majority of people that I've worked with and spoken to about these deals don't typically give the structure as a choice to the seller. Why? Because the structure is going to massively affect whether or not the deal closes, with the key point being the lender. And so typically buyers are going to have lenders that they've worked with, or maybe that are being provided by their transactional funders or TCs. And so that's going to be a much bigger burden on the buyer. And so they're not just going to say, hey, you know, here's the options for the structure, because the seller doesn't really have education on choosing one of those. So really what you want to be doing is choosing whichever structure makes the most sense for you specifically in that deal, for you with your lender, for the training and experience that you have, and then being able to adjust that down the line, as we'll talk about if there's an attorney or something else like that present that wants to change things up. Okay? So the structure is mostly going to be fixed here. The terms are where we negotiate, right? Is there going to be a balloon? If so, what's the length going to be? What's going to be the timing of the payments? What happens if we default? Are we going to defer payments? All of that good stuff, right? And we want to frame every term around what's best for them, right? So, for example, I love talking about this one. If payments start before the property is cash flowing, then income is going to become shaky and everybody loses. And really, one of the great things, especially about the preferred equity model, is that the seller becomes the partner, and so they now have a vested interest in the success of your deal. Meaning, they want this thing to cash flow too, because if it's not cash flowing, if it's not working, they're not getting paid, okay? And so when you are negotiating the terms, it should all be around this cash flow structure, because remember, what's our two levers? Equity and cash flow. Well, you ain't got equity in this thing. It's a stack method deal, so we're focusing on the cash flow. So instead, we say, hey, if we can defer payments, which is just one option, right? We'll talk through all of them. If we can defer payments, that'll give us time to stabilize the property and build up cash reserves, right? And things like that. So a lot of times people will structure these. Again, regardless of if it's second lien or preferred equity, they'll structure these things to say, hey, would it work if we don't make you payments for the first 6 months while we furnish the property, stabilize it, get tenants in there, all of that stuff? Because if you have to make them a payment on the first month, sorry to break it to you, but you may probably not get things all handled in 1 month, right? Especially if you're furnishing something, depending on your exit strategy. Maybe you're even going to do some construction. So there's going to be a lot of deferred payments that are going on here. It's not for you, right? It's for you guys collectively. It's so that the seller can get paid too, because if they force you to do things that won't work, then everything's going to fall apart, and that's going to be messing for everybody. The best possible thing that can happen for the seller is that you succeed as a buyer, right? Now, we've got balloons, okay? Longer balloon, safer for both sides, adding in the contingency as well, that if things don't appraise, then we can extend. All of that benefits who? The seller, okay? It benefits the seller as much as anyone. Short balloon, you got no runway. Under 5 years especially. They argue for under 5 years. You say, look, I get it. You want the money back. But if you push so hard for getting the money back, I can just tell you, I can show you the numbers. You're not going to end up getting the money back. And that's going to be even worse, right? So instead, we push that balloon out, or don't do it at all. If you can not bring it up, that would be even better, right? And so that gives you time to pay down. It gives time for stabilization. It gives time for appreciation. Again, minimum 5 years on balloons is what I would say I've seen across the board, but ideally we are pushing that way further down the line. And before I get into seller concerns, I want to bring up the other negotiations as well, which essentially is just going to surround how much money they're getting paid every month, okay? We want to push this down as much as possible. Why? The more cash flow you have, the more flexibility you have. And so if we are looking at a deal and we are looking at the numbers, you're running them in your deal calculator, right? You want to look at your interest rate, because that's going to change the payment. Your payment type. You could do interest only on a payment, okay? If you do interest only, though, that means you're not paying down the loan. There's a lot of risk there, but you could do interest only. You can expand out the amortization, which means instead of paying it over 30 years, you could pay it over 50 years, and that'll spread it out and make the payments less. All of these things are variants that you can play with inside of your calculator when you're underwriting. And if you check out your calculator, right, you can literally export these things and show them to the seller and say, hey, look, man, we're going to be a team on this thing. Here's what we're looking at. Here's why what you're saying is not working. Do you agree? And again, you can literally just get their side on it. Yeah, I agree. That's probably not going to make sense. Now let's talk about their concerns, aka overcoming objections, because it's going to be pretty dang rare that somebody, especially if they've never heard of this, are going to agree early on. Just like negotiating most creative finance things. Whether you're negotiating, by the way, directly with a seller or with an agent, the same things are going to be applying with your objections and with everything we've just talked about. But at the end of the day, you can't structure these things directly with an agent. Now, agents love to stay involved in things, even when they probably shouldn't, because they're trying to make their piece of the pie. And so they may be involved, but the terms and things like that, you have to have that negotiation with the seller themselves. So the first concern that a seller will bring up is, how am I protected? Or at least I sure hope they're bringing this up. And anybody who says that you don't need to worry about this is an idiot, because this is the most important thing that you can do for a seller, is assure them that they are going to be safe, that they are going to be protected. And so the response is, first of all, you want to break down based on what you are offering them exactly, specifically what their protections look like. Because remember, they're going to be signing contracts on this, and we're probably going to end up having more discussions about this with an attorney, which we'll bring up in a second. So on the second lien, we want to explain to them how these liens work. If I was to stop paying, what happens? A lot of people like to structure this as like, if I was to get hit by a bus, a little brutal, or you could say like abducted by aliens if you want to be a little more family friendly, right? If I was abducted by aliens, what's going to happen? Well, there's going to be this amount of money that's going to go to our primary lender in the first position, and then there's this amount of money that's going to be left for you, and the goal would be to get this property to appreciate before then so that there's enough equity to pay you back. Okay, we could try to be positive there. Then we got the preferred equity. What happens? Well, if we do a preferred equity route, I need you to understand that if we were to default, there's going to be a clause that allows you to take over the property. But that means in order for you to protect your money, you're going to need to maintain this property and either run the property or sell it. So you're going to take on a responsibility that could come out of nowhere, right? You could be busy, life could be going on, and all of a sudden you could inherit a property that you weren't expecting. That's the reality of the situation, and they need to understand that. The next one is that subordination conversation, right? So we've got our bank in first position. They need to understand that whether they are technically in second position or in preferred equity, they are not the first ones that are getting paid ever. It is always going to be the bank. And you can say it plainly. Hey, I'm giving you your purchase price. I'm giving you a large down payment. I'm giving you the things that you told me you valued the most. But to make that happen, I have to put the bank in first position. Okay, now that's not true on a seller finance. They would be in first position on a seller finance, but they wouldn't get that down payment. Which one's more important? If they choose this one, you explain it to them. And then you say, is that okay? Do you understand? What questions do you have for me? That's what's going to make the difference. You want to tell them up front that this is going to be different than what they've expected. Maybe they've sold a property in the past. This is not going to be like that. There's going to be multiple transactions. The paperwork's going to look different. There's going to be a lot more hoops that we have to jump through. And again, you're getting what you asked for. It's going to be difficult. That's the reality of the situation because it's not a conventional transaction. A lot of things are going to feel different and you need to be comfortable with that, okay? That's a direct quote that you can copy and paste to your sellers or with your agent and the seller if you're having that discussion. Now, what happens when an attorney shows up? Because, by the way, first of all, you can't control it. Second of all, it's actually probably a good thing because it means the seller's taking this thing seriously, but they're also like, hey, I'm not a legal expert here and I want to make sure I'm protected. I cannot stress enough how wise this is because most of people that are pitching this, especially if they haven't been through this course, they're just making crap up. And the amount of people that I've heard specifically, if we want to call out strategies here, specifically with subject to strategies, people will just make up some random thing that they saw on YouTube with no proof, nothing to back it up, that's probably not true, and convince a seller that it's safe. On these deals, the best thing you can do is have a seller actually get educated because, again, we want them to get to the finish line and not have any questions. We want them to have that clarity. And so it means they're taking the deal seriously. And if they're unprepared and they don't know what's going on and they get uncertain, then everything's going to stall and fall apart and everyone's going to freak out and they're going to be like, I'll pull the plug. But if they're prepared, then it can be a much clearer conversation. Hey, attorney, Mr. Attorney. Yep, we've talked about all of this. Here's the discussion that we had. Here's what the seller told me they wanted, and here's how we ended up on this position as a result. Now, with the attorney stuff, there may be attorneys who have a preference on the structure that they believe. Again, the reason why in this course I'm giving you all of the options is because everybody has opinions, okay? But when you speak to an attorney, they may have an opinion on deal structure for the second lien versus the preferred equity. And they may, as the legal advice for your seller, say, we are not willing to do it with blank structure. Okay, let's say that they tell you they're not willing to do it with preferred equity, only a second lien. Okay, it could go both ways. But if they told you that, then you may say, okay, no problem. We can structure that, but I just want you to be aware that's going to be a lot harder from a lender perspective to get this deal done. We're probably going to end up having to drop our purchase price and change things around to do that. But if you want to do it, then that's the only option, right? Alternatively, you can talk to the attorney about your experiences or opinions. It's all just opinion if it's not fact. About the other strategy and say, hey, here's why we negotiated that, right? I've had this experience before. I've spoken to somebody, whatever it might be, and you can have that discussion with an attorney or bring somebody else in to do that with you. If you know the structures, you'll know the trade-offs, which means you can explain them clearly, right? So our second lien, the lien's recorded. Foreclosure process is going to be completely different. Money is protected by the asset equity, not by ownership and control. And that second lien does hit the balance sheet. Preferred equity positions it inside of the LLC. You've got that default control provision is what it's called, which basically hands things back over to your seller. And it's going to be a cleaner lender compliance overall. Again, neither of these are right. They all depend on the person that's running the transaction, the decisions, opinions, sellers, attorneys, all that stuff's going to be involved. But if you know them well enough, then you can explain them clearly and you can solve problems instead of building a little house of cards and then having it all tumble down. Now, once we've done all that, then we get into what's called the conversion cycle, okay? Anybody can talk about this. Anybody can say they're interested. Getting somebody to say yes is the last step before you start signing stuff and putting it on paper. That's what a real agreement looks like. And so a real yes means there's no surprises. A real one. You can get somebody to say yes, but a real yes requires no surprises. So they understand they're in a subordinate position. They understand that the buyer is financing close to 100% of the purchase price, really more, right? They understand what their payments are going to look like. They know how they're going to be coming in. They know the different things that might happen. They know what is going to go on if there's a default. And they know that this is not going to be conventional. There's going to be different bumps, and the feedback is going to be completely different. They're going to have to sign different contracts. They understand all of those things. And once we check all of that off, you can literally go through it with them. Then you can say, all right, is there anything else? Any questions you have, objections, anything you want to discuss before we put this on paper and finalize this thing and move on to the next step? If you can pass all of those checks, if they don't have anything else to talk about, then we can finally move on. Now we start drafting the LOI. That's seller negotiation. Find what they need. Give them clarity. Be the expert that can explain things in a way that is helpful to them, not explain things in a way that only benefits you. The amount of people I know that struggle in real estate because they're so focused on themselves that they don't realize that you can create win-win situations, and that is the best possible scenario to be in. But it has to be genuine, it has to be clear, and you have to know what you're talking about. So take this section, earmark it, come back to it when you're having one of these negotiations. Use some of the tips and tricks that I've shared in this section, because once you complete seller negotiations and you have an agreement on the table and they've actually said yes, then we can move on to our next section, which is drafting the LOI. Let's talk about that next. For part 6, we're going to focus on the contracts that are used to get these stack method deals under contract and then closed. And so at the end of this section, you should be able to understand how these contracts work and avoid the number one mistake that the vast majority of people make, especially when they're getting started with these deals, that ends up upsetting sellers and delaying, if not killing, the deal completely. So before you get to contracts, we are going to be in agreement that you have to have a seller's verbal agreement. Okay. In the last section, we talked about negotiating with that seller. Now that you have that verbal agreement, we want to get that on paper. Now, there's two different things that people do here. Option one is they do what's called an LOI, which stands for a letter of intent. Okay. A letter of intent is non-binding. It's literally just a piece of paper that get the terms down. Number two is what's called a PSA, which is a purchase and sales agreement or a contract. Okay. This is binding. This is going to be very long, lots of terms. Everybody signs it and dates it and all that good stuff. Okay. Now, of these two things, one of the first mistakes that people make is going straight to a contract. Now, why is that a mistake? Because you are not qualified to write these contracts. Okay. Just putting that out there. The people that should be writing these contracts are people that have closed these deals before, which is going to be your transaction coordinator. Okay. If you do a deal incorrectly with an incorrect contract, the deal won't close. You will get to the finish line and then it won't close. And I want to show you exactly why that'll happen. Okay. So for the LOI, let's start there. For the LOI, if you go to your Deals HQ, back into the deal calculator that we already had, and you fill out your deal and you scroll down, you'll have a little LOI generator. It'll say generate LOI. Okay. So we can click generate LOI, and then we can literally just fill out the information. So let's say that you're buying this property with 123 LLC and your seller name is John Doe and it's 123 Main Street. And then it's going to ask for the terms for the seller carry. Okay. It's not going to ask for deal structure. You don't need to have deal structure on the LOI. You just need the terms. Okay. So this, when you see it, will also have deferment as well. And then you can see there's also a line for additional terms. So let's say that you have 0% interest, 30-year amortization, and a 10-year balloon. Okay. You can also put no balloon, leave it blank, whatever. But let's say you have a 10-year balloon, and then the additional is no payments for the first 6 months. Okay, cool. So now that you have that information in there, remember, you already have your deal filled out. You can even save your underwriting so that you can come back to these when the seller's ready. But now that you've done that, you literally can just click download LOI and you'll have that LOI ready to go, right? So here it is, boom, automatic. And all this is, again, people are like, oh, this seems pretty simple. It is simple. The whole point of an LOI is to get signatures from the seller that say, we have discussed these terms and we are in agreement on these terms. Why? because then you can move to the contract stage, which is going to be what happens next. So very simple. Right here, we've got buyer signature, seller signature. We've got our terms, and then we've got our additional terms of no payment for 6 months. Now, you can also download an entire deal summary right here. And this is something that you could send to your partners, potential capital partner. You could send this to your team, whoever, right? And it literally breaks down all of the numbers that we just underwrote. So it'll have your net cash flow, how much money is coming out of pocket, when the balloon is, the DSCR, all of that good stuff comes from that summary as well. So those are your two options. But for the LOI, you literally just click generate LOI and you should have something ready to go. Now, once you get that LOI generated, the first thing that you're going to be doing is you're going to be sending it to the seller and saying, hey, these are the terms we agreed on. Can you review it? Let me know if you have any issues. And then go ahead and sign it if you need to. Now, again, we'll pull this up. For the LOI, you have to do like an e-signature, okay? Depending on your seller or the agent you're working with the seller, this can be a real pain in the butt sometimes, but just keep it super simple. You can use any e-signature tool. There's PandaDoc, there's DocuSign, there's other even cheaper or free things, but you just need to send this to the seller and get it signed, okay? Try and make this really simple. And a little pro tip here, send things that need signatures to the seller at the same time so that you can get it all done in a batch. And that's, by the way, the biggest complaint that a seller will have is having to re-sign things or sign additional things that they weren't expecting, which all goes back to the transparency. So we're going to get this LOI signed by the seller. That's going to allow us to move forward to the next step. Super, super simple. That's your LOI. Now let's talk about the contract, because that's what everybody wants to bring up on these is, hey, I'm just going to get this thing under contract. So let's talk about contracts for a second and how they actually work. So here's our contract. Okay. Beautiful art. Again, it's called a PSA. There might be another name for it that somebody used depending on the state, the person, whatever, doesn't matter. This is all of your legal terms, okay? Now, the important thing is that a stack method deal has what? It's got your first transaction, which is with the DSCR lender, and then it's got your second transaction with the seller carry. Why? Because the seller carry can't happen until the seller has made the money, okay? And so all of these deals, as we've discussed, must happen in 2 transactions. Okay, so what's the mistake that keeps getting made time and time again, and I hope that this video can get to the right people so that we don't have to keep dealing with it, is that we take this PSA, and on this PSA, typically the basic things that you're going to have on there is, okay, what's the purchase price for the property? What are the contingencies? So like doing an appraisal, going in, looking at the property, right? Inspection period, those things are on there. It'll have the EMD amount on there. And that's basically it. These contracts are super duper simple. It's just a normal real estate contract. Now the mistake is putting your seller carry terms on this contract. Okay? It does not work. You cannot do that. Why? Because this contract is for the first transaction. Put that right here. First transaction. And this seller carry does not happen on the first transaction. So what happens when people include that seller carry on the first contract? It destroys the deal. Now, the deal may get all the way to the end. Why? Because brokers and lenders are 2 different people. We've got a lender section coming up, and the lender is going to look at this at the very end, right before they fund it, and they're going to say, this isn't possible. You can't have the seller financing money that they don't have. What is going on? This is violating our terms, whatever it might be, and it's going to destroy the deal. Okay? What happens instead? Well, this is your PSA 1, right? And then you're going to have a second doc that has your seller carry terms. Okay? This is doc number 2, your seller carry doc. And those 2 are separate. Now, again, let me be very clear about the mistakes that people make right here that you aren't going to make after watching this. And that's that they take this doc and they do it as what's called an addendum. Okay? An addendum means that it is in addition to this contract. Okay? So people will do this as an addendum, but what they'll do is that they won't show the lender. Okay? I've seen this more times than I can count. Somebody makes an addendum to the contract adding in these seller carry terms, but doesn't show the lender because it's going to violate their covenants and because it's going to ruin the deal. That means that you are taking an addendum, which legally, any addendum to a contract has to be communicated with all parties and agreed on by all parties. And so by not doing that, this is one of many examples on stack method deals where people commit fraud. We're not going to do that. So what's the right way to do this? This is a completely separate document. This is going to list out the terms. This is going to list out the agreement, and it is going to be separate, and it's going to be based on your structure. Okay. So the deals that do second lien position versus a preferred equity position are going to have two different versions of this contract. So what's important to understand here is just that they're separate. Okay. And so the reason why we focus on this LOI is because we need to get an agreement written in place, agreed to by all parties, so that we can move forward with a transaction coordinator that's going to help us write these contracts correctly. Okay. If you try to write these contracts on your own and then you go to try and do one of these deals, guess what's going to happen? You have to redo them. It's a total waste of your time, because if you're not doing them correctly, the deal's going to fall apart. And assuming everybody wants the deal to go through, we're not going to let that happen, right? We're going to have to redo it and get it done the right way. So people ask all the time about contracts, and all you need to understand is that first, you need the seller's verbal agreement for something. Second, you want to just get an LOI on paper that gets signed by all parties. If you go into the deal calculator on Deals HQ, you can literally just print that out, send it to them for signature, and you are all set. And then after that, that's when we move to the actual contracts themselves, which will have a regular contract. Guys, there is nothing different about this first contract. Nothing. Completely normal contract. They're very simple, very basic. And then we're going to have a second, completely separate one that goes for the second transaction, right? This right here is for your second transaction, not your first one. It is not connected in any way because the money does not exist yet. And on the second transaction, we then have that contract to lay out how the money is going to move. That's the difference between the two. If you misunderstand contracts and you don't nail this stuff down, you're going to be in for a world of pain. Not at the beginning. Everybody feels like they can do this at the beginning. It's getting it to the end. And the whole point of this course is to get you from the start to the finish successfully so that you can put that on repeat. So that's contracts and understanding how these contracts work. Now, once you have your contracts together, then you are officially ready to go. Your deal is ready to officially go into contract and get started, which means you need to assemble your team for stack method deals. So in the next section, we're going to talk all about your team, everybody who's involved, what their roles are, who you need to identify and pick out first, and then who else is going to come along the way. Every single stack method deal is only as good and only as successful as the team behind it. So let's talk about that next. If you haven't already, make sure you access Deals HQ. It's the first link in the description, a free companion guide to this entire training. It's got a live deal marketplace. It's got places to underwrite your deals. It's even got a place that you can ask questions about every single thing that I've said in this training. 100% free, first link in the description. Welcome to part 7. In this part, we are going to talk about assembling your team. This is immediately after you get a signed letter of intent with your seller, meaning that all terms have been discussed, negotiated, and essentially started to be agreed on. And now we need to get that stuff on paper and build the team that's going to give us the success to get this deal closed. Stack method deals require a team. Let's talk about exactly who that is. First off, you want to set up your team before the deal, not during it. Okay. So as soon as you get everything agreed upon, that's when you start cooking. And really, if you can do some multitasking, if you got some people to work with, you should be doing this beforehand anyway, because these deals are complex. They require multiple parties. Each party has a specific role. And if you do not have all of them, then the deal will not work. So if you're scrambling during the deal, then building the team under pressure is not going to be the move, right? That's when you're going to start losing things. You're not going to have everything put together. The seller's going to get cold feet, all of that good stuff. But if you have your team in place, then everything's going to be done correctly on the front end, which like I talked about earlier, if you have a seller where you keep asking them to re-sign things and change things or whatever, that's how you scare people away. You know how you move things along? You exude confidence and showing that you know what you're doing. And the best thing about that is that you don't have to know what you're doing. You just need to work with people who do. That's it. So here's everybody involved in the deal. First of all, transaction coordinators, they are a requirement on these deals. And as I've said earlier, I don't care who you work with to coordinate your deals. But what I do care about is helping you succeed. And so I would not be helping you if I didn't tell you that working with somebody who hasn't done these deals, just because they're your friend and you want to help them start their business, that's great. But that's not helping anybody on these deals if you have not done them before. You need to work with an experienced transaction coordinator. Now, we're going to talk more about these in a second. That's your first person. Second is your title company. Obviously, this is going to be a requirement, and based on the deal structure that you use and the people you work with, the title company is going to be a crucial piece of the puzzle here. You do not want to work with a title company that does not have good communication and that does not know what you're doing here. Next up, you've got your lender. Now, there's two different types of lenders we'll talk about. You've got your broker, which is basically who you're going to be working with. And then you've got your direct lender, who's the one that actually calls the shots. They usually pop in later. You've got your transactional funder, okay? Now, no secret, that's the business that I run. That's the part that I play in these deals. The transactional funder on a stack method deal is a requirement for bringing capital. The only other option is the last person that I'll bring up here, which is a credit partner, okay? A credit partner is somebody that can get brought into these deals if you do not qualify for a DSCR loan on your own. Typically, that means your credit score is too low. You can bring in a credit partner. Now, as a buyer or a wholesaler, that could be something that will help you get these deals done. However, if you're watching this and you're interested in becoming a credit partner, I highly do not recommend it. This course and everything in it is supposed to be objective so that you can just understand how things work. But I will say, I know a lot of people that have been credit partners. It is a very low reward thing with extremely high risk because you are tying your liability into somebody that probably does not have a lot of experience, and also that you may not have control over what happens, which means that you could get stuck holding the bag, as they say, on a deal if somebody backs out or if something goes wrong. And it can destroy your credit like the person who didn't have good credit, which is why they needed you to become a credit sponsor, right? Just saying. So not a recommended move there, but the transactional funder is the person bringing those down payment funds. And the way that I have been building this business for the past few years is that your transactional funder is typically going to be your best friend because they can connect you to the transaction coordinator, to the title company, to the lender. That's all of the things that I do. And I've trained hundreds and hundreds of other people to do the same thing so that they can help with that process. Okay. So let's start with the transaction coordinator. This is the first person you need. First person you need before anything else. Again, you could get connected to them through somebody else, but they need to be experienced. This is where you start because they're the ones that are going to do your contracts. The TC is literally going to draft the contract correctly. Remember, if you do this before you work with somebody experienced, they're just going to redo it and you're going to cause a whole bunch of problems. Because once you finish your negotiations, then the TC is going to draft the contracts based on the deal structure that you've agreed to, what's written out in your LOI, what you've discussed, and what you tell them. A lot of people think a transaction coordinator is supposed to be the one that's coming up with these things. No, their job is to execute on what they are told. They are a service. And so you need to take all the training we've already done in this course, put it together to give them what they need, which is the deal structure, the deal terms, all of those things, so that they can put you in a position to succeed. Once you do that, then your deal can actually move forward. And so a good TC, a good transaction coordinator, understands the stack method specifically. They know the title companies. They know the transactional funders. They know the lenders. And that's why they're your first hire. They're the most important piece of the puzzle. I cannot tell you the amount of people I've worked with who are working with a TC that's never done these deals before, and I have to explain to them that they're going to have to pay a second TC to get the deal done. And they're mind blown. They're like, but I've already paid a TC. You've paid somebody that doesn't know what they're doing. And somebody that doesn't know what they're doing is not going to get these deals done. That's the unfortunate truth. That's why TCs are so important. They already have the relationships that you need, right? If you can connect with the right TC, then you can find your title company. You can find your transaction coordinator, can find you a lender, right? They can bring the transactional funder. Those things can flip around too. If you've ever heard about the whole idea of an A player, right? Somebody that's at the peak, they're the best of the best. When you connect with A players, the common rule is that those A players know the other A players. And that's what's so important in these deals, is that if you can just find one really good A player as a transaction coordinator or a transactional funder or whoever it might be, they'll already know all of the other A players and you will be set. It will save you so much time and effort if you can just connect with those people. And that's why the transaction coordinator is so important. Now, if you go in Deals HQ, there is a link for you to hire a transaction coordinator right in there. Now, we recommend people that we have worked with before. That does not mean there isn't other people that you can work with, of course. But if you don't already have one, you should work with one of the ones that we work with so that you know you're going to be covered. That's the whole point. We want to help you get these deals done. Now, not every TC has done one of these deals like I talked about, and so your general TC is going to kill the deal. You need an experienced one to get started. We've gone over this because if the structure is different, the documentation, all of those things, it's going to kill the deal, and we don't want the deal to die because we were trying to be friendly, right? We want to get the deal done. So skip the pain, hire somebody who's already done this stuff. Okay. 100 plus stack deals completed is the only TCs that are inside of Deals HQ for you guys to select have done 100 or more of these deals. That's the only people that we include. Okay. So you can click that. You'll get access to those people. Now, the second thing is your title company. This is typically going to be determined based on your deal structure, based on your contracts, and based on the TC that you're working with. So you typically don't even have to find this person. Now, depending on the deal structure, the title company can become less important because there's two different things that we've talked about, right? People could either do 2 deals where the first deal is at a title company, second deal is with an attorney, or they could do 2 where the first deal is at the title company and the second deal is also at that title company, or the second transaction, I guess I should say. And so there is going to be a difference there based on that structure. But your TC can point you in the right direction on that stuff because they're going to handle the closing. They're going to be verifying title, managing escrow, all of that stuff that a title company does, or an attorney, depending on which state you're in. But the important thing here is that they have a high level of communication, and they too are incredibly clear on what is going on because they are going to be responsible for moving the money that we're going to talk about in a little bit, which again is going to determine whether or not these deals actually close. So you have to work with an experienced title company. Not all of them are comfortable with these kinds of deals. Not all of them even have the brain power, I don't even know how else to say it, to get these things done. But the good news is there's plenty that do, so you just need to work with them. Third person on your team is your transactional funder, the source of your down payment capital. Now, I want to be very clear as an objective person in this course, you can fund your down payments yourself. You totally can. So if you're watching this as a buyer or a wholesaler and you already have the liquid capital to fund these deals yourself, that is the easiest route, 100%. However, it all depends on what you're looking to do and where you're looking to scale. The average amount of money that we fund on deals is over $300,000 for these stack method deals. That's a lot of money, not just to have, but to have liquid in a bank account ready to wire. Something that a lot of people are like, oh, I could come up with that money. Good luck coming up with it when you need it, in the time you need it, finding a bank that's able to actually move that money quickly in and out and do all of those different things. That's where the hard part comes in, right? So the transactional funder is providing your down payment capital and really a lot more things than that, right? Because our DSCR loan is covering the bulk. And as we've talked about, the transactional funder brings in that down payment. They can also connect you with a TC. Whenever somebody works with us, again, there's plenty of great transactional funders out there. Most of what we have done with the stack method, I started all of the strategy around funding these deals, and other people have gone off and probably made it even better. Who knows? But with the transactional funding that I have built out, the thing that's so important is that transactional funder not only is bringing the capital, but they will connect you with the lenders. They will connect you with the TC, the title company, all of those things. Again, you work with A players, you get more A players because the seller carry, that second position lien or preferred equity is happening in a second transaction. And that, by the way, is how the transactional funder gets paid back. That's where the money comes from, right? And so the transactional funder is all about short-term capital. But really, a lot of people think, oh, they're just bringing capital. No, the main thing that a transactional funder is doing on these deals is bringing the experience, right? Because we've done hundreds of these deals, the experience is what we really offer over just the capital itself. So then your fourth party is going to be your lender, which we are going to go very in-depth on in the next section because they literally make or break your deal. They are the main thing. There's 2 types of lenders I want you to understand. You've got your mortgage broker and your direct lender. It is very rare that you're going to work with a direct lender because the way lending works essentially is that there's somebody that lends the money and then they go out and find a bunch of people to basically push their product. And that's what a broker is. Okay. So a broker is going to help you find lenders. And a broker, by the way, is like another incredibly important piece to your team. I know people that have closed, I want to say 50 plus deals now that have done all of them with the same broker. Because if you find a good broker, that broker goes out and finds lenders. Okay. So you can have one broker that finds a lender that allows preferred equity, that allows a second lien, that allows different sourcing. The broker can handle all of that and the broker gets paid a percentage. So they darn well better be carrying their weight. And that's what a broker does. You are very rarely going to be working with a direct lender. And so I want to make sure that you understand that when you're connecting with people. A lot of people don't understand the difference. That's the difference. A broker is speaking on other people's behalf, which means that they can be an asset, but they also do not have the final say. A broker cannot tell you finally what they can or can't do because they're speaking on behalf of the actual lenders themselves. Okay. The other important thing, again, to understand is that a broker works with many lenders. So you could work with the same broker many times. It doesn't mean you're working with the same lender every time. 99% of the time, it's going to be a broker that you work with. Okay. So that's your team. Now, coming up next in this training, we're going to talk about how the lender determines what structures are available to you, okay? What terms you can offer the seller, and ultimately whether the deal actually closes, because choosing your lender is literally the most important part. And not just choosing, really the emphasis on the transparency with your lender. We're going to break all that down in the next section. But the fifth person that I want to talk about real quick as we are finishing up this section on your team is your credit partner, okay? I touched on this briefly. It's a party you should know about because it's a party that can exist. And as an objective person here, I want to talk about it. So a credit partner can help you qualify for a DSCR loan. There is very few requirements on somebody personally with a DSCR loan because it's based on the investment criteria. But if your buyer doesn't qualify a loan, which almost always means that they don't have a high enough credit score, the minimum of which is usually 620, maybe 600, okay? I don't know that much about credit scores. I think they're kind of stupid, but that's how they base this stuff off of. And so if you can't get that agreement, then you may need a co-signer to get the DSCR loan. And that co-signer essentially is the credit sponsor. And usually what they do is they come in and say, hey, I will give you the credit needed. I will become a partner on this deal. You manage the deal and I'll get paid just to bring the credit. I saw a post the other day from someone. They said, insane opportunity. We'll pay you, I think it said, we'll give you 20% equity in every property we buy if you become the credit sponsor. And so as a newbie, people think, wow, incredible. I already have a high credit score, right? So if I just become a credit sponsor, I can make money out of thin air. I can build wealth and all of these things without even having to manage the property. Yeah, that's the upside. That's if everything goes perfectly. Now, what happens when the deal goes wrong? Well, when a deal goes wrong, a credit partner is left holding the bag. They are left in a deal that they have no control over. And they're going to have to either take that over, or their credit not only is going to tank, but they're going to be on the hook for the deal itself. A brutal reality that sounds like a fairy tale when people pitch it that don't want to tell you the actual truth. Again, I'm here to be objective. Credit sponsors exist, and they are going to go on the loan, you can see right here, to help you qualify for that loan if you don't on your own. Now, some of you watching this may already be or want to be a credit sponsor. All I can do is give you the facts, but that's the party. And in exchange, they're typically going to get some form of upfront fees and some form of equity, okay? The thing about credit partners, like I said, is that they're high risk, low reward, okay? And so the best thing I can say is not a good idea. People use this as another one of those things of, oh, wow, here's an easy way to get into real estate and make money. If there's ever an easy way to do something, it's probably not the right way, right? We'll leave it at that. The risk is the debt, not having control, all of that good stuff. The reward is just a small fee and equity, which, by the way, guys, you want to know a little secret? Is there any equity in these deals right after you purchase them? No, it's negative equity. So the equity that you're giving that person is what? Debt. You're literally giving them extra debt. What a great gift that is, right? Woohoo, I get more debt from you. Fantastic. If somebody asks you to be a credit partner, probably not a great idea. If you're going to consider it, talk to somebody who's done it. Please type it in, look it up, figure it out. So your team that you need to know, everybody starts with the TC. Starts with the person drafting your contracts. The deal's not going to move forward until you have contracts, right? There's only two things. Well, really, you can start connecting with all of these people before your contracts are signed, but nothing's going to move forward until you do, right? That's how you open escrow, work with the title company, start the funding process, start the lending process, all of that good stuff. But the other people is your title company, your lender, your transactional funder, and maybe that credit partner, all being centered around that transaction coordinator for your hub. Now, the next thing we're going to talk about is your lender. All of the things you need to know about transparency, their different requirements, and the two main deal killers, how to overcome them, and how to avoid committing fraud and trying to make things easier for yourself instead of doing them the right way. This is all about the parties involved in your transaction. Next, we'll talk about your lender specifically. We've made it to part 8, choosing your lender, the most important decision of this entire transaction. The reason that you will either be able to close not only this deal, but many more deals, or not close any deals at all. This is going to be a very in-depth section. And by the end of this section, you should be able to understand the process behind choosing a lender, but more importantly, the two primary decisions and discussions that you need to have with every single lender before your deal even gets started. Let's talk about choosing your lender. First of all, if the lender does not understand what you're trying to do, and they can't confirm that it's within their guidelines, you are wasting your time. I cannot emphasize this enough. I spoke to multiple people that do a lot of these deals, and I, of course, myself and our team have done hundreds of these deals, and the number one reason that these deals fall through is that there is not clarity and transparency with your lender. Now, there's a lot of people that will say, well, if you just don't tell the lender everything, then you might be able to sneak by. Yeah. There's a lot of things that you can do that you might be able to sneak by. I don't know about you, but at least for me, when we're speaking about this stuff, I'm trying to do things the right way. And I'm going to show you guys the right way to do it, because if there's a right way to do it that way. That's going to give you the best chance of success. And so I cannot emphasize enough as we get started with talking about lenders. You have to have transparency. Full stop, bar none. They need to understand what you're doing. It will make or break your deal every single time. So be completely transparent with everything that we talk about here. Not parts of it, all of it. Now, here's the rule of 10. This is part 1 of your lender sequence. A lot of people will have a deal, they'll find a lender, and then for some reason, something will fall apart. The deal structure, the lender will uncover something, the broker versus the lender, there's a disagreement, whatever. Here's your solution. The rule of 10. Find 10 potential lenders for your deals. Find 10. Now, if you're like, oh my gosh, that sounds like so much work. First of all, it's not. Second of all, I'm going to break down exactly how you can find them so that you don't even have to worry about it, because it's pretty simple, all things considered. But we're starting with 10 lenders and we're narrowing down from there. So really, again, we talked about lenders versus brokers. When we say find 10 lenders, we're really speaking to a broker. And if you think about a pyramid, right, you only need maybe 1, 2, 3 brokers who are then going to go speak to 5, 10 plus lenders each. And then you'll have a ton of lenders in that network. Right? That's how it kind of breaks down. So you start with 10, then you narrow it down to your deal structure, to the different guidelines that we're about to talk about, until you find your broker that then finds the lender that's going to work the best for the deal. And that broker, if they are good at their job, should also have backups for you in case something happens, so that they also can pivot instead of the world just coming crashing down. Because if your world comes crashing down the second there's a problem, then these deals are not going to work very well for you. Okay? That's how you find your actual fit. So not every lender fits a property, right? First of all, we've got our property type. We've talked about, is the deal even DSCR eligible? And if so, what kind of lender can lend on it? You've got residential versus commercial. You've got rural versus city. You've got all of these different things. It could be by state, right? Some lenders don't lend in certain states. That's actually very common with DSCR, right? And so you've got your property type, you've got your location in your state, and you've got their guidelines. And all of those have to be married together for you to find success. Some lenders can't do certain deals. Could be the asset class, could be the geography, could be the guidelines, okay? Could be a combination of all three. If you only have one lender, then you're going to be stuck. So avoid it with the rule of 10. You literally have to find a lender that allows both structures, okay? Again, your broker can be doing this, but you want to be the one guiding the ship, leading the charge here. If you are negotiating with your seller, as we talked about earlier in the negotiation section, you're typically going to want to choose whichever process and whatever style deal is best for you when it comes to deal structure. However, when you are finding lenders, I highly recommend that you connect with a lender that can handle both second lien positions and preferred equity. They're probably going to be separate lenders, so that if you need to pivot, if the seller makes you pivot, if an attorney makes you pivot or whatever, again, that's another circumstance that can come up, you're ready for it, right? So your ideal lender is either going to allow both, pretty rare, or you find one that allows one or the other, right? One relationship can cover all of those things with a broker if you do it correctly. So where do we find these lenders? We'll talk about the shortcut, and then we'll talk about the skill itself. The shortcut is that a seasoned transaction coordinator or a seasoned transactional funder will already have this covered. Okay? Now, when I say I have this covered, let me be very clear. They are going to be able to help you with this, but it is only your job to actually find the lender. So you have a seasoned transaction coordinator that do these every single day. They work with the same brokers, right? A players work with A players, like I've said. So they've got that list. They can bring the seasoned funder, or the seasoned funder could bring the list and bring the TC as well. They all get married together. People that work with us, we provide them with all of the brokers that we have worked with on our hundreds of deals, so that most likely they can skip the line and move on to the next thing. Now, most of the people I work with, like I said, don't go looking for lenders anymore for that reason. They just work with the people that we already work with. However, I do want you to understand how to find lenders. And so if you have to find them, just keep it super simple. First of all, you got communities and groups, right? You can go on Skool. You can go on Facebook. Hey, I'm doing this kind of deal. Who have you guys used for brokers and lenders? You'll get answers. It's not that hard, okay? Literally just ask for references. And the key here is, again, people will recommend like their friends or whatever. Oh yeah, you know, this person's great. And it's like, okay, well, have you actually done a deal with them? Have they actually done these types of deals? Or are you just trying to help somebody start a business? Again, I want to help everybody start a business, but there's a difference. Find people that know what they're doing. Second one, literally just go on Google or do an AI search. Hey, I'm doing this kind of deal. I'm looking for 10 DSCR lenders or brokers that I can connect with. Can you give me a list? These are not going to have to do with your local area. You do not need to find your local Jacksonville, Florida lender. That's not relevant. The only thing that matters is the geography and the indications at the beginning, right? So commercial versus residential and the state. That's what you're looking at the beginning. Once you do that, then you can literally just email them, submit a form. Hey, we're looking to do this. Build up that list on your own. So many people play victim on these and just want everybody to do all the work for them. You, as a buyer or a wholesaler, are going to have to work to get these deals done because guess what? You're getting paid to buy real estate. You should probably have to do a little bit of work, right? And this is part of it. So put in the work. It's going to actually help you get the deal done. That's it. Just build that list. Now let's get into the good stuff. Lender transparency. What does it mean? How does it work? How can you do this effectively? What are all of the different things that you're going to face? Again, just by going through this section, you should be able, as yourself, as a wholesaler or as a buyer, or if you are an agent or a transactional funder, whatever role you play, you should be able to help the buyer and help this transaction get to the end through this section right here, lender transparency. There's two categories that we have to break this down into. This is probably going to be broken down more in depth than you've ever heard it before. So let's talk about the first one is your deal structure. Okay. Then we have our capital sourcing. So let's start at the beginning with our deal structure, being clear about how the deal is structured, what is going on, and ensuring that the lender will allow it. This is by far the biggest bottleneck on these deals is your deal structure. So part A on the deal structure is confirming that your deal structure is going to comply with their lender regulations first. So you literally just ask them for their lender covenants and run it through AI. I've done this countless times. It is so simple. You request the covenants. Hey, can you guys send us your lender covenants, your lender docs, your lender requirements, whatever you want to call them. In plain English, it's the document that says what you do and don't allow for your loans. Okay? That's it. So you're going to get that doc. You're going to drop it into AI. I usually use Claude for this stuff. You can use ChatGPT, whatever you want. Put it in there. Have it read it. And then you can ask it questions because now it has the framework, right? So then you literally just say, okay, I am planning on structuring this with a second lien position. Does this lender allow second lien positions behind their loans? And what you're hoping for here is a super clean, clear answer. The more likely thing is that you're going to get kind of a variable. It's going to say like, well, there's this section here that says blah, 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 and there's this other section here that says blah, blah, blah. And so you're going to have to be able to ascertain from that information whether or not this is going to work. Right? So it's not always going to be a super black and white answer. Same thing with preferred equity. You want to go even a level deeper. Again, preferred equity is oftentimes more allowed than a second lien with a lender, but you want to check and say, okay, what are the provisions for these lender rules based on this information? And then on top of that, you want to also just connect with your lender or broker directly because again, if you want a goated broker that's going to work with you on a bunch of deals, then you need somebody that understands what you're doing. Plain and simple. It can't be any more simple than that. Because again, second liens are the primary issue, but preferred equity can be an issue too. If you don't understand this on the front end, you're going to pick the wrong lender. You're going to screw up the rest of your deal. Don't do it. Okay. I even have a deal a little story time. We'll show you guys here where transparency ended up saving this entire deal. It was going to blow up. It was a whole thing. Trust me, fiasco. But here's the back end. The lender said no preferred equity, no second lien positions. I'm not okay with any of this stuff. This is what they said. Okay. So then we came back with them, my team as the transactional funder, transaction coordinator, and the buyer. And we said, hey, here's our intentions with this deal. Sorry if this was miscommunicated. Is there a way that we can work this out? And so the lender and the broker got together. They looked at everything and they ended up letting the deal close. Now, what they did, they actually ended up increasing the interest rate for the loan very slightly. They ended up increasing it very slightly, which essentially, I guess, was their way of like mitigating risk for the deal. But that's what happened with transparency. And the lender said, yeah, we will check these loans to make sure that everything has been done compliantly. So that could have ended in a foreclosure. That could have ended in all sorts of terrible things. But instead, just ended in a slight interest rate bump and everything was fine. Re-underwrote the deal. Everything worked out. That's what transparency can do. Hiding the structure will have killed that deal and it will kill your deals too. Okay, so there's two options. So you talk to a lender and they say, oh, you're doing a second lien position. Well, we don't allow that. Okay, here's your two options. Number one, if the lender doesn't allow the structure, you switch lenders. You just go talk to the next one, okay? If you're doing your 10 lenders at the beginning, you should be having a lot of these conversations anyway, and so you can get that process started. Hey, no problem. We're going to switch lenders. Your alternative is you switch structures. Again, this doesn't necessarily mean second lien to preferred equity. It's more commonly that way. But they may say, hey, we don't allow second liens, but we're okay with what you're doing. You just may need to restructure it. And you say, okay, what if I have the seller on the LLC and do preferred equity? They have interest, but it's interest in the LLC. They don't have a lien on the property. And if you can get that approved by the lender, and this is a good lender and they communicate well and all that good stuff, then now you're back in the green and you're good to go. Those are your only two options. You either switch lenders or you switch your structure. The only kind of third alternative I could throw in there that I talked about with that story on the last slide is you could try to negotiate your way out of it. But second liens are a pretty straightforward thing. If they don't allow it, they're probably not going to allow it, okay? Either way, goal, keep this thing cooking, all right? You're going to have lender issues, especially on your first few deals. That's how you learn, and that's okay. Now, that is our deal structure discussion. Very short coverage there, incredibly important and in-depth impact on your deal, right? If you do not find a lender that allows your deal structure, or you try to hide things from your lender, then you are going to put yourself in a world of pain. I've said it a million times. I will continue to say it because I'm here to help you guys do these deals correctly. So, part B of our transparency. First was deal structure. Second is capital sourcing. That's the down payment for this deal. This is the number 2 reason why these deals die, and we're going to talk about a lot of things in this section that should be very, very helpful to you in getting these deals done, whether you've done them before or you're looking to do them for the first time. First of all, you literally just tell the lender, hey, the capital for the down payment that we're bringing, that's not my capital. The capital that's being brought is not my capital, okay? It's being lent to me, or it's a loan or a partnership or whatever you want to kick that off with. Then you want to say what's actually happening. So this capital is coming from a partner, transactional funder. Then we're going to ask them, number 1, you should write this down if you don't already know this. This is every single deal. I've done hundreds. Every deal, you have these 2 things. Number 1, you want to ask them about their sourcing requirements. Okay, we're going to go in depth on that. Number 2, we're going to talk about their seasoning requirements. Okay, that is everything in the world of funding that I live in. Sourcing and seasoning are what define them. Seasoning usually is not an issue on these deals. The reason is because every stack method deal, somebody's going to open a brand new LLC anyways, and so the funds are going to go into a fresh entity, so they obviously won't have seasoned there. Now, sometimes they might say, well, then we want them to season from the entity above that. But again, if you're clear that the source of the capital isn't you, then by definition, it's not going to be seasoned. So we very rarely run into issues with seasoning. However, there are plenty of lenders that require it. It's just you can get out of it pretty quick because if they require it, you're going to have to move on to the next one. Okay? So that's your seasoning. Now the sourcing. The sourcing is the real conversation here. This is what has made or broken many, many, many deals that I've worked on and many deals that I've heard other people working on, because that's where the back and forth with the lender happens. It's all about sourcing. So the thing is, some lenders don't care where the money comes from and some care a lot. And you need to determine which one your lender is going to be, neither of which are a deal breaker, but both of which are going to require different actions, right? If they don't care, then you're good. You're covered. Yeah, we don't care where the source of the money comes from. The lowest possible level of that is they say, we don't care where the money comes from. Anybody can wire the down payment into title. That happens. It's rare. The more likely, if they don't really care, is they'll say, we don't care where the money comes from, but it needs to be wired from the purchasing entity. 95 to 99% of the time, that's going to be your lowest level, is that it doesn't matter where the money came from, but it does need to be wired from the entity that's purchasing the property. Okay? That's a typical lender requirement. Now, on the other side of the spectrum, we have our strict requirements, specific sourcing details that you need to break down. There's nothing wrong with raising capital to get into deals. It's completely normal. People raise capital for these deals all the time. So it's not like you're doing some insane thing by not bringing your own money. But you have to be clear about it so that you can ensure you're following guidelines, because there's a lot of different ways to do it, and you need to find the one that is both satisfying of their requirements and also not breaking any rules or doing anything illegal, right? I hope we can all be on the same page with that, because you're at the mercy of the lender. Whatever they say goes. So here's your risky sourcing approaches. These are things that you will see people do. Maybe they are things that you will see people tell you to do. And as I've said many times, I'm creating this training to tell you what is out there, to tell you what the options are, and then to help you understand what the best option is for you. I don't want to sit here and tell you that anything is right or wrong, because that's all determined in the eyes of the people working on the transaction. So your first risky approach is what's called a gift letter. So if I, as the transactional funder, am giving you funds and your lender says the only way that that person can give you funds for this deal is if they sign what's called a gift letter. What it says is that that's not a loan. It's a gift being given by a family member. Okay. I think another version of this is if like you get a car gifted to you and you don't want to pay taxes on it, then you can do a gift letter that says like, oh, it was a gift from a family member. That's essentially what lenders will try to tell you to do. Now, who's telling you to do this? It's your brokers. Okay. Brokers will say, hey, let's do a gift letter. That'll satisfy the requirements and it'll get the deal done. Why is the broker saying that? Because they're just trying to make a commission. Welcome to the world, okay? You need to trust people that are not going to benefit from what they tell you to do so that you can get actual real information. And so a gift letter, if I was all about just making money, you ever heard the phrase all money is not good money? If I was just in the business of making money, everything I'm about to tell you that is not a good idea, I would just do because I would make more money. But I also might not be here talking to you because I would be doing things incorrectly, and that wouldn't go so well. And so a gift letter says it's not a loan when it actually is, and the transactional funder is not actually giving you money. They're not actually a part of your family, unless they are, in which case then you're covered. Then you can do this, right? And that's why I'm saying there are ways that this could be valid, but it's very rare that people are going to do that correctly. Routing funds to hide the source is the second risky approach. I know somebody who said, I've come up with a new way to do these deals that's much more better, and it will get all of the deals closed. And what we're going to do is we're going to open an extra LLC, and we're going to route the money through that LLC. And that way the lender will think that the money is yours, even though it's not. Anybody see anything wrong with that? Yeah. You're lying to them. You're literally misdirecting them. Is that transparency? No, it's the exact opposite, right? So your transactional funder, the real source of the capital, puts it into a different LLC that then makes it appear that it's coming from the buyer, and it's literal misdirection. It's called fraud. That's fraud. It's misleading by design. I have spoken to so many attorneys about these deals, and the number one red flag that they have is this right here. It's a terrible idea. Will it work? Will you get the deal done? Yes, until something goes wrong. Because guess what? Anybody can trace where money comes from. That's the first thing that people will look at if there's an issue. And if you tell somebody this money is yours and they trace it back and find out it's not, you're going to be in some hot water. Okay? So that's a risky approach number 2. Risky approach number 3 is putting the transactional funder or the source of funds onto the operating agreement for the purchasing LLC. Now, if you think logically, an operating agreement is going to be the ownership agreement for a transaction, for a property. Okay? And so if the funds are not owned by the person buying the deal, but then the person who does own the funds becomes a part of the purchasing entity, now the funds become owned by the person doing the deal, right? And so it's a solution that has come up a lot for people because the transactional funder gets just pulled into the buyer's operating agreement. Now, from a buyer side, this seems like a really easy solution. However, everybody has to work together to get these deals done. And from a transactional funding side, the problem mirrors that of like a credit partner's risk, right? Which is that the transactional funder is now going to be going onto an operating agreement. There's actually 2 big problems here I want to touch on. For the transactional funding side, they're going to be going onto an operating agreement, getting tied into it, and then they're going to be connected to somebody who's then going to go operate a property. And by the way, people are always going to say, but you can just take yourself off the operating agreement right after. Again, that's where problem number 2 comes in. So first of all, transactional funder is getting tied in with a random person, right? I've closed these deals with over 100 different people. Imagine if I was tied to all of their businesses. Absolutely not. Horrible idea. But number 2 is that you can get caught up in the same fraud. Why? Because if you pull yourself off of an operating agreement with the intention of misleading somebody as saying that you're a part of an LLC or a purchasing entity when you had no intention of actually being a part of it, then you are intentionally misleading, aka committing fraud, right? And so you end up going down that same route. Now, again, all 3 of these approaches I've talked about could potentially work if they were approved by the people you're speaking with. All of this comes down to, and it's, not to turn this into a life lesson here, but it's the same thing as in life. If you're not telling the truth, if you are intentionally trying to lie and mislead somebody, it is never going to lead down a road to success in the long run. Truth is the only thing that matters. If you find clarity, then you will be told exactly what needs to happen to succeed. And guess what? It's always harder to do things the right way. Always. But that doesn't make it any less proper. That doesn't make it any less important, right? A clear, honest explanation to your lender that a third party is bringing the funds, then clarifying your two different structures and figuring out what they need in order to succeed, that is what's going to help you get the deal done. Now, here's the things that you can say to the lender about the funds, right? And all of this, by the way, is provided inside of our deals portal. Again, part of the free resources you all get access to as a part of this course. So first of all, you can say that there's no expectation of getting repaid on the first transaction, which is the transaction where the lender is involved. Why? Because the transactional funder is not getting repaid on that transaction. They're getting paid back on the second transaction, okay? The second one is that you can say that that money is not going to be placing any form of lien on the property for repayment, okay? A lot of lenders are just worried about having a lien behind them. Just like they don't allow a second lien from the seller, they wouldn't allow a second lien from you as the transactional funder. So as long as you're not placing a lien there, a lot of them will say, okay, no problem, right? The main thing is that you just need to be clear that the money isn't yours, and then answer and respond and overcome any questions that they have about that, okay? When you get to the closing table, you will be so incredibly grateful if all of this has been covered ahead of time, because there will be no surprises and you will be able to actually get the deal done. Now, again, in Deals HQ, we give you all of those breakdowns. There's a lender resource that tells you exactly what to say to the lender. It has an email template to send to your lender, all a part of things after you have an active deal running. So you can take advantage of that. Again, first link in the description, all the resources. You guys probably already have them at this point. Part 4 is your closing, okay? Your lender is a make or break. That's it. Remember, the two main things that I will harp on for this entire training is that your seller needs to understand what's going on and your lender needs to understand what's going on. If you have those two things, got some balloons going for you guys, and you have everybody on the same page, you'll be good to go, okay? Treat your relationship accordingly. You want a lender who clearly gets it. And they can become OG to your operation if you find the right broker to connect you to the right lenders to get these things done. I have lenders in my back pocket. We get on calls with attorneys. We connect with each other all the time. We look at how can we do these things better for both parties, because the better you can do these things, the more success you'll have, the more deals get done. You can't skate by, all right? The broker, remember, what's the broker's goal? Get the deal done by any means necessary so that they can get paid their commission, all right? I respect the hustle, but it's not going to help you in the long run, okay? If the broker stays quiet and the primary lender finds out at the very end what's going on, then the deal will blow up every single time, okay? I have seen so many deals blow up because people think that they're somehow smarter than the people who are doing these deals every day that have seen it all. Oh, I'll just keep it hidden. Not a good plan, okay? You got to communicate early. I'll keep harping on it. Communicate. Everybody should be on the same page. No surprises. Choose the lender who's going to communicate well with the lenders, right? So broker to lender. They're going to communicate well with you. They understand what you're doing, and they are a part of your team. Building a stack method team is about building a force that is going to be able to help you close more and more and more deals. I don't know of anybody that we've worked with that closed one deal that didn't go back and start closing more, or at least try to, because that's how these deals work. It's an incredible asset, incredible tool, but you got to build things properly. So the bottom line is this: finding and disclosing to your lender is your job and your job only. It's not the job of the transactional funder. It's not the job of your transaction coordinator. It is your job as the one that is taking on the liability and taking on the asset itself. And so if you can do that well, you will succeed. Find the right lender, find the right broker, build your team, and fully disclose what's going on, okay? Here's your lender playbook. Follow the rule of 10. Go find 10 lenders or 10 brokers or a few brokers that can get 10 lenders. Give yourself options, okay? Then find the lender that fits the property type and location. That's like high level, just can this work as a DSCR loan? Then you'll get a list of lenders from your TC, if it's your seasoned TC or your transactional funder, to help you get started. That does not mean you have to use them. It does not mean it's your only option. It means that you're getting a little boost, okay? Then be fully transparent. First off, on your deal structure, get the covenants, confirm that what you're doing works, and if it doesn't, then 1 to 2 pivots, right? You either find a different lender or you change your deal structure. Then be fully transparent on your capital sourcing. Where's the money coming from? What needs to happen in order for us to do this? It's so simple to do. Hey, these funds aren't mine. Is there anything that you need in order to confirm this deal? Right? And as you're going through this, by the way, me, your transactional funder, will help walk you through all of this because we've done it before. We know what to say. You get access to that in Deals HQ. Avoid the risky shortcuts. If somebody says you have to do something wrong in order to get the deal done, then that's not going to work. Go do it the right way. Make a pivot. Figure things out so that it can be done correctly. Lender is your make or break. Disclosure, decisions, and what you put out there is your decision only. So many people get a bad understanding, and stack method deals get a bad rep as something that people do incorrectly because it is true. People do them incorrectly because they're more worried about making a quick buck than about doing things well that are going to last and work in the long run. But you are not those people because you are here on this training. And so that's how we're going to communicate with the lender. Those are the two things that we need to focus on. And if you need to go back through this section, just remember that once you get this deal under contract, it is your sole focus and responsibility at the start to find your lender. It is going to control the success of everything else that goes on with this deal. So I hope that you can use this section to successfully find your lender, create clarity and transparency around the entire process so that you can actually succeed. For part 9, we're talking about specifically the sourcing and seasoning of capital. Now, we touched on this in part 8, talking about lenders, but I'm going to do an entire deep dive in this section. And if you're watching this video as a wholesaler, as a buyer, as a transactional funder specifically, as a transaction coordinator, as a DSCR loan broker, if you are any of those people, this is going to be one of the most important sections of this entire training because this is the first time where something like this will be broken down in a way that doesn't say how can we make the most money, but how can we do this correctly? Because at the end of the day, making money does not matter if you're going to lose it. So here's what I'm talking about when I say sourcing and seasoning, right? We have a buyer and they're purchasing a property using the stack method, right? And so that buyer is going to be sending funds to the title company. Now remember, we've got our two different types of funds. We've got our loan, which is coming from the DSCR loan, right? And then we've got our down payment. Any funds coming from the seller and things like that are happening after the transaction, the first transaction, right? And so in this case, we're working with, I'll put DP for down payment. We're working with our down payment money that's being sent to the title company. And the question that's being asked for that money is whose money is it? And the answer to that question will be a defining moment in stack method deals because every lender, or I shouldn't say every, but most lenders are going to want to know the answer to that question. They're going to want to know these two things, right? Now, we touched earlier on the two, so let me break them down real quick just so we're all on the same page. Sourcing is where did the money come from? Seasoning is how long has the money sat there, okay? Now, the majority of this next section is going to be focused on sourcing because seasoning, it kind of ties hand in hand with it, but it's also the less relevant of the two because since most buyers are opening a new entity for these deals, there's not a ton of lenders that worry as much about how long the money has been sitting there as they do about the sourcing itself, okay? So the goal here is to break down all of the different ways that people overcome the issue of sourcing and then what we can do about that, what the right ways are to do it and the wrong ways. And I say that very carefully because really what I'm here to do is just be objective and show you all of the ways, okay? So let's start at the very top. In answering the question, whose money is it, the simplest thing that we could possibly do is say that the money is the buyer's money, okay? Now, there are plenty of deals, maybe not plenty, but there are deals where that's literally the case, right? So this down payment money just comes from the buyer themselves. Whoever's purchasing the entity has liquid capital. They bring the down payment. In that case, these deals are incredibly simple, okay? But the vast majority of people are getting into this so that they can get into it with no money out of their pocket and actually get paid or at least break even at the closing. And so that is not typically the case, right? This is like our gold star. We'll make it a yellow star over here, okay? So where do we go from there? Well, we then say, okay, well, this capital can be coming from a capital partner, which could also be called a credit partner. Okay? And we talked about this in the last section. That is a party that can be involved, and that does help solve the problem for the buyer, because if there's a credit partner, then they are going to be a part of the purchasing entity, a majority, maybe not a majority owner, but they have to have a minimum ownership interest in order to actually be on the loan and be a personal guarantor on the loan. And that person is fully liable to do this. Now, a transactional funder would not do something like that, but somebody else might come in and do it. I don't recommend it, but it does happen. Now, the most common is that this money comes from a transactional funder. And so we're going to spend the majority of this section talking about how the money can come from a transactional funder and satisfy all terms properly. Now, again, remember, the only question that matters here is whose money is it? And the biggest thing that we want to separate here, this is going to sound really obvious, is transparency versus I'm actually going to change this to say deceit. Transparency versus deceit. Okay? And I'm going to break this right down the middle so that we can talk about these two things. All right? So, what strategies do people use? And if you've done these or heard other people talk about these, we should be covering anything that you've heard of in this realm. What strategies do people use to get this done? Okay? Let's talk about some of the strategies on the right-hand side first. These are going to be the most common strategies that you hear. Okay? Number one, we've got gift funds. So the lender says, where's that money coming from? I need you to give me a gift funds document if it's not your money, saying that the money has been gifted to you. What's the problem with this? Well, there's two things, really probably more. But number one is that gift funds state that the money is coming from a family member, which is a lie, okay? So fraud. Number two is that if as a transactional lender you give somebody gift funds, then there is a legal path for them to argue that you gave them the money and that the money is now rightfully theirs. And they could potentially bring up a lawsuit that could try to take that money from you, okay? So terrible protection and fraudulent on the gift fund sides of things. This seems to be the thing that lenders bring up the most. And as I said in the last section, it's not usually lenders, it's usually brokers who, again, what are they motivated by? Getting a commission, so they're going to try and get the deal done by any means necessary. And so they'll say, oh yeah, just say it's gift funds. It doesn't really matter if it's not. Yes, it does. It 100% matters. And so gift funds is the first deceitful method that people use. It's not really brought up that commonly anymore, but it does happen, okay? The next one, I'm going to call this one misdirection, okay? I know some people that do this right now, and it is a incredibly unwise path. So let me draw out what this actually means when I say misdirection. Okay, so this is what basically happens. A lender says, hey, we need a proof of funds to show that you have the money for a down payment. And in a typical transaction that I might do, you'll have me over here, the transactional funder, and I'll have my money right here. And I'm going to take my money and I'm going to send it into the buyer's LLC, bank account over here, right? And that's going to show proof of funds in their account, okay? This transaction right here, very common. Now, what happens on a misdirection transaction is that instead of sending this money directly, what some people will do is they'll try and send to LLC 1. We'll call this LLC 2 now. And so they'll say, well, I'm going to send this money to LLC 1 and then have that LLC send the money to LLC 2, the buyer's LLC, where this LLC right here could be maybe jointly owned by the funder and the buyer, or it could just be owned by the buyer and be like a holding account or something like that. Now, what's the problem with this? Well, like I said, when I define misdirection, what's happening typically is that if I, as the funder, put money directly into somebody's bank account, then the bank statement is going to show where that money came from. And so some people say, well, I don't want the lender to know where the money is coming from, so I'm going to send that money into an LLC right here, a different LLC, and then send the money into this final account from that LLC. Now what's the bank statement going to show? Well, it's going to show that the money came from this LLC. And what the intention is behind that is to make the lender think that the money that ended up here is owned by this LLC, when in reality, who's it owned by? The transactional funder. Now, this is what's called intentional misdirection. Okay? They are intentionally misleading the lender, which is fraud and is going to be a massive lawsuit waiting to happen if anything were to go wrong. Okay? It's an incredibly terrible idea. I know some people that do it. All I can do is say, I spend my entire life learning how to do these transactions correctly. I have had so many hours and hours of meetings with attorneys, more of which I'll talk about in a second, and it's a really bad idea. Okay? So that's another deceitful side of things. The third one that people talk about all the time is going on an operating agreement. Now, if you don't know, an operating agreement is what lays out an LLC's roles, managers, all of that stuff. So if you owned 123 LLC, the operating agreement might say, hey, Ryan is a part of this LLC and John is also a part of this LLC. Okay, and here's their roles and here's how much they own and all that good stuff. Remember, your seller could come into an LLC on a preferred equity structure and be a part of the LLC, but also have something in there that says that they get paid preferred equity out of the profit and all that good stuff, right? And so the operating agreement itself is a normal doc. Let's talk about that next. Every LLC is going to have one. And so what's the problem here? Well, essentially what people are trying to solve when they put a transactional funder on an operating agreement is that what they're trying to do is say, hey, remember, we're asking the question, whose money is this down payment money? And they're saying, well, technically, it's not that it has to be the buyer's money. It has to be the buyer's LLC, the purchasing LLC that's bringing the money. And so if we have our transactional funder go on the operating agreement, they're now a part of that LLC, which means that they can bring the money. And so typically what you'll see people do is they'll say, here's our funder. This is not me, right? They'll have their funder say, okay, we're going to put you on the operating agreement. OA for short. And that's going to then what? It's going to show the source of the capital being from the buyer. And then once we've shown that source of capital is from us and we close the transaction, then the operating agreement is going to remove that transactional funder from the operating agreement. Now, there's two main things that happen with this, okay? Number one, and this one matters more for the transactional funder, is liability. So the transactional funder is now becoming tied to the person that's purchasing this property via that operating agreement, via that entity that they have no control over, right? I've done these deals with hundreds of people. Imagine if I was tied into all of their businesses. Massive mistake, right? So typically, then what can go wrong that will cause these things to go bad is if the buyer defaults, then the lender is going to go back and look at the operating agreement and they're going to drag everybody involved into that lawsuit. And so whether or not you have signed a personal guarantee or signed the promissory note, you are going to be attached to that deal, even if you were on the operating agreement for a second, which is what most people want to argue. Well, you just go on and you go back off, right? Well, that brings up our second problem, a word we have used already many times, which is fraud. Now, by definition, fraud is going to be trying to intentionally manipulate or mislead somebody to understand and believe something so that they can execute on the loan. Now, in this case, the goal is to intentionally mislead the lender into thinking that the transactional funder is a part of the buyer's entity so that they approve the source of the funds. That's what is happening on these operating agreements. But even worse is that then the lender is being immediately removed from that operating agreement, which shows the intention of pretending like they were a part of it when they weren't really a part of it. And if you're watching this and you've done this before, you know people that have done it, I'm going to give you some actual proof here. So right now, there's a lawsuit going on. that is a lawsuit on fraud on this exact topic. So no more theory. Let's talk reality here. There's a lawsuit going on right now where the lender, here's our lender at the top. So the buyer defaulted on their loan really quickly, right? And so the lender is coming in and they are suing the buyer. They're suing the title company. And they're suing the transactional funder. All of them being sued for fraud. Now, it's a very clear paper trail that they were trying to deceive them, because you can literally see that the operating agreement was sent and then changed right after, right? There's a paper trail of all of it. It'll be in the emails and documents that were sent to the lender. It's all there. It's very obvious, right? And so even if this lawsuit lost, all of these people are going to be out a boatload of money fighting this deal. And potentially they could lose the deal completely. In this deal, the loan amount, the loan was $600K. And so they're suing for 3x that. So 1.8 million. Okay? Or sorry, actually the loan was greater than 600K. The loss was 600K. I'll draw that in red. The loss was 600K. Okay? All of this happened because of an operating agreement that was signed to mislead people. So, if we go back up here to our handy dandy list, those are a couple of the primary ways that I see people trying to deceive lenders. Now, as I've said from the very start and will continue to say, if you want to close these deals successfully, don't lie. Don't lie. Be transparent with your seller and your lender. They are your primary two people that you need to have incredible clarity with, and then you won't have a lot of problems with this. And so if you go to your lender and you say, hey, these funds aren't mine, I'm partnering up with somebody for these funds, you can start to work on ways to overcome that and figure things out on the front end so that things work out on the back end. So what's the ways to do that? Well, the number one, the easiest version, is to find somebody with no sourcing or seasoning. As mentioned, you have resources that will get you access to those kinds of loans and brokers inside of that deal's HQ. Right over here, where when you submit a deal, we will work with you on setting up some of those lenders. Doesn't guarantee that they'll be able to do the deal, you know the gig, but we do work with plenty of people who do not require sourcing and seasoning, and that solves that problem, okay? What if they do require sourcing and seasoning? Well, this is where you have to put on your big boy hat and you got to actually work through things here. Okay, that's going to be true for the transactional funder, the transaction coordinator, your buyer, your wholesaler. Everybody's got to work as a team on this. That's why we already assembled our team, right? And as you're going through this, you want to figure out, okay, what exactly, this is crucial that you understand this question. What exactly does the lender want? So first of all, has the lender acknowledged that the money is not the buyer's? If so, then you can now just work with them as a team to say, okay, what do you need to see in order for this to work? Now, they may say, well, we need a gift funds letter or we need an operating agreement. And you can push back on that and say that that wouldn't be valid. That wouldn't be accurate. Let's see what else we can work on. And here's a couple of options that could work. Again, this is not legal or financial advice. This is just me putting out there options that I have seen people use so that you are educated. All right. So one of them is placing a lien on a property. Now, in order to do this, the buyer of this deal would have to own other real estate. It's got to be separate real estate that they already own. If they do that, then the person bringing the funds could place a lien against that property, making the funds for this down payment a literal loan that they are giving to the buyer. Now, once it's a loan, do you have to deceive and try and hide where the money is coming from? No. You just do a formal loan to this person, and then you can get repaid back later. Okay? Another option could be what's called a line of credit. So this could be something where the person bringing the funds gives a line of credit to the buyer that says they have access to this capital for certain X, Y, and Z. You'd have a whole bunch of docs and things that go with this. But they have access to this capital for these transactions. So they now are getting access to something. It's not theirs, but they can use it. Again, none of these are a solution to all things. They are just solutions that can work. But what's most important is looking at this and seeing the divide, right? These are transparent. These are deceitful. And the most important thing you can do in sourcing and seasoning is be transparent. And if you are watching this and you are a wholesaler or a buyer or something like that, then you're probably going to just have to work with your transactional funder to figure out what's best. Because what I find is that a lot of buyers just say, well, why can't we do these things? And just like I've been saying in this training, you got to flip the script and focus on the benefits to them. Most people, especially in the creative finance space, are so obsessed with looking good, with success, with making a quick buck, that they don't worry about what happens down the line. I can promise you, these people right now sure wish that they had focused more on doing things correctly. And that's the entire reason why I'm making this gigantic training for everybody, is to learn how to do things correctly, to be upfront, to have that transparency. And so if you are a buyer or wholesaler and you're pushing for these things, that will not benefit you. It'll feel good for a second. You might be able to get the deal done. But if you're working with a transactional funder that's trying to do one of these things, good luck. Because the more this grows, the more lawsuits are going to come out from it. And if you do not learn how to do these things correctly, you are not going to be having a good time in the future. Instead, just like with anything, do the hard parts first. Figure out what they actually need and help solve the problem. If you're a transactional funder, you should be on the leading edge of understanding this stuff. Same thing for transaction coordinators. If you're a buyer or a wholesaler, you should be understanding where people are coming from with this stuff so that you can work together as a team to accomplish this. Again, this is all for sourcing. If we move to seasoning, I'll touch on this briefly. If we move on seasoning the funds, the vast majority of the time, we just find lenders that aren't as worried about seasoning as they are sourcing, and so it's not a problem. Okay? Another option that you could have if the lender okays it is that it can be really simple to do multiple bank statements. All right? So a little trick for you. Let's say that you need 60-day, quote, seasoning. Again, this is where I've learned a lot from Alex Hormozy about defining terms, right? When somebody says they need 60 days of seasoning, what do they mean? You can just ask the question. Okay, when you say 60 days of seasoning, what are you looking for proof of that seasoning? And a lot of times, what you'll find is that they say, well, we need 2 months bank statements. And if that's the case, then the process that I've built for capital flow for stack method deals can solve this very simply. Because literally what happens, here's our funder again. They seem to be getting shorter every time I draw them. So we've got our funder, and they're sending money to where? To the buyer LLC, right? And so if, let's say, they need this money to show 2 months bank statements, then you can just send this money on June 30th. And then have the money return on July 1st. And that can solve the problem because why? Because you can print a statement for June and then you can print a statement for July. So this could solve their 2 month statements if that's what they were looking for. A lot of people just get an answer and then they don't actually clarify it and they're like, no, they need 60-day seasoning. Okay, well, hold on. What does that mean? What are they actually looking for? We can overcome this stuff sometimes. Now, what if they said, well, we're going to check every day to see if the money is sitting there in the account? Well, now you have a different problem. You either can't work with that lender or you're going to need to find somebody that's willing to lend money to you for 60 days. And guess what? You're going to have to pay them for that. That's how it works, right? And so that's your sourcing and seasoning deep dive. Again, I want to end with this right here. Screenshot it. Write it down. Remember it. There is always going to be more strategies to do this. And so if you're watching this and you're like, oh, I have another idea, Ryan, that's great. Just draw the divide in the middle and figure out which side you land on. And if you land on the side of transparency, you will build a business. You will be able to acquire more assets and you will be able to work with the right people to help you grow that business long term. And that's the goal, right? That's what we're all here to do. So that's our sourcing and seasoning to get started. Now, once we figure out our lender and we've got our team assembled, then it's time to start executing on a lot of the kind of nitty-gritty stuff. The initial intake is what I call it. And so in the next section, we're going to break down all of the things that a buyer, transaction coordinator, transactional funder all need to do as soon as these deals get opened as soon as we're opening escrow, right? Reaching out to the title company to make sure that they close on time. So we're going to talk about that next. Don't forget, the best way to take advantage of this training is to gain access to Deals HQ. It has everything from a live marketplace to an underwriting calculator and even a place to ask all of your questions about the training. It's 100% free companion guide to this training, and you can get it in the first link in the description. For part 10, we're talking about borrower preparation, specifically the initial intake process after you get a deal started. Now you can see here on the screen, before we get to this stage, we have to make sure that we've covered everything we just went through, which means that you've found your transaction coordinator to help you write your correct in at least 2 separate documents, right? Contracts. And then you've started that search for the lender. Now you don't have to have your lender fully set yet because things can change, but you should have a clear path forward with at least one lender to get this deal moving, okay? That's previous steps. What are our next steps? Well, here's a list that you can see on the screen. We're going to be talking about service agreements, invoices, setting up your LLC, setting up a bank account, and also the proof of funds. All of these things are needed at the beginning of a transaction before we move into that mid-transaction, which has more to do with appraisals and some other paperwork, okay? Now, to help you with this as a resource, if you go in Deals HQ, we have this tab called Track My Deals, which is actually a live deal tracker for all of your deals, all of your stack method deals when you are working with us. And if we click into it, you'll see that this deal tracker tracks every single stage of the deal process. It has your resources for the deal, documents for the deal, all the parties involved with the deal, the details of the deal, everything is included inside of this deal tracker. And if we click over to the tasks tab, it's actually going to walk you as a buyer or a wholesaler through every single task that you need to complete. It'll also show you tasks that may need to be completed by other people. Okay, so let's just walk through these tasks kind of at a high level here, right? So intake calls and things like that are getting set up for your contracts. Then you're usually going to have some form of service agreements or disclosure agreements, which again, as a reminder, are the agreements stating that you, as the buyer or wholesaler, are responsible for transparency, right? It means that you are responsible for the deal. You are liable on the deal that you need to take control of. Just throwing that out there. That's what you're going to be signing there, okay? After that, we're going to be moving down to more of the invoices, which again, there should be only 2 upfront invoices. Your first one would be your transaction coordinator. Your second would be the appraisal, which you probably haven't paid for yet. We'll get to that in the next section. And then we're going to work on the LLC setup, which I'll talk about in a second, your bank account setup, and then finally down here, your proof of funds, okay? So let's break down those things individually so that you, whether you are that transaction coordinator, transactional funder, or the buyer, that you understand what your role needs to be in this process. So first of all, your service agreements, we already covered that, and your invoices, we covered those, okay? Now let's move on to your LLC setup. This should be super duper simple. So we're buying a house here, right? And by the way, when I talk about this stuff, especially with entities and LLCs, you should be working with an attorney or a lawyer or somebody to give you actual legal and financial advice on this. But in general, when you are buying a property, let's say that you're buying 3 properties, okay, all using the stack method. And here's you over here. You got a smile on your face because you're working hard and you're a buyer, okay? Do you ever buy a property like this in your personal name? Well, actually, when you are getting a DSCR loan, you can't. You have to be buying as an entity. Why? Because it is a business purchase, right? The whole point is that this does not have to do with you personally. It has to do with getting a loan for an investment, all right? And so an LLC stands for Limited Liability Company, is typically what's going to be used to make the purchase on one of these properties. Now, if you own an LLC, can you buy 3 properties under that same LLC? Yes, you 100% can. However, on these deals specifically, you are going to find that people are going to open a different LLC. So here's LLC 2, this is LLC 1, here's LLC 3. People are going to open a different LLC for each one of these things. The fees to do something like that is like $100, okay? Depends on your state, depends on all of that good stuff. Why are people going to do this? Because it's going to separate out your properties. It's easy to do. And really then what somebody's going to do is they're going to have what's called a holding LLC. And that's going to own each one of these, okay? Now this is not an entity training. I just wanted to throw that out there as a basic guideline, okay? Each one of these will then own a property. So typically speaking, you're going to open an individual LLC when you buy a property, after you get everything under contract. That's why this is a part of the initial setup stage. Now, you may end up setting up this LLC, or you may get help with this from your transaction coordinator, depending on who you work with. The important thing to note here, I'll just add in, is that if you have a holding LLC, which I would say is the typical recommendation with this structure, and then you're opening another LLC, you want to be very careful if you're trying to do this yourself to open this LLC correctly, because if you mess this up, it will cause a world of pain. Ask me how I know. And so usually you'll want to have somebody else setting this up for you that's a professional, or you can always just use AI to kind of help you make sure that you're doing things correctly. Okay, so that's setting up your LLC. Your next thing, bank account setup. Okay, I'm going to get into some nitty gritty with you here, because I have kind of created the strategy around setting up these bank accounts to be the most successful for these stack method deals. If somebody else did it, whatever, I do it. Okay, and this is what the most important thing is, that you learn how this actually works. So here's the buyer again. And the buyer is going to be setting up some form of bank account, right? And that bank account is going to be owned by who? Is it going to be owned by the buyer? No. Whoops. Owned by the LLC, right? That's the normal process. So let's think about our order here, right? I'm very intentional with order. Can you set up an LLC under a bank account before you got the LLC? No. So first, we're setting up the LLC, okay? Then once that LLC is set up, then we're setting up the bank account under that LLC. Now, right when you go under contract on a deal, it may take a few days to set up your LLC. So this could be a multi-day process. That's okay, right? These transactions take a little bit. But once the LLC is open, the next thing that you want to do is open up that bank account. Now, when doing this, I use a bank called Relay, all right? Their website is relayfi.com. And you might be like, Ryan, I want to use a different bank. That's great. Let me explain to you why we specifically use these banks for every single one of our transactions that I am funding or that our transaction coordinators are working on. The reason is very, very specific, and it has to do with our final step, which is what's called a proof of funds, or a POF. Okay? That's number one. And then number two, there's actually two major reasons why we do this. Number one is that proof of funds. Number two for the bank account is what we will refer to as wire limits. And so I'm going to break down these for you individually so that you understand the reasons behind why we do what we do. Again, this is objective. You can do whatever you want. All right. So the first thing in setting up this bank account is your proof of funds. What a lender is going to ask is they're going to ask, let me change the color here. They're going to ask for a bank statement. And on that bank statement, they are going to want to show whatever the amount is plus the closing costs and things like that. They'll probably give you the number, or you can ask for it. They want that shown on a bank statement. Now remember, for this proof of funds, where is this money living? It's over here, right, with your funder. And then that funder is sending the money into the purchasing LLC bank account, right? That's how the flow of funds works on these. Remember, some people will try to send that money into a holding account and then send it down to try and deceive, but we're not going to do that. So the money is going straight into that purchasing LLC bank account, right? So here's the things that people don't consider when they're new to this, which is why I want to share this with you as somebody that's done this many times so that you can skip the line, all right? What happens on these deals is that this money gets sent, and if we're going in order here, here's step one, right, is that it gets sent. Step two is that we print our statement. Okay? And then once we've done that, then the money gets sent back, right? Back to our transactional funder. So it goes in, we print the statement, it comes back. That's how proof of funds typically work. Why? Because the money needs to be in the account of the purchasing LLC. That's where it'll be wired from at the end. We'll talk about the flow of capital at the end in a later section. So for a proof of funds, what you need to know is that if that money needs to be sent down and back, then what your transactional funder is always going to be looking for with that is what's called instant transfer, which means that the money can be sent and received in the snap of a finger. For doing that, there's two different types of wire movements. Okay, this gets really into my world. You probably don't care, but you need to care so that you understand how this stuff works. You've got a wire, and you've got what's called an ACH. Okay, a wire is it's really called a domestic wire. That's the typical way that somebody would send money to another entity or to another bank. And ACH is like how you would get your paychecks out of W-2. They're a little bit slower. It's a different process, okay? These are oftentimes free, by the way. And these are typically going to cost some form of money. Now, depending on which relay account you set up or another bank account, you may be able to do wires for free. But even then, a wire is going to have to clear. So on average, these take 1 to 3 hours on average to clear. Now, let's say it takes 3 hours and then you have to clear it back. That means it's going to take 6 hours to move that money down and back. You're going to have to get on phone calls with the bank to clear the money. It's a whole mess, okay? If you do an ACH with relay, it takes 0 seconds. Why? Because the money is moving internally in the bank, and so they allow it to be instant, and it shows up in your account instantly. And so to do this entire process, which looks kind of like a mess for this proof of funds, this was step 3, takes a total of 10 seconds. It literally takes as long as it takes to click something and then click something again. That's how long it takes to move the money back and forth. And so for our proof of funds, if you are setting up with a relay bank account, you are able to solve all of that. Now, again, inside of the Track My Deals function here, when you go into the tasks, you will get the setup instructions for your relay bank account right here. You'll be able to click that. It'll give you the instructions, and that will take you actually to the second thing, which is something that nobody ever thinks about with this stuff, which is right here, wire limits, okay? Now, if you've never sent money before, then you won't understand that most banks, I think I have a Wells Fargo account and a Chase Bank account. I think Wells Fargo, my initial wire limit was $5,000. We'll actually talk about this here. So wire limits. My Wells Fargo one was $5K. My Chase Bank one was $25K. So that meant that that was the most amount of money I could wire. Now, the average size of a wire on these stack method deals is going to be over $200,000 that's moving, which means that these won't work. And a lot of other banks that people work with, they won't work. Now, does that mean you can't do it? No. What you have to do is you then have to request an increase. Now, for Wells Fargo, I was able to request an increase up to like 50 grand, I want to say. On Chase, I was able to request an increase up to 500 grand. After that, for both of them, I have to physically go into the branch in order to execute, which didn't work for me because I was living in places in my truck when I was traveling and stuff and didn't have any of those banks nearby, right? Or if you're out of country, you just can't execute on deals if you can't drive to a physical bank. Nobody wants to be driving to these dang banks. You want to be able to send the stuff online, right? So what I did was I set up a relay account. And a relay account, I believe, will naturally give you a wire limit of like 50K, I think. Something like that. And after you have that, you can then do the same thing. You can request an increase. Now, they allow requests for increases much higher, but there's a pretty rigorous process for going through that. Okay, you have to prove that you need the money. You have to like show history, all that stuff. It takes a couple of weeks, and then you may get approved. And so what I did was I started working with them to say, hey, we do a bunch of these deals where we need higher wire limits. Can we get that done? And I was able to set up a link that gives you $1 million wire limit. As far as I know, I'm the only person that they have worked with where they have a special link that gives you $1 million wire limits because I was able to prove to them with hundreds of transaction receipts that that's the amount of money we needed consistently in order to do these deals. Now, over $1 million, we still have to request an increase for them, but up to $1 million, instead of starting with 50,000, you can start with $1 million. And the link for setting up that account is inside of your Deals HQ account so that you can get that done. Okay. The reason I do that is because it has saved us so many deals. Because what a lot of people will do is they get to the end of a deal and then they're like, oh my gosh, my wire limit is 50 grand and I need to send 300 grand. And then the deal gets massively delayed, or unfortunately, we've had a few deals die because we literally physically could not send the money out of the bank account. These are little nitty gritty things that nobody will ever tell you about that will make or break your deals. If you can't move money, you are going to be in a tough position. Okay. So that's the setup that we have. But regardless of what you want to do, these are the two things that you need to worry about here with setting up your bank account. Okay. And so again, if we go back up here, our steps on the initial intake is going to be signing those service agreements, paying that upfront invoice if you haven't, setting up an LLC, which will then waterfall into getting your bank account set up, and setting up a proof of funds. That proof of funds is going to be determined by your lender. They're going to tell you how much money they want to see, and they're going to tell you how they want to see it. Just like I talked about in the last section, you want to be able to solve whatever it is they're asking. So you want to say, hey, do you just want to see a bank statement? Okay, cool. Now let me add one more thing in here. Sometimes a lender might ask for what's called a VOD, which is a verification of deposit. And the way that that's done is instead of a bank statement or on top of a bank statement, they're also going to send you a link, which you then click. And then you're going to link the bank account using that link. Okay, it usually uses like something like Plaid, if you've heard of that. And so it's going to connect to the bank account and it's going to look to see that the money is actually in there. This is to avoid somebody like trying to doctor a statement or something like that and prove that there's actual liquid capital inside. So sometimes for the proof of funds, a lender might ask for a verification of deposit. If you are working with me or a transactional funder that knows what they're doing, then that should be fine. You just have to get it done. Okay. Another thing is that a lender could request proof of funds multiple times. Maybe a number changes, maybe they have a new requirement, whatever it might be. And so sometimes these things will be done. Now, the big thing with proof of funds to understand is that this is being done with liquid capital. And so some people should probably or might charge you to do that. Okay. They might charge you an additional upfront fee. That would be your third upfront fee that we've talked about. At the time of me recording this, I do not charge an upfront fee for putting that liquid capital into somebody's account within reason, as long as the deal is actually going to close because we get paid on the back end. Kind of wild that we don't charge for those because we're literally putting liquid capital into somebody's account, but it's a part of the process and that's how it works. So for our initial setup, after we have handled our lender, our transaction coordinator who's written our contracts, these are the things we focus on next. Now, the good news is if you're a wholesaler or a buyer, you don't have to worry about figuring these things out on your own. Like I said, right in here, if we go into our tasks list, you'll get a list of things you need to do, and you can just check them off. Super simple, one by one, get it done. And for each stage, there's going to be different tasks, okay? And so this was our initial setup stage, our initial setup tasks. Now, as you're going, we also have this inbox set up right here. This one is not live at the moment, but actually, I can scroll over here for you guys. So here's our actual live one. And if we click into our inbox over here on the right, you will be able to actually communicate live with the entire team, the transaction coordinator, the brokers, all of those different people as you're going along in the transaction, which is going to be crucial to making sure that you have the communication to get that stuff done. Again, all of that is included for free inside of Deals HQ. That's the first link in the description for your resources, and that covers the initial setup stage. Next up, we're going to get into what happens now. What happens now with your deal, with your appraisal, with lender problems that might come up. We're going to talk about all of that next. For part 11, we're focused on mid-deal execution. This is where all of the hard work that we've put in so far gets translated into getting us to that clear to close and pushing towards closing. Now, before we talk about mid-deal execution, we've already covered setting up your LLC, setting up your bank account, finding your lender, and getting your contracts done by a transaction coordinator. So if those things aren't complete and you're watching this, make sure that you go back and learn how to do that stuff first. But after we've completed that, the next thing that we're going to focus on is our appraisal, our lender contingencies, and then other issues that can come up in the middle of a transaction, like the seller and the attorney. Now, I also want to note here, I should have put this up here at the top, the proof of funds, okay? Or that verification of deposit, the VOD. If those things haven't been completed yet, then that's going to be a huge part of this, because that's definitely a barrier. And of course, we've already crossed off all the stuff with the lender about our deal structuring and the sourcing of capital, right? So let's talk first about our appraisals. Now, I've said this earlier. I just want to remind you, there is going to be an upfront cost for an appraisal. I'm going to say that's going to be between $500 and $1,000-ish. Okay? Should be somewhere around there. And what's happening is somebody's literally going out to the property, a third party, right, that's not involved, and they're going to be saying what the property is valued at. Now, this is going to be a very crucial section to understand, because this causes a ton of problems with these deals closing, and if you want to avoid them or know how to handle them, then pay attention. So, the example that we started with on this training was a $500,000 house being sold by our person right here, who is the seller. Now, that seller is selling this property to a buyer, and that buyer is going out and getting their DSCR loan. Let me make this more clear. DSCR loan. All right? And we said that that can be anywhere from in the 60s, but on average 70 to 80% LTV. So for really easy math, let's say that this loan is going to be 80% loan to value. Okay? Now, a really quick overview. You can go back to the underwriting section for more of a deep dive on this, but 80% loan to value means that that loan is going to be $400,000, right? And if the loan is $400,000, then our full breakdown would be loan, $400K, down payment, including closing costs, let's say $150K, and then to cover that, maybe we're getting a seller carry of $200K, all right? Now, here's what oftentimes happens. People come up with the random number, right? They're like, oh, seller, if we do this, then I can give you a great purchase price. I'll give you $500,000 for the property, okay? And so in their minds and in the underwriting that we did earlier, we're taking 80% of that, which equals this $400,000 loan. What happens if our appraisal comes back and it says your property's not worth $500,000, it's worth $450K? What do we do then? Well, let me get out my trusty calculator so that I don't mess this up. If we do it at $450K, then how much is your loan going to be now? Our original loan was going to be $400K, right? Which is equal to 80% LTV. But our new loan, which is equal to 80% of the actual value, right? Which we said is actually $450K. That means that our new loan is going to be equal to $360,000. Okay? So we thought that we were getting $400,000. Now we're only getting $360,000. Because that appraisal came in low, we now have to look back through all of our underwriting. You need to redo the entire underwriting. So if we go over to the deal calculator and we put in our example here, which we said was $500,000 purchase price, 80% LTV, $200,000 seller carry, you'll see that right now we've got a green banner here of $70,000 at closing. But if we go back up here and say, okay, now the appraised value, which doesn't change your purchase price, okay, your appraised value was $450,000. Well, now this LTV percentage is based off of that. So you go from $70,000 to $28,000. So you can see, what is that? $40,000, over $40,000 change because of that loan change. Now, again, that's just an example, right? These things can go crazy. It could be appraised at way below the value. And so basically there's three things that can happen with this appraisal, all of which I've seen happen many, many times, and all of which you need to be aware of. Number one is that it comes in with a low appraisal. These, by the way, are all options if the appraisal doesn't come in good, right? If the appraisal comes in good, you're good to go. Keep going. So, number one is that we get a low appraisal, but it still works. Okay? In the example I just gave over here, you're still in the green. So as long as everybody's happy with that, it's okay. Now, a lot of things aren't necessarily in here. Like, for example, there was no assignment fee here. Oftentimes you buy from a wholesaler. If they're charging you, let's say a $30,000 assignment, then all of a sudden things are not looking as good, right? So obviously that can vary heavily. But that's option number one, is that the low appraisal comes in, but the deal still works, okay? Number two, you get a low appraisal, if I can spell. And so you renegotiate. Now, this is what's going to happen oftentimes in this scenario, but it doesn't mean it's going to work, okay? We get a low appraisal, so we try to go renegotiate this deal with the seller. What do? Well, we want to try and push down our purchase price to come down to the appraised value, because at this point, our purchase price versus the appraisal is what's causing that discrepancy. So right now, we've got our $24.37, right? But if we can drop our purchase price down, then that's going to put us way back into the green. Why? Because if we keep our seller carry amount the same, then it'll stay the same. Now, here's another scenario. This is why you need these calculators, so you can test things out. So what if we keep our purchase price the same, but we increase our seller carry amount by $50,000? Again, that puts you way back into the green. And so you can negotiate that purchase price here. You can negotiate the seller carry amount here. You can try and negotiate one of those levers to try and get you back into the green based on that appraisal value that came in. The third thing that happens is that we get our low appraisal. And unfortunately, there's no negotiation that can happen. And that, of course, results in a dead deal unless you as the buyer are willing to not move forward with making money on the deal, right? And some people may, even if they're still in the green, they may back out of the deal based on the appraisal. So a lot of things will go down with these appraisals, right? Now, again, there's even more things we could discuss here. So like maybe your seller carry amount stays the same, your purchase price stays the same, and you go to the wholesaler and say, hey man, I'm going to back out of this deal. Or you can cut your assignment fee in half, and now I'll be back in the green and we can do this deal, okay? So there's a lot of chain reaction stuff that can happen from your appraisal going wrong. You got to be prepared for it, and yeah, part of the deal, right? So let's go back up here to our next one, which is our lender contingencies, okay? Now, what do those look like? Lender contingencies. There's a couple different things that are kind of going to come up, and this again is not something that I can like fully prep you for, except just to say things are going to come up during the deal. And as a constant reminder here, these deals are supposed to pay you when you close, so it's supposed to be hard, okay? So the lender contingencies might be some form of something with the proof of funds, okay? It could be something with your credit score. This, by the way, could also be the VOD, verification of deposit. It could be something with your credit score. It could be something with cash reserves. It could be something with the property location. There's all these different things that can come up. And the best thing that I can tell you about handling lender contingencies is that when they come up, you work with your A players, you work with your team to come up with a solution, because there's going to be problems and we just got to figure out how to solve them. Okay, that's going to be your mid-deal stuff. You're dealing with the contingencies for the lender, and you're dealing with the appraisal stuff. And then finally, if we go back here, we've got our seller and our attorney, okay? Another big one in the middle of your deal, so let's talk about it. We've got our seller and attorney. We'll call it seller, attorney, pushback, to put it nicely. So you've got your seller working with your attorney. You get this thing under contract, but then they keep talking about it because, they got like 30, 45 days at least before this deal is actually going to close, with which to change their mind and get cold feet. And so the seller and attorney are talking, and they decide that they no longer like the deal structure. They decide that they no longer like the deal terms. And these, of course, can cause a deal to fall apart. Now, depending on the contracts you have signed and all of the things that you've done, the seller may not be able to just back out of the deal. However, it's their property still until it's been sold. And so the best thing that we can do to handle this stuff, just like before, is to renegotiate. Okay? This is true with the appraisal. This is true with the lender contingencies, and it's true when dealing with your seller and their attorney. You may need to renegotiate your structure or your terms. You may need to shift things around. I've been involved in many deals where they didn't like the lien position, and so we changed the structure to preferred equity, or they didn't like preferred equity, so we changed to the lien. Now, real quick, let's think about the backfall from that. Backlash, that's the word I was looking for. Let's look at the backlash from that, right? If you change from second lien to preferred equity, or from preferred equity to second lien, you may have to redo a lot. You may have to go get a new lender, which then means a new proof of funds and new lender contingencies, right? And there's a whole backfall from that. And so really, we want to look at this and try and minimize that as much as possible. However, it is going to happen. It is going to come up. And so if we want to survive this mid-deal stuff, first of all, be ready to jump on this calculator and underwrite your deal and make changes, because the three things that we talked about are going to come up. They are going to have an effect on this deal, and you've got to be ready for it, all right? We've got to handle this appraisal first. It's going to cost you a few $100. It's going to come in. It may come in high. It may come in low. It may come in perfect. And then you are going to have to adjust based on that. A lot of the mid-deal stuff is handling those adjustments. The second thing that comes up in the middle of the deal is handling those contingencies. And then finally, keeping your seller informed enough that they want to continue working with you. Okay, whether it's the seller or the attorney pushing back, you're on the same team. You're trying to make them money. You're trying to get this deal closed. And if they are doing a seller carry, you're going to be partnering in the future. So you darn well better have a solid relationship going before that, right? These are the things that are most commonly going to come up in the middle of a deal. And once you've done the beginning of the deal and you've overcome all of these things, then you're going to be pushing towards that final window before your deal closes, which is your clear to close window. We'll talk about that next. For part 12, we're talking about the first closing. We've reached closing day, and prior to this, obviously we've covered a lot. Specifically, before getting to closing day, we have to clear all of those kind of mid-level executions, like the appraisal and different guidelines that you might have to overcome. But once we've done that, we're approaching the first closing. Now, just going to throw this out there in case you're watching this and you're newer to real estate. When I first got started, I thought that closing day was going to be whatever day was on the contract. So let me tell you a little secret. It's not. It never ends up being the day on the actual contract, so don't let that blow your mind or upset you. A lot of things are going to drag, and that is your intro to real estate. But with that being said, here's what we're going to cover for the first closing. Keeping in mind, there is 2 distinct closings on all stack method deals, all of them. And we will break down the first closing and then the second closing, keeping in mind that there's a lot of different structures involved, so I'll do my best to kind of break that down individually for you. So, first closing, we're going to talk about our lender checks that need to be cleared to even get here. We'll go through HUD reviews, signing schedules, the pre-funding checklist specifically for the transactional funder, whoever's bringing your funds, and then the capital flow itself. The most important thing I want you to get out of this is the timing for how money moves and what to expect, so that whichever role you're playing in these roles, you know how to be the best in that role by knowing exactly what to expect. So we'll start with our lender checks down here. And the lender checks are pretty simple. This is essentially going to mirror what you could call the pre-funding checklist here that's done by the transactional funder, because your lender checks are kind of just going to be that final line of defense before your lender funds, your DSCR loan, right? So the primary loan on the property. So there's a couple things that could come up. Number one, a VOD or some form of another POF. So this was done earlier in the transaction, as we talked about, but oftentimes a lender will want some verification of deposit to know that the money is in the account that's going to be funding the deal. This is no big deal for whoever is bringing the capital. They would just need to put that money into the account. You can click the link to do the verification of deposit or send the bank account statement or whatever they ask for. But that's going to be one of those primary lender checks at the beginning, is going to be the VOD. The next thing is that because these deals drag out, there's going to be situations where they might want to redo things. So some of the stuff that they've done earlier is stuff like credit checks. They've checked that DSCR ratio. They may or may not have done some form of like a rate lock for you for your interest rate. So things like that also may be getting checked at this point. They may be going through those and rerunning your credit if it was maybe expired. Typically, I think they last for 60 days, maybe 90 days, depending on who's doing it. But those may be some of the things that are getting redone by your lender, and you're not going to really get to the, quote, clear to close, CTC, as they say, unless you have those things completed. So that's our lender checks. They should be pretty simple as long as nothing crazy has changed, and they can be executed on accordingly. Next up, we've got our HUD review. Now, your HUD. It's going to be a little document. We went over one of these earlier in this training. Your HUD's going to be a document that's essentially split like this. And it's going to have columns for the seller and columns for the buyer. It's called an ALTA statement. And this is going to get sent out to all parties, okay? Now remember, this is our first transaction. And on this HUD, the focus is, this is typically what's called a preliminary HUD is what you're getting right here. The focus of this is confirming all of the numbers that are on there. Now, there's going to be numbers that aren't on there, which we'll talk about in your second transaction. I'll bring up briefly here. But the secondary HUD, or sorry, the preliminary HUD is typically going to be more so reviewed by the buyer and then probably the transaction coordinator. And you're really just checking to make sure that everything matches up. So over here, you know, let's say that there's an assignment fee that you're paying as the buyer. You want to make sure that that matches the amount you're expecting, or maybe if it's getting split up, that all makes sense. You're going to be checking on things like, you know, random fees, the price, the seller carry is obviously a big one here. Those are all going to show up on this HUD statement. And so really, I just wanted to briefly touch on the fact that that's what you're pre-close. That's one of the main things that we're doing is we're checking this. And typically what's going to happen is we're going to check it. And then there's going to be, you know, one person's going to have some revisions that got missed. And then another person's going to have something that needs to be added and, you know, things like that. And this should be on an email chain every single time. You should be seeing this on an email chain with all parties involved, split up between the buyer and the seller. So you should not be, the seller should be handling their stuff. You should be handling yours. But that's going to be in an email thread. So you'll see people say, hey, we need to change this. And then they'll send you another HUD. That's why it's called the preliminary HUD, right? Once that HUD is agreed upon, everything looks good, and we've passed all lender checks, we'll go to the next steps. But I want to add an emphasis on one thing here, and we'll cover this again in a second with documents. But it's this guy right here, the seller carry. So your seller carry is going to show as a credit on the HUD statement of some form, or show as a holdback. It may be on the HUD itself, and it may not. And that's really what I wanted to emphasize. And again, if you work with somebody experienced, they will know exactly what to do here. This may be showing on the HUD. It may not, depending on the structure you're using, depending on who you're working with, depending on how it works. But regardless, there's going to be a document called an escrow holdback. And essentially what that document is going to say is, instead of sending X to the seller, send it to Y. Okay? And if that doesn't make sense, essentially what we're saying is, remember the example that we keep using. I'll go back into our deal calculator here real quick. So in our example, we've got a $500,000 purchase price. The seller is carrying $200,000 of that, right? So assume that they had, let's say, full equity here. If they had full equity, so they were going to receive $500,000, then what's important right here is that the title company does not send that $500,000 to the seller, right? That would completely blow up this deal. The whole point of the pre-process is that doesn't happen. And so essentially what this escrow holdback is saying is, you know, here's our $500K. And it's directing them. That's what a HUD and other statements do for a title company. They're all directions. Their job is to follow directions if they're doing their job correctly. And so we'll take that $500K and we'll say, okay, we're going to pay them $300K. That's going to actually go to the seller, but then we have our holdback for $200K, and that's not going to the seller, right? And so that needs to be made very clear. That is specific documentation that will be done by your transaction coordinator to make sure that you are taken care of there. Okay, so just want to touch on that real briefly. Now let's move on to our signing schedules. So another big one that upsets people, and it's just welcome to reality, is that you've got a lot of people that need to sign these documents on closing day. Typically, the people signing is going to be our buyer and our seller. All right. That should be the two main parties. However, especially with the buyer, sometimes this could be an LLC. And so you might have, person 1 and person 2 and maybe person 3 and who knows. But you're going to have multiple people potentially that need to sign these docs, and both parties need to sign them, and they're obviously very separate parties, right? So typically what gets done is you'll get what's called a notary, and the title company will just send them to your house or wherever you send them to, and they will bring the docs for you to sign. And some of those documents, sometimes for these transactions, need to actually be physically mailed into the title company. Another nice holdup, okay? But the other big thing here is just remembering that notary, there's going to be a notary for the seller and then a notary for the buyer, okay? And so these docs being signed is what completes the transaction, obviously. And so there's a lot of things that aren't going to be able to fully execute until that's done, right? So if, for example, the buyer is signing on a Thursday morning, but the seller's not signing until Friday morning, then things can't move forward until both parties have signed. Okay, so that's the thing that we want to pay attention to there. Again, it's a timing thing to understand. Next up, we've got our pre-funding checklist. So remember, pre-fund checklist. Okay, so remembering here that we are going to have our capital go from our funding. Actually, I'll just call it this. Coming from the transactional funder, this guy right here, and that capital is going to be getting sent in eventually, and I'll talk about our capital path in just a second, to the title company, right? And so the transactional funder, whether you're working with me or somebody else, is going to have some form of a pre-funding checklist that they need to complete just like your lender. Same thing, right? They're lending you money. And so there's going to be a pre-funding checklist. Now, some of the big things here for us would be requiring that everything is signed, right? Which we just talked about. So if the buyer has signed but the seller hasn't signed, deal isn't done. Going to have to wait for that, okay? Another one is that escrow holdback that I mentioned, which is a directive on the funds. This is incredibly important to a transactional funder because it's what says that the money that they need to get paid back with is going to be sent to the right place, okay? So that needs to be confirmed as well. And then there may be some other things. Some transactional funders may require that the lender fund first. Some lenders will require that the transactional funder fund first. If they both require that, there's going to be some butting of heads. You'll survive it. Somebody will get through it eventually. But those are some of the pre-funding kind of checklist items that are going to go down. And so I think one of the biggest things that gets misconstrued or mistakes that people make is just communication towards the closing table. And that's what I want to explain to you, no matter what role you're playing, is that communication is absolutely crucial here. Because if somebody expects something, the time that people get frustrated and upset and angry is when their expectations aren't met. And so as long as expectations are clear, you're going to be off to a much better start in the relationship of closing these deals, and you'll actually get them closed, which is obviously crucial. And so the expectations that need to be displayed by the transactional funder and met by all the other parties, including the DSCR lender, is just timing. Hey, we require X, Y, and Z. And I'm telling you this so that you can ask whoever is bringing your down payment funds what exactly they require and what it's going to look like, and then communicate with them at closing so that you know what the holdups are. Because the fear from most people and lenders is that they're not going to get the down payment money and then the transaction will fall apart. The reality, 99% of the time, if everything else went well, is that the money is ready to go and there's just missing documentation that protects somebody like the funder, right? The DSCR lender is placing a lien on the property. They're protected a lot differently than somebody that's doing the transactional funding. Things like the escrow holdback is one of the biggest protections for your transactional funder. And so we want to make sure as a funder that that stuff is actually done. Now, once we've passed our pre-funding checklist, the final thing I want to hit with here is the flow of capital, because this is another thing that is going to be very crucial on your closing day. Okay, so let's talk about flow of capital real quick. We've passed everything and you are now sending in your down payment. The lender, by the way, I'll draw up both parties. So our DSCR lender, they are going to wire money directly to your title co. Okay, those funds, by the way, should get some form of a receipt that they can share with you saying, hey, we have received your lender's money. Okay, so that's number one. Number two is this sequence right here, right? Let me copy and paste this real quick. So for the transactional funding portion, this arrow in the middle is what's going to be different, because if we move this down here, we'll put it at the end of the road. What's going to happen is that the transactional funder is going to wire money into the buyer's LLC bank account. Okay? This is going to be whichever bank account, whichever LLC is actually purchasing the property. And so the funds are going to be sent into that account. And then from that account, the funds will be sent to the title company. That's going to be true the vast majority of the time, okay? Now, there is situations where that may not be needed if you have specific lenders or if you do some of the structures I talked about that I would not recommend, and the person bringing the funds is now a part of the transaction, then they may be able to wire those funds directly. But of the hundreds of deals I've closed like this, I've maybe wired it directly, I don't know, 5 times, something like that. So very rare, right? If you're using the strategies that we've talked about. But either way, that's the flow of capital. So we've got our DSCR lender going straight to title. We've got the transactional funder funds going into the buyer's LLC bank account and then to the title company. Now, again, I mentioned this earlier. This is the type of stuff that people don't understand. Average transaction size on these for a down payment is $200,000 to $300,000. If we have a $200,000 to $300,000 wire that's being sent to this account and then sending another wire here, it's going to take up to a day, if not more, depending on who you're working with, which is why we work directly with Relay. So that there's an instant transfer. Because people ask all the time, why do we have to use specific accounts? This is being used right here so that that's an instant transfer. This is a wire. You cannot do instant transfers to a bank, and you cannot do instant transfers to other entities, right? You can only do them within the same bank, specifically with Relay, which is why this transaction right here is done with Relay for that instant movement. So it's another crucial thing to understand. If you're somebody funding these deals or working on these deals and you work with somebody inexperienced, you will run into massive delays with moving capital if you have to go in person or if you can't move that stuff instantly, because when you stack multiple wires on top of each other, good luck. I've sent probably a few thousand wires at this point in my life, and if you are not doing them correctly, it is a major pain in the butt. So that's a couple things to be aware of for the first transaction. Now, again, we have 2 transactions, right? We've got our first one. Break this down. First transaction. The goal of this transaction is you're going to get your DSCR loan. We're going to be doing all of our signed contracts. And the buyer will own the property after this transaction is complete. Okay? The first transaction, the most simple way I can explain it is that it's normal. It's just a completely normal transaction. There's absolutely no differences. The only thing that you need to understand that would be separate would be the source of capital and movement of capital like we just talked about. And then that escrow holdback, because the escrow holdback is what's going to say, hey, don't send the money to the seller like you normally would. we're going to go do this second transaction. And so next we're going to move into the second transaction. This is where there's going to be a lot of probably discussion about how these are done, how to do them correctly, what's safe, what's not. But no matter which side of the pedestal you're on, I don't know if that was the right word choice there. No matter which side you're on, though, we got to talk about it. So next, in whatever part is next, we will be talking about that second transaction. For part 13, we're jumping into our second transaction. In order to reach this point, transaction 1 has to be completely closed, everything's signed, funded, lender funds are in, everything's good to go, and then the escrow holdback has been executed, which means that they have not sent all of the closing money to the seller, but instead they have held back a certain portion, whatever was agreed about, for this second transaction and sent it one of two places, okay? So here's the two options for this second transaction and how they work. Option 1 is that the first transaction is done with a title company, and then the second transaction is done with that same title company, okay? Option 2 is that the transaction 1 is done with a title company and the second transaction is done with an attorney. Now, there's a lot of theory I want to get into this on it with you. And so the first thing I'll say is when we talk about the escrow holdback, the money that the seller was going to receive getting sent somewhere else, that's obviously going to look very different based on these two options, right? So with this option, the money's not actually being sent anywhere. It's just being held on to by the title company. With this option, the money is actually being wired to an attorney who is then going to disperse the money, okay? So we'll break down how both of those things actually work. But first, I want to talk about the theory behind these two transactions as you're getting there to kind of just recover the things that we've covered earlier with these transactions. So if we do both transactions at the same title company or at separate places, what are we trying to accomplish? Well, the big thing to understand with these deals that we always talk about is that the seller can't do the carry back, as it's called, until after the house is sold. Okay? That's what's really important to understand here. And so when we're going about these processes, there's a lot of different things that different people will try, some good, some not, to accomplish that, because a seller cannot give you money they don't have, right? That's the whole reason you have to bring in your transactional funds and all of that stuff for these deals. But if they can't do it until after it's sold, there's also an argument to be made for a lot of other things not being able to be done until after they're sold. And so, first of all, the big thing that anybody is going to try and accomplish with either of these options is separating out the two transactions. Because if you combine the two transactions, we get into a whole different realm with disclosures, with contracts, with the first lender, all of that good stuff, right? And also, again, the fact that the money can't possibly exist there yet. And so these transactions need to be separated. Now, some people think that just doing it at the same title company, you can do that. If you do it that way, then you have to do it with the title company that has done tons of these deals so that they understand how to do it. Otherwise, it will be a nightmare and the deal will not close. You don't even have to ask me how I know that. Secondarily, you can do this option. Personally, this is the option that we lean towards because this completely separates out the second transaction. It goes to a different person. It's a completely different file that's being opened and transacted on, which makes it a lot more clean cut if there were to ever be any issues, and also just to make sure that all parties are on the same page. Okay, so that's our two options there for the transaction itself. Now, again, seller can't do anything until after it's sold. So in this option specifically, and sometimes in this option, more dependent on who you're working with and who's coordinating your deal and how smart they actually are, there's going to be a list of things that have to happen after the deal closes for the first transaction. And so on all of our deals, when we're doing this, the seller is then going to have to sign additional docs after the first deal has closed. And they want to separate out that time. Very specifically, you want to separate out that time to truly draw a line between the two transactions. And so just like we talked about in the last part, there's going to be some delays potentially because people have to now sign new documents. Okay. Now, how do you overcome this? Expectations, right? The seller should know ahead of time, hey, when the first one closes, you're going to have a new set of docs that you need to sign, so please be prepared. Same thing for the buyer. We prep all of our buyers. Hey, on closing days, you got to be around because there's going to be multiple sets of documents being sent at different times throughout the day based on where the transaction stands and what we're trying to accomplish. And so that's a little bit of the flow of things. Now, regardless, let's talk about what's actually happening on that second closing. So the first thing that happens is that we have our title co. send the money to transaction number 2, all right? Which becomes one of two people, either your attorney, right? Or that same title co. The title companies typically that we work with for this do execute these in different departments, so to speak. So the money is still kind of moving, but it's being held within the same account at the title company. So that's going to be a differentiator there, but that's where the money is moving. Now, in the example that we've been using, we had a seller carryback of, what was it? $200,000. Okay. So seller carryback equals 200 grand. Now I'm going to show you the math behind exactly how this second transaction will break down. So our down payment, we'll call that DP, and then closing costs, CC. We said, I think we estimated that those would be $150K, right? And that money was brought by who? Your transactional funder. And so, of course, that money is now owed back to the transactional funder, right? They're moving the money in and out for you. So we are now going to have HUD number 2, right? Just like the first transaction where there was a breakdown of where all the money goes, we are now going to have a second HUD. This one's going to be way more simple because the first one's got taxes and prorates and title fees and all this garbage. Second HUD's going to be really, really simple. Here's what it'll look like. If you think about like a profit and loss, if you've ever been in business, kind of how I try to think about this. So I'll draw her out for us. So we've got essentially on one side plus 200K. Okay. Where did that money come from? That came from the seller carry, right? That came from the title company. Now that money is going to get dispersed. All right. So now we're going to start pulling our negatives. So the first thing is we're going to pull out 150K of that 200K for the transactional funder. Then let's say, I don't even want to do the math. Let's say that there was a 5K fee for that. That would be the TF fee. Now, what other things might come out of this second HUD? There might be like, let's say, I don't know, $2,000 for attorney fees, processing the documents, filing liens, whatever the heck is being done there. And then depending on how you structure this, most of the time people are going to pay out assignment fees on this as well. So let's say that there was a 10K assignment. So where does that leave us? Remember, we started with 200K, subtract 150, that leaves us at 50, subtract 5, that leaves us at 45, subtract 2, that leaves us at 43, and then we subtract 10. So that's going to leave us with plus 33K. Now, whatever money is left over there, that's going where? To your buyer. Right? And so that's what that second HUD is going to look like. Is it's going to be at the top. It's going to be however much money is coming in from the seller. Then we're going to take out all of the different things that need to be taken out. And then the part that's left over is what's going to the buyer. This, again, all comes down to the understanding of two things if you're the buyer. A, that this is never going to be exactly what you expected it to be, so prepare for that. And B, the better you do underwriting, the better prepared you can be for this, okay? The first time you go through this, you can just expect to need some margin, okay? So if you're underwriting this thing, like you can see right here with the one we did, $53,938 in additional money here. As long as you, this is being underwritten, by the way, with all of those fees, right? So this includes things like your assignment fee. So if the assignment fee was in there, we should have that written in ahead of time. If there's going to be a real estate agent, we should have that written in ahead of time. We want to cover those fees and then just prepare yourself for the fact that there is going to be fees you are not expecting. So if you really want to be safe, you could even just add in some additional fees in here of like 10 grand. Okay. Just because expectations then will be closer to reality. But that's what's happening on that second closing. And this is what the HUD is going to look like for that. So again, to recap everything that's going on here, when we get to the second closing, a couple things are going to happen. First of all, we're going to do more signing of contracts. Okay? Then we're going to go through the same HUD approvals that we did the first one. So people are going to look at this guy And anybody that's on there, so me as the transactional funder, the attorney, whoever's getting the assignment, the buyer, everyone should look at the numbers. And the buyers oftentimes will be like, well, it says 33K. I thought I was going to make 41. And it's like, okay, well, here's the fees. Here's what you may not have looked at, whatever. And then the next time, guess what? You'll be able to prepare better. You'll know what to look for. But approving the HUDs is the next thing. And then finally, on that second closing, we're going to have the disbursement. So whoever's handling the disbursement, again, this could be the attorney or the title company, is literally just going to do this. Okay? So they're going to send a wire out to the transactional funder. This will be when you would receive the wire instructions. Let me talk about that in a second. So they'll send the wire out to the transactional funder. They'll send the wire out for the assignment fee, and then they'll send the wire out to the buyer and any other parties involved. And in order to do that, they're going to get wire info from all parties. So if you are the wholesaler on the deal, then whoever is the second leg, okay, not the first, the second leg, they should be contacting you for your wire instructions, or you can even just send them and say, hey, these are my wire instructions. Want to make sure everything is clear. Your transaction coordinator should be helping with that. And that way they know exactly where to send the money, because this second transaction is quite simple. It should happen, boom. Like leading up to the first transaction, could take 30, 60 days. Second transaction should take like an hour, because essentially the money just has to be received. Then we have to complete this stuff, which should be happening really quickly. And then we're just going straight to that disbursement phase. And so second transaction is really simple. The more important thing to understand is why it actually exists, how to do it properly, and what to avoid. And again, I'm going to give you as much information as I know how to give in this training, but you're never going to get as much as you'll get from actually just doing these deals with people that are experienced. And so trust the people that are experienced. And as always, when we're separating out the disclosures, the title companies, the structures, the setup, all of that stuff, there are so many people that will try to get these deals done for you that are focused on making money. But no matter which role you're playing, the way that you win in the long run is by doing them correctly. Don't focus on what's easy, focus on what's right. And if you don't know what's right, then frankly, that is the toughest part, because you're going to find people that present themselves as experts because maybe they've done this a lot. And I just want to remind you that doing something a lot does not mean you do something a lot correctly. Just like people can buy a lot of properties, and that does not make them skilled in any way whatsoever. That just means they know how to acquire things, not that they know how to manage them. Little side tip there, right? So that's the most important thing on these transactions. We've covered transaction 1 and transaction 2. Next up, we're going to talk about the post-closing, and then we have probably the most important part of this entire course, which is going through an entire transaction together, talking about the primary problems with these deals, why they fall apart, so that you can literally just go through that checklist and not do those things, and we go from there. So that's what we have coming up next, but that is our first and second closing. All right, for part 14, we're talking about post-closing. We have completed both the first and second legs of the transaction. The property is now rightfully owned by the new buyer, and the goal, right? Everybody's goal on these deals should be to do more deals. I have never met anybody or used any strategy that is more conducive to repeating the process than the stack method. Why? Kind of obvious. You're getting paid or breaking even to purchase these properties, and it's a really, really good tool to use to get people to sell their properties that maybe have been sitting on the market or other things like that. That's why it's exploding right now, why this entire training is being done. But if you want to accomplish that goal, then first we need to cover a couple of things that you need to do correctly and or avoid in order to make that goal a reality. So in this video, by the end of it, the goal is for you to understand what things need to be done post-closing and really prepared for correctly to accomplish the goal that you see on the screen. So number one, the first thing that we're going to talk about is our servicing. So a lot of people think about the acquisition, and actually this is kind of really the first thing that I should remind you of. Everybody thinks about the short term. Nobody thinks about the long term. I know I've already said that probably at some point in these many hours of training, but that is incredibly crucial on these deals is, hey, guess what? You might get paid a little bit of money to close this deal, which we'll talk about in a second. But the more important thing is moving forward. So when we're structuring the deal and doing all of this stuff, remember that whole thing about how you're going to be paying the seller payments, right? Whether you did the preferred equity or the lien structure, you're going to be making some form of payments to them. Well, one of the first things that you can do is set up some form of servicing for those seller payments. Now, depending on how you set up your structure, you might be deferring those payments until a later date. However, you want to set up some form at a bare minimum, we'll say here, some form of automation here. Now, some people will use what's called a third-party servicer, which you can Google and look up and have them pull the payments from your account and kind of do it formally. You could also just set up regular servicing payments. So, for example, anytime I've had a private money lender in the past, I would have serviced their payments just through Relay Bank. I just set up a recurring payment that's sent out on the first of every month or whatever date you agreed to. That way, I didn't have to think about it, and it was just set up. And, of course, you got to have money in the account to send that. So, that's part of it, just like any other payment being pulled. But that's your servicing payment. I wanted to cover that first. Number 2, the real meat here. The, quote, income is not income. So, on the example deal that we've been working through here, we said that the buyer was going to make about $50,000, right? Now, the biggest mistake that I can possibly talk about, there's so many mistakes people make on these deals, but the biggest mistake is a buyer treating this like income. Now, let me give you an analogy to really drive this home. If you were to go out and get a credit card, and again, I know people do this, so trust me, I know there's mistakes. But if you were to go out and get a credit card and it had a $100,000 limit, and you were to come to me and say, Ryan, I just made $100,000, and then showed me your credit card, we would both laugh, right? You didn't make $100,000. You got access to $100,000. But if you were to spend that $100,000, what would you have to do? Pay it back, right? The same thing is true because on these deals, this $50,000, what people want to treat it as income is not that. What is it? It's debt. And so post-closing, the first thing that I think about for every single person I work with is, what are you doing with the capital that just came in? Because there is really only one right answer, and that's using this money, this $50K right here, as reserves. That money should not be getting touched. I know I'm saying should here, which is subjective. I'm trying to keep this course objective. But that money should not be getting touched as income. You should not be spending that money to buy your family's groceries. You should not be spending that money to go out and acquire more real estate. This money is attached to the property as reserves to pay for the AC unit that's inevitably going to go out, replacing the floor, dealing with vacancies, all of that good stuff. Because if you do not do this, this is the number one reason why these deals fall apart. Number one. And so post-closing, saying, hey, look, here's the money. Boom. You can flex it to your friends. I got paid $50,000 to buy a property. Woohoo. And then the money sits in the bank account because it's debt and you have to pay that money back. You have to pay it back. It is not income. And so that's the second thing that we have to talk about for this kind of post-closing situation. All right. Third, on that same standpoint, is balloons. Now remember, I said goal is to not have to balloon, but oftentimes people are going to have those balloons. So if you sign something that says, hey, we're going to pay back the seller in 7 years, this isn't really a post-closing thing, but kind of more just a reminder. You need to have a payback plan for this, okay? You can't wait until year 6 and then be like, uh-oh, we've reached the balloon year. What do we do now? And so there should be a plan that really, again, correlates directly back to there with your reserves. That's what's going to keep you on track. Make sure that you have the money. And that balloon, by the way, is going to be a lot more than the reserves, which is why you need to be collecting cash flow or creating a plan for either refinance or a sale to pay back the money, right? And all of that, too, is going to be reliant on things like the money appreciating or property appreciating, sorry. And so that all needs to be kind of taken into account, right? Now, the final part, the most fun part of this discussion, is the fourth step, which is hitting our goal of repeating the process. Now, if you went through this and you're watching this and you were going through your first deal, it's going to be a struggle. No matter how much information you consume, the only way to truly learn is through experience. You're going to find out things that you should have done, that you didn't do, that you should have, whatever mix-up of that you are running into. You're going to realize that a lot of things that I said are true, and you tried to cut corners to save yourself a couple dollars and end up spending more money. Trust me, I've done it too. I'm not saying I haven't. It's going to happen. But once you've finished a deal, one of the best things that I've learned from my own deals, from my own businesses that I've grown, is that in order to repeat the process, what you want to do is first you want to look back on the deal and you want to identify what are all of the things that I could have done better. Second, you want to really solidify your team, okay? If you have to figure out the process for finding the right transaction coordinator every time, for finding the transactional funds every time, for bringing somebody, one of the biggest, probably not one of the biggest, but one of the mistakes that people make, they bring in a transactional funder to fund some 100K deal, but then all of a sudden they go out and get $1 million deal, and now they have to restart the process because that person can't do it, right? You need people that can grow with you. And so the goal of the team specifically is that you want them to be able to grow with you. I'm getting a little businessy here for a second, but if you're looking back, we're correcting our mistakes, we're assembling our team, then the next thing that we want to work on is automating acquisition. Okay? And the way to do this is, first of all, you need to know exactly what kind of properties you're looking to buy, and then you need to know who can find them. Now, for some people, as I've mentioned multiple times, this could look like bringing in your own team that's doing the acquisition. They're calling sellers, agents, whatever it might be. It might be that you're connecting with a pool of wholesalers. It might be that you have a ton of different places that those things are coming in from. But whatever it is, you want to automate that acquisition, because really what you want to do, again, business here, is you want to funnel, okay? So that we have a bunch of different properties going into the top of this guy, and then the house that plops out at the bottom is the one that's the best opportunity for you, given your goals, given your situation. That's how you can repeat this process. And so post-closing, all I wanted to say in this section is just don't make the mistakes that other people commonly make here. Project forward what needs to happen, and then build a repeatable system. The reason I've been able to grow 2 7-figure real estate businesses is because I was an engineer before this, and I'm a nerd about systems. And what a lot of people like to do instead is they avoid the systems and they just do the hard work. If you just work hard enough, you can keep growing your business. Please don't do that. Figure out how to make this a system. It's an incredible strategy when done correctly, when done safely, and you want to be able to repeat this process so that you can have more deals coming in. I think everybody can agree that that's a great goal to have when done correctly. And so post-close, that's the focus. Now, after you've done that and you are on the right track and you're not blowing the money on stupid stuff and you're building the game plan for what's next, the next thing I want to cover with you guys is just a complete overview of all of the mistakes that can be made on this deal. This should be kind of a reference for anybody coming through this course to rehash everything we've talked about. And so we're going to jump into that next. For part 15, we are going over all of the mistakes that you can make on a stack method deal, no matter which role you're playing, so that of course you can avoid them. And by the end of this section, the goal is that you'll be able to have everything in one place as far as the mistakes go. We've talked about a ton over the past couple of hours, all the different things that can go wrong. Now I want to summarize those all in one place. And the way I want to do that is I want to break it down by topic, okay? So the first thing we'll talk about is mindset mistakes behind this. I'm not a big mindset guy. I'm more focused on the objective truths of this strategy, but there's a couple things to cover here. First of all, thinking that these deals will be easy. This is one of my favorite things to tell people right off the bat when we start one of these deals. If it was easy, first of all, if it was easy, everybody would do it. But also, did you really expect it to be easy to get paid to buy properties? Because if so, then you're in for a world of hurt if you're jumping into the business and real estate world, because that's never going to be the case. And so people thinking that it's going to be super easy to get paid to close on a property, that's one of the biggest mistakes, honestly, overall that you can make, because then you're not going to have that persistence to actually get these deals closed. So that's mistake number one. Also, treating seller carrybacks as profit instead of debt. It's kind of a mindset, you know, how you're thinking about it, but also just functionally speaking. I know I've hit on it a lot. Next one, underestimating the true costs to close. A lot of people want to be very ambitious, or maybe the word is aggressive with how they're underwriting these things. Again, if you have not underwrote these deals before, you have access to the underwriting calculator, and you should also go connect with people that have done them before and actually just get real numbers. Hey, what did your cash to close end up being on average over your first 10 deals, right? That way you can have a better number to go off of. Mistake number two is in your discussions with the seller themselves. And by the way, when we talk about this, we're about to go through a full deal where we'll walk through this step by step. But when we talk about the seller, sometimes this will be you. Sometimes it'll be a wholesaler. If you are a transaction coordinator or somebody like that, you're not going to have control over this, but all you can do is, sway and share the positive information of how to get this stuff done well. So the first thing, letting the seller sign without fully understanding the carryback and the two-step structure. Pushing a seller to sign something, well, that's another mistake we'll talk about in a second. But in general, having the seller sign things that they don't understand is not going to get you closer to closing. It's just going to move things down the line. That will not do anything but extend your date when that person then has to figure out, well, what the heck is going on? They back out, and at that point, you've spent money on appraisals and on transaction coordination. You got a bunch of people expecting to get paid, and then it falls apart. Don't do it. Next up, trusting a wholesaler's setup instead of checking it yourself. This is for you if you are a buyer or if you are working with a buyer's team who is purchasing from a wholesaler. Assume that person knew nothing because it's a pretty safe bet, frankly. Not after they watch this course, of course, but assume that they knew nothing. Do not trust their structure. Do not trust that they shared things. You have to establish the relationship, because guess who's on the hook when this deal goes under contract, when this deal closes, and on all the management going forward? Who's paying that seller? The buyer. And so that person needs to make sure that they are in a position to succeed. Next up, selling the seller on the strategy. Huge mistake. This is an option. This is a choice. And if a seller chooses something, in general, if anybody gets to choose something, they're going to be a lot more bought in and confident than if you push it on them as their only option. It's a mistake people make all the time. Don't make it. Next up, we've got our lender. So many mistakes. So many mistakes to be made. Let's talk about them. Number one, not being transparent. Just like with the seller, not being transparent. What is the definition of transparency? Let's break it down for a second, right? Transparency, the way I would define it, is that all parties are on the same page. That's it. So there is nothing that one party knows and the other one doesn't. Everybody is sharing information, working together towards a common goal. That is the transparency that we want to have with our lenders. Number two, trying to deceive our lender instead of just finding what works. If you find out the lender doesn't allow second liens, you're like, oh, well, maybe I can just, I just won't send them this addendum and we'll just separate things so that they're not aware and whatever it is. If their covenants say you can't have a second lien at any point, that's not going to work. So how about you move on and figure out something that will, instead of pushing the can down the line when they'll then find out. Just like with everything else, it's not worth it to do it later on. Next up, not knowing the difference between a broker and a lender. Okay, we talked about this. A broker is somebody that works with other lenders. So one broker could have 100 different lenders. But the real difference is that a broker is not the one that makes the decisions, number one. And number two, a broker gets paid commissions. Okay? You ever thought about like a real estate agent showing somebody a crappy house? They're going to be like, oh, yeah, but I can see the vision. Why are they saying that? Because they get commissions when they sell, right? Any salesperson that is trying to focus mostly on making money is going to be pushing you for that thing. A broker is that same thing. It does not mean you can't find a good one. We will connect you with a ton of good ones inside of Deals HQ. But that is not going to be the reality for them, is that they're just going to be answering all of your questions and doing things the way you want to do it. That's the commission side of things. And then also they are not the one actually making the decisions. Know the difference. Next up, having only one lender and no backup lenders. Big mistake. Stop assuming things are going to work out. In fact, assume they're not going to work out and just plan for it. It's not that hard. Get multiple brokers that then have multiple lenders that give you this big branch of people so that when something goes wrong that you can't get over, you just move to the next and the world doesn't come crumbling down. Not hard. Big mistake if you don't do it though. With the property itself, the first thing is going after properties that aren't DSCR eligible. Just do a quick check on it. Make sure that it falls within the general realm of DSCR eligibility, whether it's the state, the area, the population of the city, the income of the property, all that good stuff. You can use the underwriting tool to get started with that. Next one, having only one exit strategy and no backup plan. Again, what happens when things don't work out? Now, I would consider this to be twofold. It's not just the exit strategy itself, but it's the expenses and operations around that. So if you have an exit strategy that might take a little bit to rent a property out, plan for it, right? Have the reserves available, which, by the way, should be that money you're getting at closing. Plan for these things so that you can handle them. Don't come in expecting just one thing to be the only case, or else things fall apart. Next up, with our deal structure and the process behind that. First of all, doing the deal in one transaction instead of two. It's not possible. People try it all the time, though, because I don't know who convinced them that that might work. Maybe at some point somebody's gotten it to work and that got out there somehow. But it's not possible to do correctly. And frankly, I don't believe possible to do legally, because you are legally taking two separate things, combining them together, which means that there's probably some shady title company you found. And gosh, if there's one thing I can say, stay away from shady title companies. I've seen a lot of problems with them. So that's doing it in one transaction. Next up, writing your own contracts instead of just submitting an LOI with the agreed upon terms and having a professional write them. Surefire way to piss off your seller, because they're going to have to re-sign everything. You're going to have to pay for more contracts. Then the buyer's going to be upset because, well, I already have a contract, but it's not the right contract. Don't do it. Next up, pushing problems to the end instead of facing them first. Again, it's a common theme. Do it at the beginning. Handle it. Figure out if it's a deal. Jump over as much hoops as you possibly can at the beginning so you don't have to later. And then poor communication on the clear to close window. When we get up to close, your TCs, your transactional funders, your buyers, your wholesalers, your seller, everybody should be in communication with at least one of those parties on when the signings are happening, when the money is moving, what still needs to be completed, when those things are expected to be done. Because miscommunication is one of the fastest ways to cause chaos at the closings of these deals. You can avoid it just by communicating clearly. Ask questions, don't be afraid. It's a lot better than radio silence. Mistakes with the team is simply working with people that don't know what they're doing, that are overambitious, that have no proof behind it. It is a surefire way to mess up these deals. You work with a TC all the time. I see this. You work with a TC that's super excited about the deals, but they don't know how to do them. Have that TC shadow somebody that does, and then come back to them in the future. I know you want to help them build their business, but it shouldn't be at the expense of yours or anybody else's. All right? Same thing with transactional funders. If they don't know what they're doing, that's okay. But you need an expert to get these deals done. So that should be your focus. Wholesalers are going to be newbies. So just assume that they've done it wrong. Build a team around you that can help you scale instead of building the team around you that's going to save you $500. Because guess what? If you're looking to scale a business, $500 is chump change. You don't even need to think about it. And that's your team. All right. Next up on the scaling front, I want to drive home, kind of end with this because I've had a lot of experiences with this stuff with other people. I don't want this for anybody watching this video right now. Number one, buying properties too fast. I just got off a phone call today with somebody. I said, hey, look, I know that you're going to be tempted to buy 20 of these in the first month. Don't do it. Buy one, learn the process, then buy two, and make sure that you can handle that capacity. And then you can move up. Time is not going anywhere. The properties will be here next year and the year after that. But if you go too quickly, then you won't be able to keep up. And you'll take something that could have been really good and you'll turn it into really, really bad, really, really fast. Don't do it. Number two, kind of right there with it. Scaling before stabilization. All right. People think that real estate is real estate. It's not. First is business and acquisition. Then it becomes capital raising. Then it becomes some form of management. And most people don't really have experience with management or with handling dysfunctions and things going wrong with management. You got to learn it. Great. Learn it. Go slow so that you have the time to learn it, and then you can improve. If you build a portfolio with no exit plan, that's a killer. Not now. That's the thing. We're not just talking about acquisition. We're talking about your success through the lifetime of these deals. What does that mean? If you have a balloon, if you are going to owe this money back in chunks, you have to have a way to pay that back. And you can't only have, we need this to appreciate by 7% per year for the next 5 years, and then no, that can't work. There has to be multiple strategies, refinances, raising capital, selling the property, whatever it might be. There has to be multiple strategies for getting that money out if you want to succeed in the long run, because true success is not realized until that has been accomplished. And then, of course, skipping reserves, not having money set aside, expecting things to go well with the funds. Any additional capital you get should be in reserves, and you might even need additional capital on top of that. So you either personally need to have it ready or you need to have a partner that does, so that you're prepared for anything. And then, of course, forcing a cash flow story to justify too much debt. You're like, oh, it's okay. This property won't cash flow with anything except for this one co-living strategy where, dude, you got to build these walls and do this and that and blah, blah, blah. Guys, it's just not good real estate. Any law gets passed, anything changes, your strategy doesn't pan out, and you don't have a backup, now what? What do? You're over leveraged. You're in a bunch of debt. How are you going to handle that? You got to plan for that stuff. You got to be able to handle the things that go wrong there. And then finally, not planning for worst case scenarios. That's it. Not planning for worst case scenarios. If you can handle worst case and still get through it, then man, the best case is going to be a pretty epic time. But you got to get there first. Bottom line, this stuff is not free money. It's not. The finish line isn't the win. Closing deals correctly so that everybody is safe Everybody can go move on to the next one and actually have the time to do so. Your seller is protected. The lender is in line. Everybody is clear. That is the real win. These are the mistakes you can make. They're all avoidable. And if you can go back through this training, you will find exact details on every single way to overcome these problems. But if you don't want to go through this, then go talk to somebody who's done it. And again, the key, not somebody that's closed a few properties, the people who have done it and repeated the process and have stabilized and are maintaining and are growing and have the track record to prove it. Focus on those people. Those are the mistakes to avoid. And next up, I'm going to take you through an entire deal, start to finish. All right, this is part 16. Can you believe it? And in this part, we are going to go over an entire deal, a full deal front to back. And we will be covering all of the things that you see on the screen. So first of all, we'll talk about actually finding the deal, the different resources that they come from, then underwriting that deal, structuring it with our seller, signing the LOI, building our team to handle contracts and funding, finding a lender that can actually do the deal, preferably multiple. Then we're going to talk about navigating escrow in the deal itself and closing the deal and repeating that process. The reason I'm making this video is so that you can see very quickly and simultaneously everything that goes into one of these deals front to back, so that you can then know a little bit more about maybe where you are struggling or where you're stuck, so that you can go into the next or this previous sections with more depth, right? So let's jump right into it with finding the deal. When we are talking about finding the deal, there's two options for finding that deal. Okay, the first one is going to be direct. The second one is going to be through a wholesaler or a referral or another party, whichever way you want to look at it, okay? Now, based on where your source is coming from, that is going to have an effect on the rest of the steps for these deals, because if you're bringing it direct, then this part is going to mean that you negotiated, structured, all of that stuff, right? Whereas if you're bringing it from a wholesaler, then all of that becomes a question mark. And so that's going to be a big step at the beginning, is that acquisition of the property. I actually just had a phone call with somebody that said, I'm looking to acquire more of these. What should I do to get started? I'm brand new with these deals specifically. I've been buying a lot of real estate in other ways. And here's exactly what I told them. I'll tell you the exact same thing, okay? First, just blast it out there. Alex Hormozy always says, in order to have a business, in order to make money, all you got to do is let other people know about your stuff. Let them know what you're doing. And so if you blast it out there and let everybody know that you're buying properties on the stack method, you will start acquiring properties, receiving them at least, that is. Put together your buy box, all of that stuff. Then you go in-house. Okay? This is true of most businesses. One of the easiest examples is content. Usually if somebody's trying to start a YouTube channel or whatever and they have money, or they already have an existing business, they'll pay another agency to teach them how to do it. They'll learn all of the skills, and then they'll bring that in-house and pay somebody on their team to save them money and make it more specific to them, right? Same thing is true here. That's your acquisition strategies. Now, once you get a deal, right? Let's use our example deal that we've kind of been running with here for a little bit, and we'll just use this for our full deal example. We've got a house that's being sold for $500,000. Here's our seller. And let's say that our seller has $300,000 in equity, and they need $100,000 now to help pay for some medical bills. Okay? This property, again, could have come from somebody bringing it to you, wholesaler, whatever, or your in-house team. Doesn't matter. Let's talk about the underwriting of the deal itself. Taking these numbers, if we were to go into underwriting for this deal, we'll just go for the classic 123 Main Street here. And basically what we're attempting to do here is just hash out everything that we just talked about and start to figure out what are we going to negotiate with the seller, right? That's what we're doing with this initial underwriting. So we said $500,000 purchase price. DSCR LTV, you can see here, estimates 60 to 80%, right? Let's go with the 70% here. Appraised value, we don't have that yet, so we're going to leave that blank. The seller carry amount, that's going to be our adjustable amount, right? And then our seller equity, what did we say the seller equity was in our example? 300,000, right? So we'll do 300,000 in equity. Now, the seller carry amount can be any money less than that, but in our example, which is very common to get something like this, we say that they need $100,000 minimum for medical bills, right? So let's say they want a little bit extra to go on a nice vacation because they just sold their property. So maybe they're only willing to do $150,000 seller carry, right? We now have all the numbers we need. We've got our estimated numbers in here. If there's an assignment fee, we need to add that in. If there's a real estate agent fee, we need to add that in. Frankly, we're probably going to assume we have at least 3% in real estate agent fees, and we're probably paying a wholesale fee. Let's say that's 10 grand, right? We are now at negative $50,000 cash to close. Okay, cool. So now we have our starting point. Now, this is when you start pulling the levers as you're going through your deal. And again, you can just do this really quick as you're working through things because they're going to change. So first of all, let's say that you're offered 75% LTV on the property. That cuts that in half. Let's say that the seller, remember the seller only technically needed 100 grand and they have 300,000 in equity. So let's say they offer 200,000 on the seller carry. Now we're back into the green, okay? Then let's say that we end up getting we got great credit. We get 80% LTV on the property. Now we're booming, right? So we're just messing with these values. We're figuring out what we actually need to be at to start this initial negotiation, all right? So we go through our underwriting. The next thing that we're going to move to is our structuring, right? And that structure is going to lead to an LOI, all right? So in order to get that LOI out, we basically need to nail down the following items, right? We need to nail down our price, which, by the way, real quick, if we click back over here, let's say that we raise this price to $550. At an 80% LTV, that's going to raise the amount of money total here if we appraise at $550, right? Now, see, that puts us at $40,000, but let's say that we only appraise at $480. Then that's going to not help at all, right? So again, this is where the numbers can really change a good bit. So let's put this back to 5. Has us in the green. Cool. So we need our price. We need to determine our seller carry amount. And then underneath of that, we need to determine our terms, which are going to be what? Balloon, if there is one, interest rate, number of years, which is called amortization, right? How spread out it is, and essentially then the literal payments themselves. Okay? So we're determining this information that you see on the screen, and this is going to help us figure out what to put onto this LOI. In your calculator, you literally just click generate LOI, and you can put the information in. So you're say you're buying for 123 LLC. The seller's name is John Doe. We've got our property address. Again, that's already filled in. Then we just do our terms that we've come up to with, right, for the seller carry terms. So let's say that we agree on 3% interest rate, 30-year amortization, and there's no balloon. Okay, cool. Any extra terms are right there, and then we just click download LOI, and now we have our LOI, right? We have the terms that we need. There's no balloon payment. We've laid things out super simple so that we can get stuff signed and move forward. Remember, this is non-binding. This is just getting things on paper. Now, in order to move on to our next step here, we need to get the buyer and seller signature, okay? So you can sign it. Then you need to get your seller to sign it, and if both parties sign it, then we can move on to our next step. That is the goal here. Now, in this phase, you can also do your in-depth cash flow analysis, but if you can get a property under contract, you can also do that then, okay? So I like to go pretty rough when I'm working with people on this stuff. Again, for the cash flow analysis, which is your next tab over, this is where you're going to go more in depth with everything we just talked about and then get into the specifics on the rentals, which you can estimate a lot of this stuff by clicking right here. It'll give you your insurance. It'll give you your property taxes and then your monthly rate. You can just go on RentCast or something like that and get a general number and then vary that based on what your exit strategy is going to be. Okay, so we've got our LOI submitted. This guy right here is now signed. What are we doing next? Your first step is going to be to get your contracts. Whoops. contracts drafted. Now, who's going to be doing that? Your transaction coordinator. Oftentimes, this person is going to be married with your transactional funder. Because the real idea when you reach your contract drafting stage is that you want to be doing what? You want to be assembling your team at this point. Now, again, to help you execute with that, you can click the resources inside of Deals HQ to get set up with a transaction coordinator that's done hundreds of these deals to help you get started. And so that will help you with the assembly of your team. That'll knock all of this stuff off the list, right? You'll be able to get your contracts drafted, and you'll be able to get your transactional funder all covered at once. And here's what's happening when you get with a good transaction coordinator. The first thing that you're going to do before those contracts get drafted, before you pay upfront fees, is you're going to basically go over everything that I've just told you about, but with an expert. So they're going to look at, is this property going to be DSCR eligible? Have you structured this deal in a way that it's actually going to close? What do the terms look like? What is being asked? And all of that stuff will be reviewed. And we've had plenty of times in my business where people have come to us and we've said, hey, look, this deal's not going to be able to close like this. Let's either help you get it done or tell you now that it's not going to close so that we can move on. Okay, so we now have a transaction coordinator drafting up our contracts. While that's being done, what is your next big step? The big bad step itself. You need to go find your lenders. Now, we go in order for a reason, because while your contracts are getting drafted up, your power team up here can help connect you with who? Brokers. Okay? And these brokers then connect with a bunch of different lenders. There's never really a reason that you need to go connect with the lender directly, because the brokers will do that for you. They will do all of the upfront work. The brokers that we connect with people are people that have done tons of stack method deals, that have already done all of this upfront work so that you don't have to. Okay? Remember, the goal here is the rule of 10. So I always want people to have at least 10 lenders that they can connect with. They can then choose the best one. Okay? This is our best. But then you can also have your backups for if things go wrong. All right? That's how you set yourself up for success. So now you've got your contracts being drafted. You've already got your transactional funder in place. You're going to find your lender. This is when you get into the big bad middle, okay? This is where you just get into execution mode. So now things are rocking and rolling. We're under contract. Middle transaction looks like setting up your LLC, setting up your bank account, clearing your lender regulations, getting that proof of funds done, appraisal, all of this fun stuff. Now, the cool thing is your TC can help with this. Your transactional funder can help with this. Your transactional funder is going to do this. This is going to be on you. / your TC can help with it as well. And then lender regulations is going to be brought to you by your lender / broker. And then any issues that you run into, you can work on with the corresponding party, whether it be your transaction coordinator or your transactional lender or whoever it is in between that. So you're going to be handling these things in the middle of your process. And let's say that your appraisal comes in low. You're going to have to go renegotiate your terms. Let's say that an attorney comes back and says they don't like your structure. You're going to have to go renegotiate your terms. You may have to drop your price. You may have to find a different lender that has a higher LTV. You may have to change the seller carry amount or drop something else or get the assignment fee lowered by the wholesaler, right? Whatever parts need to be pushed around, you got to be creative. You have to push through those things. But once we've passed these, then we're moving to are clear to close, aka closing days. And on our closing days, what we are going to be paying attention to is transaction 1 and transaction 2. Now, for transaction 1, there's going to be multiple signings that need to take place between the buyer and the seller. There's going to be the flow of money from your transactional funder or capital partner, getting that money all of the way to the title company. Then the money from that has to move to transaction 2, where we are then going to see more signings and the actual disbursement. And then once we've accomplished all of those things, then in order, everyone gets paid. Then you'll be able to stabilize, get the property rented, bring in your property management, whatever it might be, and then you can go repeat the process. That's an entire deal, front to back, everything that we need to know. Let's go back up here to the top and look at this one more time. In order, we're finding the deal, underwriting it to make sure it works, structuring it with our seller, getting our LOI signed, which you can just print out from Deals HQ. You're going to then build your team to help you draft your contracts, deal with the bank accounts, all of that good stuff. You're going to find a lender that can handle your deal structure, your certain situation, the area, all of those good things. We're then going to navigate escrow with the appraisals, bank accounts, proof of funds, all of that good stuff. And then we can close the deal and repeat the process. Again, when you find a seller, all you need to focus on is figure out their purchase price, figure out how much equity they have, figure out how much money they need, and make sure they understand what it is that's being offered to them, whether it's from you or somebody else. And if you can follow that structure and identify within that structure whatever the bottlenecks are, wherever you're stuck, then you can connect with the right person. If you want to close these deals, you just need to work with the right people. And if you can work with the right people 9 times out of 10, you will have a successful transaction if you follow every single piece of the puzzle, every part of the process that we've talked about. And that, my friends, is your entire deal. You are ready to go do these deals no matter which role you're playing. But there's a couple more things that we want to cover to help you make as much money, help everyone around you make money, and turn this from an idea, a hobby, something that sounds fun, into an actual business. Okay, for part 17, I want to talk about how every individual party or the main parties on these transactions actually make money. So no matter who you are watching this, I'm going to show you how you can make money with these strategies so that you don't have to just fall into one category. You can figure out what works best for you, okay? So we'll go real quick through this. So first of all, how is a buyer making money on these transactions? There's a short term and a long term, okay? The short term is through what we would call an acquisition fee, essentially. Now, in like the multifamily world and things like that, it would be a percentage of the capital raised or a percentage of a purchase price. In this case, our acquisition fee is going to be the entire debt. Well, actually, here. It's going to be a combo of the seller carry plus the primary loan minus what's owed. All right. So for the buyer, just like we talk about, honestly, we could just use this calculator to make it really simple. That is going to be how the buyer is getting paid. Okay. Now, I just have to throw my caveat. You're not getting paid. It's debt, but this is how much cash is going to go into your bank account at the end. And so what it literally is it's our loan right here, our 80% loan, which in this case would be $400,000 plus the $200,000 the seller is giving us. So that's $600,000, right? Minus all of the money that's owed, which is going to be the purchase price and the carry amount, right? So that's going to leave us with that $53K. Let's go back here. So in that example, we would be plus $53K. All right. That's short term. Long term, it's going to be twofold. Number one, cash flow. Lord willing, if our underwriting was good, get paid with cash flow. Number 2, appreciation. Welcome to real estate, my friends. If the property value goes up over time, hold it for long enough, you'll make money off of that. And then number 3, it's going to be taxes, tax savings. Because you're buying real estate, which is rewarded in this world. So that's all the different ways that a buyer, primary ways, we'll say, that a buyer's making money on these deals. Next up, our wholesaler. This one's pretty simple. It's just our wholesale fee. Now, if you are not a wholesaler, then I want to say be very careful, because wholesalers will try to add in crazy fees. They'll come over to the calculator and they'll just say, well, you know, we'll just get a really high LTV here, and maybe this seller doesn't need to pay off their medical bills, and so we're just going to leverage the living crap out of this thing, and then I'm going to take an $80,000 wholesale fee, and they'll come to you and say, well, you're going to get paid $32,000 at closing. It's a miracle. But what about our leverage? Well, we're going to owe $650,000 on a $500,000 house because they have a crazy fee. Just saying. But on the wholesale side, that's how you get paid, is your wholesale fee, aka typically called an assignment. Wholesalers, if you are curious, that assignment fee is typically going to be on the second HUD statement moved to the end, but sometimes it could be on the first one as well, depending on how people are structuring it. Moving it to the second makes more sense typically, because then you have to pay less fees. It just comes out of the grand total at the end. So that's how it works. TCs, how are they making money? The first way they're making money is with an upfront fee. Typically, that's going to be between $1,000 to $2,000. What is that paying for? That's paying for drafting of contracts, maybe LLC work, handling all of your emails, coordination, whatever. Then they'll get paid an additional fee at closing. And that'll typically cover the rest of their fee. So like a common fee, I would say that you'll see is somewhere in the realm of, let's say, $2,500. And so this then may get split up. So it's, $1,500 up front. And then another $1,000 at close. Okay, something like that. That's how our TCs are making money on these deals. Man, do they deserve it. So much work. I personally have no ability to read details of a document and do nitty-gritty work like that. So I'm glad that somebody does, because I would be terrible at it. Okay, transactional funder. Next up. So in our example here, how much money would be needed from the transactional funding? This actually shows all of the fees themselves. This is on our crazy wholesale example. Let's go back down here. Say it's $10,000, $200,000 seller carry here. So transactional funding needed, $146,000. All right, cool. Let's just use simple numbers here. So the need equals $146K. Your typical fee for that is going to be 2.5% to 3%, we'll say, on average. Depends on your deal, depends who you work with. But let's say that this is 2.5%. Oh, I don't need to do the math. Calculator already did it. Duh. Okay, transactional funding fee. Okay, so on this, $35.63 approximately. Okay, so approximately $3,563 going to the transactional funder for bringing the funds, handling your proof of funds, handling your bank account, setting up your wire limits, helping you track the deal, whatever else they did, help connecting with the lender, all that good stuff. That's your transactional funder. And then finally, your broker. How much does a broker charge? Well, it totally depends. But there's going to be some form of broker fee. Let's say on this one, we'll just say that it's 1% of the loan. So in this case, the example that we used, our loan was 80% LTV, so $400,000 loan. You can see right here. So 1% of that. So we'll say loan equals $400K. So then the profit going to our broker might be $4,000. So there's a lot of different parties making money. And this, by the way, is just the people that I assume are watching this video. We also are going to have our title company. We're going to have the primary lender that's obviously making a bunch of money off of interest. There may be other sneaky parties in there. There may be multiple people doing the funding, multiple people doing the transaction coordination, all that stuff. Whatever it might be, there's a lot of different parties making money, and you can get involved. This is one of the fastest growing methods in all of creative financing and all of creative transactions right now. Why not make some money on it? And the best thing about these deals is that nobody's losing money while you're making money. Everybody's making money. The seller's getting paid. The broker's getting paid. The funders are getting paid. The buyers are getting paid. Everybody's a winner. But you only get to this point if you do it correctly. And so that's how I want to close this thing out, is focus on how to do this correctly, and you will make money. But making money is just the tip of the iceberg, because would you rather, I could ask this of anybody, right? If I ask somebody, would you rather make $4,000 once, or would you rather make $4,000 100 times over and over and over and over? We all know the answer to that question. And people can be so short-sighted with this stuff. But if you focus on the long term, I'll tell you what, with the people I've worked with, where we have closed hundreds of deals, I could not give a crap about $1,000 that I made on the first deal with them. I care about the fact that we continued compounding that and doing more and more, bigger and bigger deals. That's why I'm so passionate about what I do in this space, because I know how well it works. And I know that whatever realm you chase after, if you can think about the long term and compound and build, it will be absolutely epic. So that's how you can make money on these deals, on all the different avenues associated. Next up, to close things out, we're just going to talk about next steps, how you can get the most value out of everything that you've just learned and turn it into money. Because you want to know the statistic? 95% of the people who watch this training will never make any money off of it. 95%. Insane. But if you're in the 5%, you actually want to take action. Let's talk about what that actually looks like. You've made it to the end. Congratulations. 5 hours of in-depth training probably has your head spinning a little bit. So I want to close this out by giving you a few tips on ways that you can take this information and make money as quickly and efficiently as possible. A few things to get started with. First of all, everybody takes this stuff and thinks that they have to somehow succeed with it by next week. And you don't. You're not on a rushed timeline. The only thing that matters is that you actually execute. Now, like I said earlier, 95% of people won't take action on this at all. And what a lot of people want to do is complain about how the information out there isn't free. Well, here you are, and all of the information is free. And the very uncomfortable truth that uncovers is that really what you have to do is take that information and implement it. Take action on it if you want to become profitable. So here's another thing that I love to focus on that's allowed me to build my businesses, which is that there's two sides to the equation. There's the effort that you put in and the things that you get out of that effort. And oftentimes the things that you get out aren't fully controllable, but you can control what you put in. And so if you're watching this and you want to start getting these deals under contract, or you want to wholesale these deals, you want to buy them, you want to become the agent, you want to become the TC, whatever it is, if you are in that position, the next best step you can take is to get inside of Deals HQ, get everything set up, start reviewing this information, become confident in what it actually is, and then plan out your personal roadmap, your personal next steps in order to execute. If you want to buy deals, that means creating some sort of deal sourcing, learning how to underwrite the deals, figuring out and building your team around those things, right? Same thing if you're a wholesale. If you're a TC, you want to connect with those people that are looking to buy the deals. Whatever it is, take that NBS is what I call it, your next best step, the next action that you can take to get closer to building this business. And if you keep doing that for long enough, while everybody else quits and moves on to the next thing, you will succeed, guaranteed. So jump into Deals HQ, get started, and figure out for yourself. Forget what everybody else is saying or doing. Figure out for yourself how you can take this information and implement it to make money. Because the reality is this industry, this business is booming, and there's room for everybody to make profit. If you want to learn how I built a 7-figure business on these deals, 7 figures in profit every single year, and I did that starting from 0 in 2 years, there's a video somewhere over here that you can watch next to learn more information about that. Otherwise, go take action and enjoy. Thanks for hanging out.